Checkity check. Check. Hey, thank you, Red Ranger. Problem solved. How are you now? We got some other people here. I'll say hello to in just a minute. I just, for some reason, really love seeing your name pop up there and trying to say it and messing it up every time. Priscilla, you got it. You are right. I'm watching it right now, Allie. I've got it on my phone, and they're right in the middle of talking about the one phone I cared to hear about. Not that I'm getting one, but... All right. Let's see. We've got this set up right. Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy NFTuesday? Double question mark. Yep, the writing's on the wall. We got to talk about it. But first and foremost, as per every Tuesday that I've been doing for a long time, I've got a free NFT for everybody. Somebody test out that form for me and let me know how it works. What do you think it is? What is that? Some of you will get it right away. Let's see who gets it. Who gets it? Who gets it? Who's first? There will be no points awarded. Red Ranger! Got it. I've been watching the new episodes. It's fantastic. Really well done, but very adult. Like, shockingly adult. How does a kid watch Superman and then go, Mom, I want to watch Peacemaker? Oh, no. No. You got to be 24 to watch Peacemaker. At least. Maybe 27. I don't know where the number is. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a great weekend. Sorry for those of you who are looking forward to a Saturday. Whatnot. Decided not to do it. Instead, I did research on getting the computer working better. Crossing our fingers, I figured that out. And getting ready for some new types of Whatnot. I think I finally got the wheel figured out so we can have some fun in like a game show type setup. Oh, let me get the Twitter commentary over here. I've yet to crack this Twitter thing and get people from the NFT community at all interested in it. But I've noticed that some of the other content creators who do just directly to Twitter have gotten some interactions. And so I'm hopeful that eventually, because Twitter is a pretty big utility for the NFT community. What's up, SDME? Thank you, Randy C. Thank you, I appreciate you. Welcome, Red Ranger, Randy C, Autumn's Toys, Cutie Beck, Tarjaran Puma, Miss Jessie Star, TB420, Darth Wacko in the house, Allie, I think I said, Pedro, Monster Pete, Problem Solved, Randy C, Valor and Vellum, Punked, Miss Fancy Cherry, Linder. I'm looking for other names I didn't say. I said Darth Wacko, SDME, I said hello. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let me try. I'm going to try. Did it freeze? No, that was just me frozen. I'm trying to pop out the chat on Twitter, and it keeps saying I'm not live, but I'm live. Little refresh, see if I can get it. Oh, nice, Randy C. Got my Whatnot shipments. Yeah, everything goes out as quickly as I can get it out. Usually it's within under 24 hours. Sometimes, like if somebody placed an order on Saturday, which happened this week, by the time I get it boxed and ready to go on Monday, it's already past the 48-hour mark, which I don't know if that's fair or not. But I'm doing my best. So, let's chat. I've been thinking about this a lot. And so I want to make sure I choose my words correctly. I'm sure people will come in late and we'll have to rehash this all. But what's up, Chuck? What's up, Stray? What's up, Peking? No, Randy, see, I put in all my posts that no protectors will be used on anything unless I dictate otherwise. But did they arrive minty? Bet they arrived minty. Red Ranger, I mean, you might want to. I mean, so I have to preface everything I say because otherwise people will take things out of context and then share it in places. Oh, perfect. Awesome, Randy C. They'll share it in other places when it shouldn't be shared without the full context. I'm going to start by saying I do not like rumors and leaks. I am 1,000% against that crap for reasons I have shared numerous times, but in short, rumors and leaks, speculation, all can cause the thing you love to be shut down. I've talked about it so many times, and yet no one seems to care. We've got a few of those accounts on YouTube and Twitter, and they think that they're going to build this empire, and some of them have, sadly, of followers who are like, we got to know the information before anybody else. Funko hasn't told us, but we deserve to know, so tell us. I hate that crap. I hate it because when I worked there, I saw how many times it cost people, could have cost people licenses and jobs, came very close. And we should not be doing that crap. When you see something is a rumor and you have no receipts, you do not talk about it. Period. I know there's the urge, but you're adults. You can stop it. Many people can't. You could, but many people can't seem to be able to do that. So the only reason I'm talking about this today is because we have some receipts. And I'm not breaking the internet here. This crap is out there. I didn't go to any special sources. I didn't reach out to anybody. Let's see, Priscilla, this was held because she used the keywords, but I'm gonna allow it immediately. I don't even need to read it. Yeah, it's hard to make a definitive choice until there's an official announcement, but I kind of appreciate the heads up that this leak provided us. Not usually a fan of leaks either, but in this case, I'm thankful for the extra thinking time. Yes, but could it have had a negative impact on decisions still being made by the company? Yes. So did it benefit us? Yeah, so do leaks in some ways. Did it benefit us ultimately in the long run and possibly harm us? Yes. So here, for those of you who don't know the story, after I streamed on Friday, there was a video put out by one of those channels that I don't like to mention here, stating that they had received an anonymous letter that Droppp employees, some or many or all, I forget what the wording was, were let go, and that the NFT program from Funko and Droppp was effectively done. That was the implication, that was the accusation made by an anonymous source. Now, anybody can be an anonymous source. I could write an email and say, my name is Jennifer, and I have this information and it's 100% accurate. And I know you guys on your channel normally only share things that help make Funko better. And that here you go. Here you've got the inside source. That's not enough. But then they did some extra research and said there are a few anomalies. There are a few things that line up with this accusation. And one being all references to digital Funko and Droppp seem to have been removed from Funko's main page. That's a sign. And if you went to the Droppp Discord, which I did, there was no activity from some of the mainstays that originally created Tokenhead and Droppp and have been, prominent and vocal there. It was the weekend. So maybe they just didn't, right? But then Monday came around and they still weren't talking. They weren't defending anything. They weren't saying, no, the rumors are not true, any of that. And it wasn't until this morning. I wasn't going to give this any credit until this morning. Priscilla, that's a good one. It wasn't until this morning that I found these. One, I'll put it up in the bottom corner. Someone, we should give this person credit for doing this. Oh, of course, it grabbed the wrong one. Come on, can we grab the right one, please? Herman Clark said, well, I took a shot and I sent an email late last night to Droppp support, and they responded this morning with this exact quote. Hello. Funko has recently made the difficult decision to reduce a portion of our Droppp team as a part of a strategic refocus of our operations. Droppp remains to supporting community and partners, and our day-to-day operations will continue without interruption. Now, again, I don't like to go off of one source. This seems like it's really good. So instead of going off one source, I did a little research and found another one. This is the second person to share this, and this was worded differently, but had the same, worded differently by the person, but had the same ultimate wording from Droppp. It says, I heard back from Droppp, and this is the email response I got from them regarding the situation. Here's the copy of the email response just sent to me. Different name, right? Dark Knight. Funko has recently made the difficult decision to reduce a portion of blah, 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 blah. Same thing. Kind regards, John, Droppp support. This is a legal, if you receive questions about Droppp, this is your response. No additional wording, no less wording. Copy and paste and send it. They are a Red Ranger, but I've got two separate sources copying and pasting the same thing. Is there a chance that these are incorrect? Sure. But I didn't get them from the same research line either. One came from that video I was talking about, another came from my own research. So, look, this is all, and I'm prefacing this, so go and quote me, wrong if you want. This is all still rumor and speculation until Funko makes a public announcement. But I gotta say, I don't think that we'll see a real public announcement from them that's going to solve any of or answer any of our questions or solve any of our concerns. I think they're going to be just this vague on purpose. Jumps to Frog said, it's difficult because leaks can provide the community a chance to let Funko know their position or support for something like Droppp. Not that Funko will take that into account, but that feedback is less useful after things have already been canceled. Well, I mean, I think it's if the rumors are true, if the data that we've found now, the proof, the receipts is true, it's too late anyway. But I'm going to remain hopeful. Because there is always a chance, like you said, that a community uprising, concern, viral statements, maybe even a petition. Digital Pop Kingdom has a petition out that might have some impact. But they made if this is true, let me get to that, Randy. See, that doesn't mean much at all. If this is true, the decision makers have already pushed out the experts and the people that helmed this thing. Now, first and foremost, if it's true, for the Droppp team, I am so very sorry. No one other than other ex-Funko employees who have had this happen to them without much warning at all can understand this is not only a difficult thing, but an emotional thing. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm emotional about this. Like, I didn't realize it would hit me as bad as it has, but I'm having a rough time this morning because I sunk so much of myself and my identity for a second time into this particular world, this particular company, and ultimately received very little in return for it. Maybe that's the wrong wording. I did receive a lot, but in the long run, it ended to heartbreak. That's accurate. Hey, what's up, Comic Zombie? So yeah, there's a lot to break down there too. Here, the revenge, but ultimately, if it's true to the Droppp team, I'm so very sorry. If you're watching this, you don't have to say anything, and you probably wouldn't if you watch this as a video in the long run. Man, I know you guys did not see this coming when I talked to you in July. If you did, you were like, nah, it can't be true. These guys were talking about the future. They were talking about working with me more in the future. It was all steam ahead for them at that time. A lot changed in the last 6 weeks. You got a $45 million, don't quote me, I don't know if it was exactly right, but I know it was over 40. Over $40 million lost in a quarter by Funko. If you're a private company, that's not a big deal. It is a big deal, but it's not as concerning because I'm building for the long run. We take this one. This is like building for next season. We take the loss this season. We have some good draft picks. We come back next season even stronger. We can go all the way to the big game, whatever the sport is. But when you're a public company, it hurts. And then you introduce a new CEO. And I said this on Friday. Timing was just ironic. I said this on Friday and in many previous streams. A new CEO coming into a company, especially with a guy with pedigree like this, the expectation is that they are going to come in and fix things. They are going to turn this ship around, and we are all going to live off the high hog from the money we're going to make off of the stock investments. So they've got to come in and they've got to make changes because that's how most of these situations run. You cut labor, you cut things that aren't performing and or performing at the level you would want them to. You repurpose people to focus on other projects that are more profitable and can have an immediate impact, etc., etc. All the buzz terms, fill in the blank, blah, 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 blah. So So this new person probably came in, and I'm sure they've already started, and we're like, let's sit down with the division heads of each of the big segments of the company. You give me a presentation on what you're doing, and most importantly, what your bottom line looks like and what it's going to look like in 6 months, a year, etc. And if the Droppp guys go to the table and they come in and they go, well, hey, we're doing good. Like we've made some changes. Things are going well. We've had some sellouts. We're working with licensors on the future stuff, et cetera. And then they're going to go, yeah, but what about all the reprint boxes? What about all the shipment issues? I don't know how that discussion goes, but I have a feeling all that it weighs into it. Because some people are calling it out. Yes, I saw it in front of me at this exact second. Droppp is continuing to post. Those posts are just the business as usual upkeep on the, if there were any pack drops, aren't, the snapshots, the redemptions, the reminders about Droppp Arcade. All this can be done by anyone. It's been messaged out already. So likely what we'll see. Some people seem to think that this rumor, if it's true, means, oh, we're not going to get our pops that we were promised, that we've earned. They're not going to finish Droppp Arcade. No, I don't think that means any of that. As the two email responses I shared show, they are going to continue to support what's going on. New contests can go up. That's another one. That's all like planned out months in advance. And it takes a person copying from a spreadsheet and pasting to the social channels. That's all that is. It's going to be business as usual on those fronts. But what I'm afraid this means is we won't see likely any new pack drops. We could. Maybe they had something in the pipe already that could still be put out. But those are the technical experts that would need to be there in case something went wrong. So there's also a chance that anything like that's been scrapped. I would imagine, this is speculation on my part, that we will see the snapshots for the last few projects that are live. There's 4 or 5 of them. We will see the redemptions end. We will see Droppp Arcade finish out, probably season 2 and season 3, I would imagine, because there were the references to there's still a small crew, right? They can facilitate those things. But I have a feeling that it probably means no more drops in the future. I know some of y'all made some comments. It's hard for me to get my full thoughts out and read, so let's go roll back just a little bit and see if there's any comments that I need to share. I'm going way back. I'm sure that was a passion project for them. Heartbreak all around. I feel for them. I wish there's something I could do for them. But, I mean, I'm in a similar boat 5 years later still. Nate, previous Droppp employee, said it was a blindsided notion. Oh, so he's spoken. I'm shocked to hear that. I was just saying on the Digital Pop Kingdom site that likely any of them that were let go had to sign an NDA, and their package that they would have received, any payment for holidays, payment for a number of years of service, whatever, is tied to that. If they go and are caught publicly speaking and sharing any information they're not supposed to, they would lose that. They could get sued, and it could be very bad for them. So don't call out any of them for hiding or not speaking up. They likely are legally required not to. But maybe they can speak about being terminated, but they can't speak about the details. But why? Because a company like that's very valuable, doesn't want to cause mass chaos. They don't want to lose fans. Interestingly enough, and I don't want to take shots at anybody, no update is kinda equal to a big surprise. Hey, we've shut it down. No update might be worse. The speculation's running wild. Now, we did see a nice bump in the value of things over the weekend, but I think that's short-lived. Let me keep reading comments. Kind of kills the vibe and what makes it special, says Red Ranger to Nadu. Nadu said it's a matter of tariffs for physical. Could they just scrap that and just have digital collectibles? Only something I thought about, but I don't think it would be received well by the public. Priscilla said a lot of us assumed that the entire NFT project was profitable for them. It seems like it's going better than some of Funko's other projects, so it was very confusing if true. Yeah, we've talked about this before, and people have been doing numbers. Pop and Stock shared that they've done nearly $10 million in the secondary market, which is amazing. That's on Droppp.com, doesn't even count wax. A lot of people have been sharing, well, based on the number of packs and the sales, this is how much that they made off each drop. No, it's how much they sold, not how much they made. They've got overhead. There's salaries, there's building, medical benefits, there's office equipment, there's server space, which is not for the NFTs, but for just what they're working on to get ready for the future NFTs. There's any kind of person that's facilitating the project management. There's the people that are doing the ordering of the pops and the quality control, which a lot of you have, some big words for, some big thoughts on. Etc., etc. You add all that up, and we've done rough math before, but it could be easily hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Artwork, the back and forth, the licensing fees. There's tons of things. We could total it all up. It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. And if it's, let's say, $500,000 a month, but you sold one drop for $420,000, that math don't math. You've got to be, that's why I've always said they needed to be doing at least 2 drops a month in order to cover their overhead and make a profit. If they were profitable, that still doesn't matter. If you're spending $125 million to make a movie and it makes $125 million at the box office, that's a profit. Was it worth it? Could you have focused that labor and those people and those skills somewhere else? Yeah, you could have. What's up, Professor Josh? If they were dropping this, maybe more limited dropping instead, or fan rewards drops. I don't think more limited is the answer. I've said that many times before. I think there's a balance. Yes, it needs to be struck in pack counts and exclusives, number of legendaries, number of grails, etc. But you needed to build the fan base, not diminish the product. Build the fan base, build the demand, and then over time you actually build up the number of packs. You can't go backwards too far because your costs on each pop gets too high. Doesn't make any sense. I still feel like this is too new to be something Josh, the CEO, has implemented. I think the timing lines up perfectly. I think it lines up perfectly. They just announced another game for arcade. Yeah, I commented on that. I think for them, it's the quantity of the physicals, as the tariffs now producing a few pieces costs more. Absolutely. Yeah, that kind of goes with what I just said. We want our sexy Funko JPEGs to keep going. Yes. I'm sorry for all those more deeply affected by this. I love that. I really feel for any of the employees that might have lost their jobs due to this, because they were working, from what I could tell, I don't know them personally, but from what I could tell, they were working really hard. They were doing great things. They were trying to expand, and ultimately I think their hands were just tied by budget. You cannot go out and advertise this because there's no budget for it. Just make it work. They were working with influencers. They were kind enough to work with me. There's the irony. They were finally working with me regularly, and now it's probably done. I think they were doing a great job. I think the ultimate big failure was you couldn't build the fan base, and not sharing on the Funko social channels really impacted that. Hey, what's up, Takuma? Not having the licensors that you're partnered with, maybe partner's the wrong word. Maybe it's licensors that you were paying a service fee to sounds more appropriate at this point. They wouldn't share it. Disney wouldn't share it. Star Wars, which is still Disney, wouldn't share it. Fox wouldn't share it. Any of the companies ever, not one time do I have a receipt for the company they worked with sharing that with their fan base. That makes zero sense. You have a product that you are going to make money off of if it sells. Even though you're working with a partner, you would still share that. Imagine if Nike did a collab with Stranger Things to make Stranger Things shoes, and Netflix and Stranger Things never shared it. That wouldn't make any sense. It goes against all things. So I don't know. The licensors were probably still scared. Let's see. Valor and Vellum talking about the money. He says for sure, and not just with primary sales, but with that supplemental secondary market where it's basically passive income. Physicals can't do that since they don't get a piece of the flipper sales. They have temporarily combated that by having their new limited edition tier priced system. They think. Will it be around in a year? Don't know. Pop and Stock says, "Hey, arcade players, for our final giveaway, this is a copy and paste from the tweet, I imagine, or Instagram post. Giving away 3 digital Pop physical prototypes. Starting now until September 15th, the top player to convert the most legendary digital Pop items will receive a digital Pop physical prototype. That will probably be met with tons of positivity from the community, while Pop and Craze probably scoops it. I don't think we're done. Might be an adjustment period. Now, okay, to go in more of a positive direction, I think I've said most of what I needed to say and thought about. There is a real chance that all this, the images I shared of these comments, the emails, are an opportunity to buy time to retool the system, to reconfigure how you do things, to figure out a way to continue with less labor, or to figure out a way to maybe pivot things a little bit, probably still with less labor, and try something a little different. Could be, and I'm hopeful. I pray, I hope that maybe the noise made by this community of digital collectors who don't badmouth every drop because it's unfair, digital JPEGs, you should make the real Pops, quit hiding behind pack sales, etc., etc. For the real fans who don't cause issues in that area and actually collect it, we love it. I loved it. I million times said I fully believe in the future of digital NFTs and the physical Pop redemptions, and I'm on board to the very end, and that's all I'm focused on, and that's probably one of the reasons I'm so emotional about it myself. Patrick is still with Droppp. He just posted in the Discord, yay. Oh, okay. I love that. Let's see how that was responded to. I'm going back over. That's amazing news. That's amazing news. Now let's see what he had to say. I'm going over there now. Let me use this really weird system called Discord. Patrick with Droppp has commented. Is that the only time today? $10:28. It's an hour ago. Was that his only post? Was about that one of one converted? Because if so, I'm pretty sure that's automated. Can anybody confirm, was that the only post from Patrick, or is there more than one? I'm looking. I'm looking. I gotta catch up with the chat. Oh, did he really? He's in the DPK? Would it be funny if they posted a new drop on Friday? Yes, but also not so funny, because it still wouldn't answer why those changes were made, and would there be longevity past that? I would love to see that. Don't get me wrong. I want to see it. I'm so glad to hear that Patrick's still there. Now, maybe that there was some other chatter on that other channel about maybe some of the people are being used in different roles within the company to focus on other things. Maybe that's for Patrick. What about our USDC balances? If this is built up quite... So USDC is a crypto. And assuming they don't shut down the Droppp website, which I can't imagine they would anytime soon, you would still have your USDC, and you can transfer it back to like a Coinbase or wherever you, whatever wallet you have. You can transfer that out anytime. That's not being held hostage. He is very vague in his reply, but someone brought up the panel at SDCC, and he said hindsight is 2020. That's very telling. That's very telling. That proves to me what I was saying before, and that they didn't have any idea. And now that things have transpired, if they have, rumors, if they have, he's shocked. That's what I read into it. Silence is compliance. I don't always agree with that. I've heard that. I've had that used against me in ways that were absolutely not true before. I don't agree with that statement. I know a lot of people do, and that you can agree with whatever you want, but I don't. Sometimes, for me, I'm silent because I don't want to use the wrong words. Or I don't want to say something and perpetuate something that's absolutely not true. Takuma called him out, says can't help themselves but to cause chaos for viewership. I won't mention the name, but very interesting. Comic Zombie says, LOL, that's the YouTube channel's MO. They drop a really bleep speculation based on a tiny bit of reliable source, drop it on Friday to generate views, clicks, and interactions. Company and employees can't respond because they aren't working. I mean, they could respond. But also, could it have been crafted to specifically go on a Friday night for that reason? Sure. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not talking any smack. I'm just saying, is it possible? Yes. Also, I'll allow the swear this time, but yeah, we don't do that here. You know that. Am I not allowed to? I can't even allow it. It won't let me. Weird. It's more about the rate of return and not profitability. Yeah, I think that's fair. Dark Wyco says, weird to see an innovator in the NFT space to begin moving away from it just as Disney and McFarlane are moving into the space. I feel like a restructure is more likely. Okay, great point, Dark Wyco. You got, and I'm going to talk about Disney Pinnacle more here shortly. Disney Pinnacle is starting to really take off. They've been doing this for a year and a half in beta, maybe even longer now. I don't remember when I first talked about it. In beta, slowly ramping up. And what did they do? They have the same offering, basically the same rate of drops, but they've been building the audience. And how did they do that? They used, remember, Disney Pinnacle is NBA Top Shots. That's company A. Company B is Disney. Disney licenses their stuff to Disney Pinnacle, aka Top Shots. They don't, one's not owned by the other. So a lot of people just assume, well, Disney would just advertise. No. They're two companies. But Disney did partner with them to share in the Disney Plus perks and on, I've seen some screenshots of the Disney app to remind you about their NFT program. And more recently at D23, they shared in a panel. If you're a D23 Gold member, you can get early access to these NFTs. I think there might have even been a free NFT. They've been doing slowly ramping up sales weekends and trading weekends. They've slowly added new things to the app. They are building. And it makes sense the way that they're building. Jasp says, if true, imagine the massive numbers we'll see for Arcade Season 3 if it still happens. Speculation, this is a fun speculation here. If true, again, we don't know for sure. Yes. People will probably, maybe even this end of season 2, people may be like, damn, burn it all. I don't want to hold it. I want that pop. Did I have the thought? Yeah, I did. I had the thought. The thing is, they can't control the quality issues with box damages. Yeah, you're right. That's handled independently within the company. But ultimately, Funko is over production and drop, and they are all the same umbrella. And if those manufacturing issues are causing enough of the bottom line of drop to not look good, on paper, it's still, you make an accounting decision, it's still bad for drop. Now, I've said this before too, and I'll double and triple down on this. Normally pops, without, not the NFTs, but normally pops are produced, distributed, and it's end of story. We have a new business model with drop. And that is, tell people about it, show all the glams, let you buy a digital thing and get a redemption coin that then's going to lead to that thing we showed you before. There's a lot of time in between. And then when the thing that's delivered doesn't look exactly like the thing that was there before, there became this new, oh, well, you owe it to us to make it right. In the previous model, produce, distribute, you own it. If there was an error, were they ever expected to fix it? No. They didn't do that. They didn't do it. There's new expectations that come from a new business model. And to be fair, I've said this before too. Does it matter that your box has a misspelling on it? Maybe. But if everybody has the same misspelling, does it really matter? Maybe not. I don't think it was fair of us as the fans to expect them to correct that. Now, a damaged box due to shipping or due to bad production, yeah, I think it's fair that you produce a new box for that and replace it. I think they would do that for a Funko Shop exclusive. I think they would do that for these new fancy limited edition tier system ones. But to do a reprint of the box because there was a misspelled word, I've never thought that was a fair expectation. I would say the misspelling, yes, that should be fixed this year. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but your opinion and the pitchforks and marching into the square to get rid of the evil box that was misspelled may very well have led to you losing something you love, because that costs a lot of money to fix. Box reprints, shipping to Funko, the labor and time and shipping costs and envelopes and all that to get each one of those to you in a nice flat mailer, that costs tens, if not $100,000. Was it worth it if you now no longer have your thing that you love? I don't think so. If you were given the option, keep, drop, and just have a misspelled box, I think you'd choose it. The thing is, they can't control. I read that. The CEO saw a chance to save money. Unfortunately, I'm sure it was a choice that was dictated behind closed doors. Well, yeah, that's, they're never going to do that publicly. They will eventually reveal things publicly that they want to, crafted in the right wording. But they're making decisions in this case. And again, I don't like to talk smack. If this is all true, I think it's a real short-sighted decision. What Droppp has built is this wonderful platform and infrastructure and framing on wax, but it's like a much better experience to distribute a digital collectible that also could come with a physical collectible. There is still so much potential for that. The structure is there. The building has been built. We didn't pick our battles and thus lost the war, said Red Ranger. They probably got tired of their collectors getting scammed and ripped off by greedy people using bots to destroy their rep. Bad bloke. I don't think that that's true. Nothing against you. I know that's the discourse, that's the common phrasing and wording that a lot of people like to use. I always see this thing thrown around, the bots got them all, and I often will say, where are the receipts? There are some times where there are receipts, don't get me wrong. People find a way to do a botting of something, they get in on it, and then we find out later that, Funko's worked away around it somehow. Did some bots buy up packs? Yeah. Did they still end up on the secondary market and in front of collectors sometimes cheaper than the initial drop cost? Yes. I don't think there was any ripping off. I think the bots are a problem that Funko and many other companies face, and I think they're doing their best to combat it. But like I always say, you have a huge funnel with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people trying to get a very finite amount of product. There is not a solution, a financially viable solution in the world that can handle that issue right now. There could be in the future. And how do you differentiate between a user with a profile name, an email address, an avatar, a shipping address, and a bot that has the exact same things? Are there some telltale signs? Yes. Can people just lose one bot account and create another one that looks more realistic? Does the technology get better to be a bot and to trick these systems every day? Yes. We act like it's Funko's fault. They're doing what they can to fight it. In my opinion, I have not seen a solution yet that solves the problem. Professor Josh says, I don't think it was a new CEO. I think it was ready prior, because they would have been working on things for months before. Probably the board, and the temporary CEO was a board member. I disagree, because I talked to these guys in July, and even that comment that someone shared from Patrick a moment ago, they did not see this on the wall. They were not planning for it. Some people have speculated Droppp Arcade was a plan to shut everything down. It was not. It was a plan to provide utility and to increase the conversation, the interaction from fans. By the way, YouTube, I'm so sorry I have not been answering your comments. I'm going to get to that. I think those are speculative at best. RC Biggie 23 said this like 20 minutes ago, and I'm sorry for the slow response. If it's true, I'm heartbroken. Me and my wife have had a lot of fun on NFT drops, and the job they do with these pops is incredible. I got sad yesterday when I got in hand our Funkoween pops. 100% with you, RC Biggie. I feel it. Pops came out great, very detailed. I don't want to see it go. Same. Rare Individual says, just joined. If all does come to an end, do you think the physical pops will go on the rise, fall, or stay in the middle? Great question I'd like to talk about. A lot are saying with packs burning, it's not worth it for them to continue drop. If that's true, why not just keep the drop open for days, weeks? Great question as well. On speculation of future value, time will tell. It is always about supply and demand. You guys are sick of me saying it, but it always comes back to that. It's the most basic business principle on the planet, and the same stays true here. You have a supply. It has been made in the past, yes. not in the present, but you had a supply made in the past. And now what does demand do? Over the weekend, demand went up. Does the demand go down? Could. I take it as an example, Topps. Topps was one of the first big projects on Wax. They sold baseball card packs in 2020, 2021. I don't remember what year was on the packs. I still have some. With players, some are still in the league, some are not. Some of those were rookies at the time that have blown up and become a big deal since then. In the very same way that it's printed on cardboard and it exists there and now has become, sports cards have become absolutely gargantuan over the last few years. Deals into the tens of millions of dollars for cards. Guess what? Topps is still in the top sales on Wax repeatedly on the secondary market. 5 years later. Could Funko be the same thing? Yes. You have licensed stuff, licensed product, digital, which to now has only been mostly the way to get to the physical product. But there, I have always said I like collecting the digital, and I think some of you do here too. And digital collecting, has it been on the decline lately? Yes. Has it been morphing lately? Yes. Is collecting a digital skin in Fortnite the same as collecting an NFT? Maybe not right now. What does 4 or 5 years from now look like? What can we do? What utilities will be built? What applications will be built to use the Wax blockchain to do other things with? We don't know. There could be a huge demand or no demand in a month, a year, 2 years, whatever. A few more YouTubes and then I'll come back to Twitter. Like we've always said, if Nike themselves can't stop bots, no way Funko can. Your lips to God's ears. Let's see. Back to Twitch. How will it affect Wax? Great question. I've said for a long time that I thought that the transactions from the Funko stuff was probably one of the majority of anything going on Wax. And even though a lot of that was happening on Droppp now, it still technically was built on Wax and is happening on Wax in the background. Will we see those number of transactions diminish? Probably not immediately, but it will probably slowly trail off simply because there will be less and less supply. But like the Topps thing, as more and more get burned, more and more people stop collecting, less and less are listed on the market. Could we see it then take off again? We could. Daz the Dazzler, late to the party. What did I miss on the Droppp situation? Is it over in a small roundup? No, it is. We don't know for sure. There are rumors. We're still getting little bits of information. The only thing we know for sure, the only receipt I have, and again, this could be manipulated, but I'm hoping that two random people shared different interactions with Funko, and basically Funko has made the difficult decision to reduce a portion of our Droppp team as a part of strategic refocus of our operations. Droppp remains committed to supporting our community and partners, and by our day-to-day operations will continue without interruption. What we don't know is, how do you determine that? As corporate speak, does that mean that we're only going to finish out the existing packs and the Droppp Arcade and then we're done? Or does that mean it's going to be business as normal? We're just figuring it out internally, and we're gonna be back with y'all with updates soon. We don't know. Bad Bloke says, "Yep, botting kills collecting." Botting definitely has an impact on collecting. Kills it? No. It has an impact, and I'm not trying to just be combative to you, Bad Bloke, but what I feel like you're doing is sharing a lot of what people are saying. You read that in the comments, and then yeah. We need some flippers in order to set value. Flippers are not necessarily botters, but there can be some overlap. It does have an impact, but it also might help create demand. I don't like it. I want it done. I want it completely done. I'm 100% with you on that. But I don't think the proof is in the pudding that it just kills it. Impacts it, yes. Pugwash says, "I'm really hoping as well, Sully. It's brought a lot of the community together, and people are this Pugwash from Digital Pop Kingdom, by the way, gang. And people are admitting how much they like the NFT designs. I would love to see. There's another Droppp post. I would love to see everybody. That's just the mini contest. It just now told me on Twitter. Okay. I would like to see this get into the ears and eyes of the decision makers, and they go, "Oh wait, hey, let's retool, let's rethink about this." But the truth of the matter is, we had 4 years. We had 4 years to speak with our money, to speak on social, to follow Droppp. Droppp is still at 14,300 followers. If I am a CEO of a big company, I look at that and go, what'd you build? No offense to Droppp team. No offense. But those numbers need to be a lot bigger. A lot bigger. I don't know what the answer is and how you do it. Clearly. Because they're a little bit above me. But they had to do better on that. I'm way behind on chat. I know it. I'm trying to catch up. Where is my rumored supernatural? Probably give it to even. Maybe. Yeah. The sarcasm and let's go to the latest debacle thing is what a lot of people are turning to. Yeah, the even stuff is very frustrating. Hopefully Funko learned from it. I don't think they're going to go back to that well too many times. This is equivalent to the whole warehouse situation. In 6 months, it'll simply be a thing we reference every once in a while. Anyone who's still remaining might be more quiet if they suddenly have to take on the workload of 2+ people. Bingo! Priscilla's absolutely right. Right, it could have been in the can already and they pretend business is normal until boom, it isn't. Yep. The links being removed and the artists being let go are the things that make me sad because I cannot reconcile that. 100%. Those are some really key things to look at in whether or not this is real. All could be combated with a post from Droppp right now. We could see it on Twitter. We could see it on Instagram. They could do a story, whatever. Something to put us at ease. But guess what? Over the weekend, the prices of everything, the value went up. There was a lot more activity. Do you just let it simmer a little bit? Do you toy with us a little bit? Maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. Nadu said, what would happen to our digital collection if Droppp closes their door and site? It's a real big question. I don't think they would close down the site anytime soon. I think more likely what they'll do is let it live on because you do have, like, they could say transfer everything over to Wax. But we have a whole bunch of Droppp exclusives you can't do that with. If they somehow could go back in there and flip a switch and say, oh, now you can transfer everything to Wax, they could say you have until X date, transfer it to your Wax account, we're done. We're washing our hands of it. But more than likely, they will let it live on for months, if not years. I collected E-Tops back in 2006 or 2007. I just got an email stating that Topps would be shutting down that website permanently in the upcoming months. It hasn't been active for a decade. But they are just now going to shut it down. I could see Funko doing something similar. If they announce new drops, it would discredit some individuals. Not entirely. They could have had this stuff canned and ready to go. It could still be distributed. It could slow down the conversation that would pick back up when there was an announcement drop. Nate. AI bots are replacing the employees at Droppp. LOL. I hope not. Is it possible? Yeah. Are we seeing that with a lot of businesses? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure it would really piss some people off. I heard an interesting thing over the weekend talking to Jungle Bry, and that was he had an artist friend who was selling some physical cards at a show, at like a con, and she put on the packaging and or maybe even on the cards, not produced by AI. Not because she was pissed about the use of AI or had some like big uproar about it, but she wanted to test with people to see if that would have an impact on whether they bought or not. And it absolutely did increase purchases because people feel like AI is stealing. And there's a lot of proof of that, right? AI is stealing. It's bad. We don't want to get into this. AI does everything. And so her sales did go up when she put that on there. McDonald's recently with McDonaldland put out this really cool video where they went back to like the basics of old school McDonald's with puppets and all this stuff. Immediately people were like, it's AI made, it's AI made. McDonald's shared the behind the scenes making of how they did it, which I guess could have been done by AI, but doesn't seem like it, just to shut up all the people who were screaming AI. It's a big thing. This battle against AI is a concern. And I feel like if Funko were to announce that they were using AI, which they probably wouldn't, they just continue, there'd be a lot of pushback. Poppin' Stock says USDC is in our Solana wallet. Droppp could shut down right now, and our USDC is still accessible using Phantom, for example. There are other extensions. There you go. Shock's House. Hey, what's up? I think everything will be fine either way. Funko will honor the commitments. Patrick invested so much effort into this. I'm sure he would be crushed. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they will honor the existing commitments. I don't think there's any problem there. I think people don't panic about your USDC. Don't panic about the existing packs or things that are supposed to be delivered to you because you've already turned in your redemption coins, or whether Droppp Arcade will end season 2. Will they do season 3? Don't know. But they have the pop, so why not? And they can make money off of it every time something's burned, right? Or every time something changes hands through a sale. I'm way behind on chat. I'm trying to catch up. I'm so sorry. I'm way behind. Professor Josh, now is Droppp fully Token Wave, or is Droppp just Funko's side of Token Wave, with Funko having majority stake in it? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if at any point that Funko officially owned Droppp outright. My gut tells me yes, because it sounded like when the team from Droppp was speaking at SDCC, they were like, well, Funko's our boss. That still could be interpreted a lot of different ways, but I think Funko may have officially purchased all of Droppp back in the day. I don't know. It's funny to me that 2 videos Funko leakers shared from said video artist are both about layoffs and things going away. 2 videos shared from said video artist. I don't think that's funny. Maybe I misunderstand the statement. But I can imagine if this leaker, this anonymous source, decided to share, they would share with multiple channels. So I would see the same story getting said twice. Not too shocked by that. Bad Bloke says, I didn't know this. Their terms of service covers themselves pretty well. I'd have to read it. I don't know. Priscilla says, I've messed up with packaging before too and just rolled with it. Nobody cared. And I think that's how it should be. I mean, you have the benefit of a very dedicated fan base, and we know your heart is in it and you always want to do it right and mistakes happen. There's something that happens when something goes really mainstream and gets too big that the fan base thinks that they can demand whatever they want. I've never agreed with it. The posts that we used to get at Funko, you cowards, you wouldn't do this, you're cowardly, or you're scared. Like, that's they immediately just want to ignore every one of those. Like, just take it out of our algorithm so we never see it again. Like, I don't understand that stuff. You won't do this. Get away. I'm keeping my misspellings. I am so far behind. I'm sorry, gang. Randy C said, yeah, they agreed with Magician needed fixing. They, question mark, thought it makes sense the product and process look bad to keep an error like that though. I don't think it's that big a deal. I'm weird. I get it. I know I'm weird. But my thought is always, does it matter that much? If we all have the same misspelled box, will anybody be talking about it in a year? Yeah, only to rile people up on social and get a laugh. Or in the comments on a live. It doesn't ultimately matter. My opinion. You have your opinion. I'm not trying to tell you to change it. I'm just telling you to think about it. Might have been an uncomfortable conversation for the digital team to explain an unexpected physical box expense to the finance department. Yeah, I mean, they could have thrown production under the bus. Probably housed differently. They're probably under the Funko umbrella, but... Healer Revenge says, I will say the errors on G.I. Joe is whatever. That's kind of funny. If only all the other people took your same approach to it. Shock's House, on paper, the 78% reduction in income for the last 2 years looked bad. I could see a CEO targeting a big reduction like that without knowing more about the project. Therein lies the problem. He doesn't even have time to research it. I would beg him to. If I could get in a room, I'd be like, dude, can we look at this together? Give me 2 hours and I will change your mind. You have built this thing that is set to go. It is set to take advantage of this change in mindset and collecting that will happen over the next 5, 10, 15 years. If you stop now, you're doing yourself a disservice. Just tone it down, find a way to keep it going, and ride that wave out. And it will win in the long run. But again, he's got to make immediate changes. Professor Josh, when is the next stockholder meeting? It'll be interesting to hear from a new CEO since it's been silent on public about anything yet. I hope he had some kind of welcome to Funko employees internally. So January, February, March means beginning of April. April, May, June means the beginning of July. July, August, September means the beginning of October. I would imagine we're about a month out from the next stockholder meeting. I've been on record saying Erica from Stranger Things 2 bankrupt dropped because of how many times they had to remake her. The remaking of a pop, if it's, let's just call it 2,000 pieces, their average cost to make those pops is probably around $5 to $7 a piece now. Based on what I knew before and inflation, let's call it $8. Just to say it got that bad. That's $16,000? That ain't bankrupting anything. Shipping, bump it up to $25,000. It never shipped to people, so you still have the cost of the original ship. $25,000 isn't bankrupting anything. Even if you have to do it 3 times. Jumps to Frog. Unfortunately, the digital collectibles only seemed like a pathway for most fans to get exclusive physical pops. I know you would go through each pack in NFT and admire the artwork and sounds, but I don't think it was norm for most collectors. That's true. People seemed so disappointed if they didn't get redeemables. Yeah, I think there was too much of a dependence on the physical collectibles by many of the collectors. And they saw the digital as a throwaway item. I've never felt that way. Yeah. So I am an anomaly. I am the minority. But will I be in 5 to 10 years? I don't think so. One thing that bothers me, they remade the Batman 85 Series 2 boxes because of the recycle stamp. They should have never done that. I kind of agree. That one wasn't a production error on the art side. It was a production error in the production, like the actual physical production, the manufacturing. To me, that would have fallen on the manufacturer to eat the cost and redo that. So there's a chance Funko didn't have to pay for that at all. Maybe it has nothing to do with their operations, but has to do with their lack of faith in the future of NFTs. A great point, Chuck. A rare, great point from... I'm kidding. That's a really great point. A new CEO comes in. He has a vision for the future of the company. And if digital was not part of that vision, maybe the past CEO was the only thing keeping it around. That's a very good point. It could all have nothing to do with the money. It could have nothing to do with even breaking even, but just purely a gut feeling. We may have only gotten NFTs from Funko in the first place because Brian Mariotti read a couple of articles, saw a couple of videos about Bored Ape Yacht Club, and was like, let's make our version of Bored Apes. That could have been it, because back then, that's kind of how it worked. Brian could come in on a Monday after a weekend of watching a TV or a series on Netflix and gone, love the show, let's do the pops. And within weeks, it was happening. Lot of gut and emotional feelings go into these decisions. Should they? I mean, that's what made Funko what it was, right? Comic Zombie. I'm scared to read this. The answer to control bots or synthetics is either cybernetics, enhanced humans, cyborgs, or a human mind in a bot body hybrids. Thank you for giving us the plot to Alien Earth. Priscilla said they might be failing to realize that the future of wax really hinges on their decision and not the other way around. I don't think that... Maybe the Droppp team got it because they were at that panel, right? But I don't think Funko ever understood that they kind of had a responsibility to the wax platform. Once they came on and became what they were, there was a little bit of ownership by them. Maybe not financially, but they were the tent poles that kept it up, right? And without them there, I don't know what the future of wax has for us. I'm not jumping ship right now, but I'm re-looking at things, right? Do I put my time and effort into it? Is it worth it? I still think one project could come along tomorrow. A game. I've always said it was a game, and I still think it would be. And just goes, digital skins, play our game. There's a AAA title you get on Xbox. Connect your Wax account. Every time you do this in game, you're going to get one of these cool things. This weekend, you complete an event, you get this cool NFT. You buy a weapon in game that becomes an NFT. You can transfer it out. You can sell it to other people that can bring it into their account. Could happen. We've got changes to the app platforms for iOS and Android thanks to Fortnite. And I'm not saying Fortnite would make them NFTs, but now the legal precedent has been set that Apple and Android don't necessarily get 30% of every transaction. That could open up so many doors. Professor Josh says if the new CEOs did it, it would have been weird before he started to get a handle what's going on with the business, unless he was just going with what he's been told. Oh, that's not odd at all. It's not odd at all. CEOs make decisions all the time without all the information. They depend on a few people to give them what they need. They come in, like I said, and they ask for a presentation, and Patrick and team put together a presentation, and if it doesn't wow the CEO, or if he doesn't feel it, he can go, okay, that's done. Move on to the next thing. If you look at how, I know this will ruffle some feathers, and I don't really care. If you look at the way Elon Musk does stuff, you hear internally some people just absolutely hate him. He makes quick decisions and moves on. He doesn't dwell on it. Does it work? He's one of the richest people on the planet. You tell me. Knowing C's past, I would say this just was pushed by her. Oh, Cynthia. We had to go from Cynthia to C's. Shock's House. I mean, they spent like $5 million acquiring Token Wave. I find it hard to believe them shutting down a profitable line. I agree, but I wonder how much did it cost to start up Soda, which was around less time, ultimately. I mean, it's still around technically, but not really. How much money did they spend to start Blockbuster Rewind? They had to pay a lot of licensing fees on that. I wish we knew. I would guess both of those lines cost more than $5 million to start up. What's up, Shep? How are you now? Professor Josh, timing doesn't really fit. If she was talking about Cynthia, she would have let the team present. Wouldn't have let the team present at SDCC, usually scheduled months before. I agree with that. Priscilla said the thing about collectors and botting is that if the company shows that they're at least trying to combat it, then it goes a long way towards goodwill. And the other thing is that if there are several non-sellouts in a row, the hype dies. Like most things, it's all about finding balance. Well worded as always. We have to, in talking about all this stuff, and I'm emotional still right now, so I'm probably coming across as a real dick on some of this stuff, and I don't really care because I'm passionate about it, but I'm also level-headed enough to go, let's look at the facts, and let's look at, from a business perspective, that there are both facts and emotions involved there, and what ultimately could have transpired or will transpire. I think we have to find a balance. We don't call them idiots or what they did stupid. We don't have the information to make those assessments. Could we emotionally say, oh, I'm really bothered by this and I wish they wouldn't do it? Sure, that's fair. For you to go, that was a stupid decision, you don't really know. Yeah, Shep, we're talking about Droppp, and it's a long thing to recap right now, so that might be best. But I'm trying to just share what's true, have an open conversation about it, and honestly, in a dream, Funko. There is a discussion on the table we could have always had that I would still love to have. New CEO Josh, you have a chance, man. Like you could see this even as a clip and go, who is this idiot? I loved collecting digital Funko. I have talked about it for 4.5 years. Hours a week on stream. I have educated thousands of people on how to do this, and I fully believe in the future. And so do so many other people in projects across Wax, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, name it. Do the research on NFTs in general, and they may have been on the decline, but there are real signs of resurgence. Look at Disney Pinnacle. Look at Fanable that I'm about to look at. Look at all these other projects that are doing it. Pudgy Penguins. Look at that McFarlane Toys. Look at the panel that some of your people were on, or your former people now, I don't know which, during SDCC. Look at these companies and the future, the road they have paved and are going down now. It's not the time to take the dirt road off to the side or turn around and go back to the farm. It's time to move forward. Make a commitment to it. Let the world know. And let's have I would love to come in and have a meeting. Let me come in. I'll serve as a consultant. And let's talk about it. Let's figure it out. There's a path to victory here. Fourth curator, fair. People don't even like or comment on Dropp's post. I say this all the time. If you're a fan of something and you want to continue to see the posts and the products, every time, heart it. Comment on it, repost it. If you just ignore it, you're just a stalker and you're not doing that company any good. Bad bloke, this is an absolute true statement. I think Funko is having issues altogether. Yeah, I started off talking about a $45 million loss, give or take. I don't remember the exact number in the last quarter. Your second CEO, not counting the interim CEO, your second CEO in the last 2 years. Yeah, your stock down significantly. Those are all signs of issues. I'm not making fun. I'm not poking. I'm saying these are true facts. They would still make money on sales even if no new drops happen. That is correct, but it is a very small percentage. Even if they did, $500,000 in the next month, which I don't think is an accurate number, but could be. How much do they net? What's the percentage? 4? They get 4% of that? Do the math. It's not great, but they do make a little money. They can't take them right because we paid for them, says Punked. Probably check the terms of service. I would imagine that anything stored on the Droppp website is you're using it for free. And if they decide to shut it down, you're SOL. I would assume. I haven't read it. That's worst case scenario. I would hope they would go, hey, you can transfer all these over to Wax. And boy, would I. Most people don't have a Wax wallet. It would be crazy the amount of cards that would be lost forever in a dead wallet. 100%. There'd be another opportunity to train and learn, but would people listen? They didn't want to listen before. Would they listen now? Professor Josh, they probably can't let Wax have the Droppp exclusives unless the licenses allow it. I'm sure reason why most people were owned by Disney for Droppp exclusive. Yep. I at least if I could transfer all the ones that weren't. I saw a weird screenshot on the Discord over there. All the ones that weren't Disney exclusives, if they do say the end's near, I would try to transfer all those other ones out. It would be a shame to lose, especially things like the Minnie Mouse that I speculated on being great and was totally wrong on. They could do a poster of here's our next 15 drops over the next 2 years as a message that they're not done. That'd be huge peaking. That'd change everything. Bad bloke, I have an order from the 3rd that has not been touched. Fan rewards haven't been issued. 6 days does seem a little long, but there's a lot of turmoil going on there too. Don't know. I don't know what to tell you on that. It would depend on where the booth was at, says Chuck. If I like the art, I would buy it regardless of where the art came from. I think there's a fair amount of people that agree with you, but I think that if you polled 1,000 people on that scenario I talked about, not made by AI, on the packaging and or the actual art, 60, 70, 80% right now would be like, oh, I'm more likely to buy it. I don't want AI art. I don't want that stuff. That's theft. That's not made by real people. And that's a fair, again, it seemed like I'm being really snarky towards their opinions. That's their opinion and they're welcome to it. Yeah, Funko is slow right now. I have 5 separate pop orders that haven't been shipped yet. Yeah. This was also confirmed Droppp is 100% owned by Funko. Okay, good to know. Here, the revenge. I'm sorry I'm like 10 minutes behind on that. We discussed that yesterday. It was confirmed 100% Funko owned. Yeah, 2022, the final acquisition, and it's on the earnings and loss statements. I can't believe we missed talking about that. Hey, Obi-Wan the homie, what's happening? Congrats on your recent win, Sully. See you at NYCC. Yeah, let's go. I can't wait to see everybody there. I'm excited. Sully's replying to comments made last Friday, basically. What about Sporty Ball? How did your cowboy hats do? Says Nadu. Must be talking. You must be talking to the Cowboys. If you're talking about the Texans, not good. Getting 2 hours of any CEO's time is a big ask, though. Oh, 100% peaking. I'm just dreaming. Professor Josh, I'm sure moving away from Droppp/digital NFT would hurt their stock more. When they brought NFT and it went up $4, 20 to 24 now. Well, not apples to apples. When they made that announcement before, NFTs were the hot thing. And people were spending millions of dollars on Bored Apes. Now, they're not. Everything has been down for a long time. So I don't think saying we're exiting NFTs would have a $4 impact and bring the stock to zero. I don't think there's any way. Digital Pop Kingdom, just drop it in real quick. Again, sorry if it took me so long to get there. Would love to see a 2026 arcade season. I think they could do it on the cheap and show it as an investment to relaunching the product while keeping users. But that's wishful thinking. If they announced a Funkoween 3 drop, they'd do record numbers. The digital product was a good way to make some passive income on aftermarket sales. Any statement right now about arcade, about a new pack drop, about the future of the platform would be welcomed. Would be welcomed by fans. They may not be in a position to do that right now, or they may have made their decision and are like, we're just gonna like homer this into the bushes. We're not gonna talk about it because it'll be met with too much anger and resentment and back talk, and we're not really wanting to deal with that. That's a shame. Shock Sal says, oh, I love this question already. I don't know the answer. I asked Brian about NFTs for Thrilljoy, and he most definitely has zero interest, and you can see regret from his Funko days. Well, good. Brian, please give me your login for your wallet so I can get that NFT I've been wanting to get for years. Boba James, selling my DP account. All right. Good. I hope somebody wants it, or hope somebody buys it. I want it. I don't have the cash for it. Why breaking even when Sully can be a breakdancing cowboy? Here the revenge. They had to change Blockbuster Rewinds to just Rewinds because they weren't allowed to use the BB name. They only could use it for X amount of time. They probably had it like for a 1-year license or something. Making quick decisions might lead to more mistakes, but it also means you can also quickly correct mistakes. Fair. Nadu said, Sully, the way I'm seeing the Wax blockchain, it seems to be going lower or backwards. Think about it. You have been on the blockchain for the past 5 or so years, and now how many collectors did you get involved in compared to now? I think there are far less projects right now on the blockchain than years past, and can it grow? This is the $1 million question to get the solution. Yeah, I totally agree. Things have been on the decline. Number of projects, number of sales, overall dollars spent, Wax values down. Things like Twitchy Tide still rocking along, right? But we need more. But getting a company to commit to coming in and doing something on the Wax blockchain right now, very difficult. It would be a very difficult sale. Having said that, there is no platform that is quicker in their ability to mint and transfer. That's why it was built. And it's very possible that Wax could go, guess what? We've reached the end of what we can do. We're for sale now. They have a platform built, just like Droppp has a platform built. Some other company could come in and go, we've got a game and we've been looking for the platform to facilitate these skins. That reason you originally designed it, we like that. We're gonna buy it. We're gonna acquire it from you. This could be Epic Games. Epic Games could acquire it. They could rebrand it. They could make the Wax blockchain into the Epic blockchain. I'm just using an example. I know they've been integrated in some way with different projects and Nike and the was it called Dot Air, all that stuff. But just as an example, a company could buy them to facilitate a need they have that they don't want to have to build separately. And in doing so, they could make it theirs, and the existing stuff could still be on there. Maybe they could even repackage and sell it to other companies like, here, we have the solution for gaming. And this whole thing could pick up tomorrow, but it's an if. There is a value in the Wax name and the blockchain technology that is valuable to someone. I spent 4 years of my life heavily involved in the Funko NFTs. It really is crushing to think about its dissolution. Digital will be greatly involved in the future of collecting. I 100% agree. At the beginning, I said this is an emotional thing for me, and it is. On a scale of 1 to when I got laid off from Funko, one of the worst days of my life, I've had a few worse, believe it or not. This is above a 5, and I didn't think I would feel it the way I'm feeling it, but I'm feeling it. I've said forever I'm passionate about this, and that is true. I'm trying to look at it from analytical, smart, fair eyes. But the passion in me says, please keep it going. I'm so excited about it still. Callard said, my wife worked for a subsidiary of the largest maker of disposable cups. Their company was profitable, but the owners decided they did not want to be in that business area anymore and closed it, even though it was profitable. Yep, happens more than you'd think. Misty said, I think there is a possibility that Droppp moved from artist working for the company versus just using freelance artists doesn't mean Droppp is ending. Very true. Very possible. On the other hand, Funko did remove Droppp from their website. That part is pretty telling, or at least an interesting fact that we should go, why, if they were going to be around, why would they do that? Darth Wacko, my want to add you live close, and the new CEO wouldn't even need to pay airfare to have lunch with you. So you tell me the date and time, sir. I will be there, and I will share with you why this could work and how I could help. Walking Miracle, the remove from website idea has always baffled me. Hadn't we just looked for it and it was there in a different place than we expect? Yeah, Walking Miracle, we had just scrolled to the bottom of the page last week. Hey, TAGD, how's it going? I'll call you tagged. That's probably what you meant. Shep said, regardless of the outcome of this drop situation, man, am I so glad we got to have a Marvel drop. Yeah, 100%. And you know what? I don't regret having participated in this. If the rumors are true, I don't regret having participated in this. It has been so much fun. I've learned so much about collecting on another level. I've learned about the blockchain. I've learned that I brought out my inner artist and started doing some of my own things that I didn't think I was capable of. It's been a journey. Like most of my life, I do something I love. It ends abruptly. I go into this like self-assessment, re-look at things, unearth a new passion, study it until I'm a master at it, and then watch it fade to zero again, or immediately, abruptly end, and then I find the next thing. Is this just the next thing for me? Is it a sign from God? Could be. I just heard a sermon not too long ago by my like the church that we attend on Sundays digitally, and he said that a long time ago, the preacher, he no longer asked God to open doors, but he asked God to close doors, to close off the things that he didn't need to focus on anymore because it wasn't where he needed to put his time. Maybe this is a closed door. Punked. Do it again, Punked. It's fine. It's fine. Now that you told me, you're good. You can send it again. Bad Bloke says, literally just sent the DHL shipping in the last 10 minutes. Well, how perfect. Walking Miracle, especially if the con has a clause against AI and you signed up to be an exhibitor under those rules, you're breaking the rules clear as day. Valid. Priscilla said, on the AI discussion, I think the proof happened at DragonCon when the AI person was escorted out by police. A shrine formed at their empty table. A lot of artists and attendees leaving notes and a lot of discussion where attendees were grateful because they want to buy from real artists. Wow, that is very telling. Wow, that's very interesting. Hey, nice, Shep. That's amazing. You know what, Shep? I talked to Tech, and I think I'm going to team up with him, and we'll be coming to the VFriends booth Thursday morning, first thing. Can't wait to see it. That's going to be amazing, man. Yeah, thanks to Priscilla's giveaway, not rigged. Thanks to Priscilla's giveaway, I donated money. She had pulled together this amazing package of prizes benefiting Extra Life. I won. My name was selected at random, and I'm going, baby. I'm so excited. Darth Wacko probably answered this, and I missed it. Could this just be a pause temporarily to let the dust settle on what is Wax, and then we might see a move to build Droppp/Funko own blockchain and unique crypto stable coins? I think there's two parts to that. Could it be a pause to reassess things and figure out a new path forward? Yes. If you were going to, however, try to build your own blockchain, or it doesn't even have to be a blockchain, but we like that for many reasons. But if they wanted to do that, I don't know that you would fire or let go, dispose of, repurpose really valuable employees that know that space well. Or could you be repurposing them temporarily within the company, only to then have them come back? I don't know. I think there's a lot of possibilities. Oh, thank you, Misty. Thank you for jumping in there. Heading home. We'll be listening. All right, Chuck, thank you for being here, sir. 5 is a fave number. Definitely mine. My sources tell me that they have hired Sully to start making digital art for their NFTs. Oh, hear the revenge. I would get so much for people. No, don't put that on me. Would I love to be involved in it? Yes. Would I love to do the art? No. Hell no. You know what I do? We were talking about this on Digital Pop Kingdom. Great conversations going on over there, by the way. We were talking about this over there. I've said this before, and I think it would be so cool. When the art on this stuff was being produced, how cool would it have been to get the sketches, the back of the napkin sketches, as Pugwash or somebody said over there, and turn those into NFTs. I've said this before. We saw from one of the artists that he drew out the sandwich. That kind of art as a NFT redeemable, where you get the actual art, that kind of stuff would be amazing. The NFTs didn't have to be all digital cards from packs. We saw that executed through the stickers, through the Droppp code redemption stickers. Hey, here's a different thing you can have in your wallet by attending a con and talking to us. There's all kinds of ways they could have done this. Droppp Arcade. Participate at all during the season. Get a special sticker NFT to say you were 333. Be the top person. Be the poppin' craze. Get the number 1 of 1, first place NFT. They could have expounded on that. We only saw one trial, poorly executed, and I blame that mostly on Walmart. I'm kidding. It was both parties, but buy a physical, get a digital. I think a lot of us wanted to see more of that. Yeah, there's logistical issues with that, but you could find a way to make it work, right? I think that'd be really cool. They could. I didn't even think about this before. Their new limited edition things. They could have done that. They could have done buy the physical, get the digital. I could have created a whole other set of NFTs and sources, and those NFTs didn't have to look anything like the cards from the Droppp or the Droppp packs. They have the platform, they have the building, they have the structure. Now execute differently. It could be done. I'm glad I bought a bunch of packs of Disney villains last week and was lucky with how high they are. Yeah, they've been moving. Could someone like Dapper Labs take the reins of Droppp to keep it going? Likely, since they're on a different blockchain, it would be difficult, but they understand the marketing and the technology, and maybe. I don't think it's their cup of tea. Really, it's not apples to apples. They're not used to making things in such high quantities and physical redemptions to be sent, and I don't know. Maybe. Shock's House says, so true about new passions in life and things ending abruptly. Hurts in the moment, but we look back later and realize why it happened and are grateful, just never know. Yep. I mean, I'm not going to unlearn the things I learned. As I get older, I forget more, but I'm not going to unlearn those things, and I think it'll come into play. Misty said, although Sully will see my post next week. Not rigged. I want a refund, and it's not rigged. I'm not interested. Here the Revenge says, do you think they would ever merge Droppp and Funko to the same website? So instead of having to go to Droppp for your NFTs, you can access them from Funko.com. I mean, I don't think there would be a need to do so unless they were going to, and me looking around is my thought process going, right? You guys know that now. Why would you need to? Unless you aligned your physical sales that resulted in also getting a NFT. Like, you know, it'd be interesting. I'm just spitballing here. Buy a pop from us on Funko.com. That's the only way this works. You also get the digital NFT, and your fan rewards points are now issued as NFTs. The NFTs can have variable assets, variable attributes. So you could build an NFT that is your wallet, and we're going to put your points in there, and you would use those points to do other things. And then on the flip side, they could do the distribution of the LEs the same way. And they could say, you're going to use your points from your digital wallet to access the Droppp and buy that digital NFT. And then by virtue of doing that, we will issue you your physical NFT. There's 100 ways you can go about it. The question is, why would you want to? Could it help combat bots? Could it help provide a more rich experience that would onboard more people into the digital space. Ultimately, I don't think it's necessary, but could be a thing. Is that an owl? Me when the next Funko drop by a new artist hires Sully. Why is everything an owl? Blues Boy, the path we make in life turns moments to memories. God gives us different paths to show our inner skills, to make the path more meaningful and beautiful with those who come in and out of our life. You have the gift of voice in spreading love and kindness. Whatever path you go down, so will be your voice in making life more beautiful for others and yourself. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Blues Boy. Thank you for sharing that. That's amazing. I love that. If you're going to NYCC, you can try to get a few minutes with Josh CEO. I would bet the better half of my $0 that Josh CEO will not be there, nor will he be public facing. If he were to be there, it would be for some sort of meetings with other companies while there, but that's not typically when that happens. When I was there at the different cons, Brian would make an appearance. He would sometimes be there for a number of hours. But Brian was much more like, this was my thing that I helped create or at least usher along from what Mike created. They were different CEOs because they were closer to it. I would love to see him do that. I would love to see him go to a con and say, let me get some time with the influencers. Let me get some time with the people working the front lines. And let me talk to them because I want to understand this company that I'm in charge of piloting now. I want to know what makes this company tick. I want to see the fans. I would love that. I would respect the hell out of that. But I don't think it'll happen. Pugwash, please lie to me and say it's all going to be fine. I can get on with my day. Look, it is all going to be fine. Is it all going to be, are we going to have more drops and this continues forever? Who knows? Is it going to be fine? Yeah, we're talking about collectibles and toys and passions. And at the same time, I say I'm very emotional about this. I also question myself and go, why? Are these the things that matter? Is this what matters most? Or is it the people in your life? Like, should you really be worried about things that do matter? Maybe, again, another closed door. Bad Bloke 771. I started collecting in January and have spent thousands of dollars. What is the secret of getting enough fan rewards to get those 25K fan rewards points? Bad Bloke, that's a good question. I don't spend much on Funko.com. I spend all my money, spend all my money on the NFTs because I really fully believed in those as the future because they were limited numbers, and they still could be. I don't know that there's any secret to getting the 25,000 fan rewards points other than constantly purchasing from there, doing those activities, even though those come in 10 and 50 point increments. You still can build up over time to something, but I don't know the answer. Sorry. P-King, I do think the average new customer would understand / trust go to Funko.com to set up your digital collecting account versus go to Droppp. Fair. I do see that. You're right. Could the retooling remove the Droppp name and just make it Funko Digital? Could the Droppp accounts go away and the Funko Digital be rolled into the Funko account where you have over millions of viewers? Yeah, those could be smart retools in a way. I personally like the idea of separate accounts for Droppp on Instagram, Twitter, etc. because there are some messages in there that don't necessarily need to go to everybody about the end of Arcade Season 2, the mini contest, the whatever. But the announcement of pack drops absolutely needs to be repetitively shared on the main social accounts, and it never was. I want to go back through and do a study and see how many times they actually shared about Funko Digital on the Funko accounts. I'm willing to bet it's definitely less than 100. I'm willing to bet it's less than 50. And for a project that was around for 4.5 years. I think it would help bring in more people since they could just go to one website. You might be right here, Lervinch. Now, B2B toy fairs, that's where you might show up. Absolutely, Walking Murder, you're right there. Professor Josh, I feel like I'm going to save a bunch of money with both Droppp and Funko Sodas going away. So if this is all true, I have to say it a million times because my words will still be taken out of context. If this is true, where do I put my time? I'm not done with digital. Funko might be done if they are, if rumor, but I'm not. Where do I focus next? And that leads to, when we get done with this conversation, or at least finally let it subside a bit, I'm loving looking at Fanable. I'm very excited about Fanable, and I'm very excited about Disney Pinnacle. Two amazing opportunities with lots of promise. I'm going over there. So move my money over. Move the little bit of money I have over. Poppin' Stock says, yeah, but while the people we care for us are at work, what the hell are we gonna do? Poppin' Stock is one of the first people I thought about. And the more I've talked to Priscilla, Digital Pop Kingdom, Shock's House, so many of us were so integrated with this and spent so much time on it and spent so much time trying to make it successful from our little chunk, our little space of the internet, trying to help it along. And I think that might be one of the things that hurts most, is like, I did get at least some acknowledgement and some love from the Droppp team, especially in the final drops. And I was like, I made the mistake. I'm sorry if this is my fault. I was like, dang, it's turning around. Here we go. They're like giving me some money. I'm doing more giveaways. We're going to educate more people. They're going to embed my stream on the Droppp page. And now probably over. Like just when it was starting to turn the corner, man. Arizona sports fans, what's up? How are you now? Monster Pete says, if Droppp is going away, I guess I will go with Lego. I mean, there's nothing sad about that. That's cool. But it's different, yeah. Red Ranger, 90 minutes later, he has done it. He has caught up with the chat. Hey, I stuck with it. I don't think I caught up with all of YouTube, though. David Vu stopped in probably like 6 months ago. Said, finally caught up. Someone mentioned earlier on about silence is compliance. Please keep in mind that sometimes silence is necessary, whether it's NDAs, safety reasons, and so on. Perfect answer, thank you. People will always prioritize their livelihood and or well-being over commenting on situations. Not always. No, not always. I mean, yeah, there are times where I've shut my mouth because it was connected to my job. And then there's times where I was like, job's not worth it. There was a time in Funko, and I've told this story before, where I probably sealed my fate. And that was the meeting about the fan rewards program, where our boss, who had been our boss for about a year and a half, Molly, had taken over marketing. And she didn't know Funko, but she learned it pretty quick. Kudos to her for learning it and understanding that I was one of the people that she needed to come to when she needed to understand the fans' perspective. And we had meetings about the fan rewards program. And during those, by the way, I never signed an NDA. I did not receive any severance whatsoever from Funko at the end. So as far as I'm concerned, I can talk about whatever the hell I want. I wouldn't disparage them, but I could talk about whatever I want. Anyway, they were like, okay, we're putting together the fan rewards program. What does it look like? What does this mean? Let's get everybody to sign up. And then they promised in writing a bunch of things, including a birthday gift. Right? And then they had some other meetings I wasn't around. And finally, we had a big department meeting. And in that meeting, Molly turned and said, Sully, you're not going to like this. And I was already like, okay, what is it? She goes, we've decided that the gift for the Funko Rewards program, the birthday gift, will be a coupon. I was like, a coupon for a free item? And she's like, no, like 15% off of a single product. And I was like, this is one of those moments. I'm not shutting my mouth. I'm like, that is ridiculous and a slap in the face to everybody that you promised to. And to me, because you made me lie. You made me lie repeatedly. And I don't like doing that. I'm not going to lie for anybody. It's not right. You promised a gift. That is not a gift. That is, you buy something from us and we'll give you a little discount. It's the gift of, we'll give you $1 worth of something if you give us $15 worth of something. And I was pissed. And I was like, I don't agree with it. I won't talk about it anymore publicly. I want my disgust at this logged. I think it's a really short-sighted decision that is a slap in the face to collectors. And I left it at that. I didn't really dwell on it. I was just like, you need to know. And after that, I think things were a little different. Because I was very passionate about it in there, in front of 25 of the marketing team. I guess I won't be getting a Droppp sponsorship for the channel now. Yeah, probably not. Just did a Twitter search for the word drop on the original Funko page. The last thing they posted other than replies was for the fantastic plastic drop on 2/6/24. It's worse than I thought. Wow. No, that was Twitter. Instagram, they did a couple of more times. Wow. Bad Bloke, we're going to look at that. I'm going to share it with you guys. I'm very excited about it. Very excited. Let's see if we can get wrapped up here. All right, Priscilla, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Yeah, Shocks, I agree. I think one of the things I learned, if I ever go back to work for somebody else, I got to shut my face. Like, I get too passionate. I believe in protecting the customer and the fans and doing what's ethical and right. And guess what? That doesn't get rewarded. Unless you own your own company, that doesn't get rewarded. It's like, bottom line, what's the most least expensive way to handle things? What can we cut here to put money into something else? Marketing is often that. Marketing is often like, oh, can't you just hit the viral button? Can't you just make it work? Can't you do that without a budget? Like, we don't need it, right? Like, that's why we have this. You have 1 million people. Every time you post, 1 million people see it. No company I've worked for has gotten it, except for when I first started at Funko, and my boss Mark, and it seemed like Funko were 100% behind us doing, like, do the thing. They didn't give us a lot of budget, but they were like, do the thing, get out there, try things, see what sticks, engage the fans, and we did, and we killed it. Hillary, Cameron, Yoko, Dima, Ashley, as a team, and many other people behind the scenes, we absolutely crushed it. In fact, there was one year I'd have to struggle to find the article, but we were awarded like the second, I forget what the wording was, like the second best social media team of a company in the country, behind Netflix at the time. And we didn't apply for that. Most of those awards were only given if you apply for it, and we didn't. Just in general, as someone who heard you speak on marketing and now doing it myself, I really do understand it now. I love it, Shep. And if you ever have questions, look, where am I at in life? Am I somebody that you should listen to? Probably not. Do I have a lot of learning and knowledge and understanding? Yes. I just haven't figured out where to apply it yet. Hit the viral button might be a legit great marketing campaign. I guess maybe, right? Their TikTok hasn't been posted on since Avatar 2. Yeah, absolutely, Chef. I mean, you're already aligned with Gary V. Gary V is a freaking genius. And I don't care if anybody goes, I disagree, I don't like his attitude. I don't like when people openly give presentations and curse. But the guy does it all the time, and he's brilliant at it. He makes it work. He shows the passion without talking down to anybody. He helps everyone. He is a full believer in any single person can lift themselves up by the bootstraps and get to where they want to go. He is a freaking genius, and he is doing the thing, man. When he sat down and drew out all those V-friends and said, I'm kicking off a new thing, I'm drawing these, like, why is he drawing freaking animals? Like, how could he possibly see this working? And it is huge now. It is crazy. And the image on Dropp's FAQ is a teacher teaching about wait, what? Let's see, I see, oh, here it is, FAQ. I never would have even noticed what was on that board, stupidly, because my brain works a little differently. I look at things differently. So does Kelly, and I talk about it all the time. What the PK, I get it. That's how I felt at first too, and I've totally come around on him. So if this is all true, was that a sign? Is this the fail whale? Oh my God, that's brilliant. What great find. Oh, Dad Bloke, I really hope you don't have it against me the way I was against everything you said at the beginning. But that is absolutely brilliant. Way to contribute to the humor here. That is amazing. Also, No, I can't do that. Yeah. Sorry, I had a thought. I had an intrusive thought that I had to let go out the other side. Teaching baby monster to become a collecting whale. That is so funny. Okay, well, hey, gang, the conversation's not... hey, Bernard Bondin over on YouTube, how are you? Has anyone received the Funkoween Season 2? Series 2? Some people have. I've seen posts. I don't know, is anybody here in the chat for Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube? Have you guys received your Funkoween Series 2? You got yours today, Shep? I need to keep an eye. I would love to do an unboxing. I got 4 grails in from Funkoween so far. Shock's going big. I love it. All but one box. Yeah, I heard a few people. One person on Droppp was like, "I seriously think they send these out in waves." I'm like, "Well, yeah, probably, absolutely." Yeah, I think Funkoween 2 had some of the best molds. I love the royalty. In fact, I really love the royalty too on Dungeons and Dragons, and it's ridiculously cheap. I wonder if the artist who made these Droppp monsters on various pieces of the Droppp website is still working at Funko. I like their style. I would give them some side projects. I think Professor Josh, you could probably screenshot some of that, post it on Twitter and Instagram, and find out who it was. And you could probably get them. I just got myself a Franny Banshee. Oh, yeah, nice. Shock's House. The Grail is gorgeous, and the glow in the dark. Oh, I saw the glow on a few of them. They were dope. They were really good. Why was I bringing up my phone? Oh, to see if there'd been any Ring doorbell activity. I was too busy doing other things this morning. Oh, for the love of... Okay, there we go. Misty, thank you for that message reminder. I don't see anything on Ring, so I haven't gotten mine yet. But I'll keep an eye open. If it arrives, I'll jump on it. Bonifer! No Funkoween, but got my G Fuel. Oh, did you get the new... they have a new... What do you call it? Formula? Oh, I unplugged that. Get a toasty in here. Sorry, gang. So you guys know, I am all about putting my foot in my own mouth and saying things I shouldn't. And that's when the stream crashed. But I think I might have finally solved the whatnot problem. Or not the whatnot problem. The whatnot's not a problem. The meld problem. And it was an answer they gave me a while back that I didn't execute 100%. I had behind this, so Meld is this streaming software I use, and it's amazing. I love it. Behind this, you see the Nerdagon wall, the white with the light gray and the lines. I had it animated originally, and the file, not a giant file, but it may have been what was leading to the RAM loss, the VRAM bloat, or whatever you want to call it. And so they told me, they were like, they looked at everything, kudos to them, and they were like, hey, that file may be causing the problem. You should stop that. So I went to all the scenes, and I turned that layer off. And then eventually I removed it. But when I was over this weekend, I was doing some research trying to figure out what might still be causing the problem. I was like, wait a minute, did I remove that everywhere? And I found a couple of places where it was there still. I deleted it, and now my RAM is sitting at 5 out of 16. Normally by now it would be 16 out of 16, and I'd be anticipating a crash. I think we may have finally solved this problem. I hope so, because that was equally as frustrating as my last computer in OBS. It is not Meld's fault. Meld had the solution, and I didn't fully execute. I still am even with the problems I was having, I was going to stay with Meld. They're doing wonderful things. In fact, I won my 3rd prize through Live AF. I got a $50 gift card to, what was the name of that site? I feel bad, I don't remember. Stream Charts. So I'm anxious to start using that to help me analyze my data. So Shock's House, no, not yet. I learned something over the weekend, though, in case you were interested in this. I went through the tutorial on Whatnot that they give, which, in short, sets up OBS and sets up a remote trigger run by Whatnot that you actually use their website to say start the stream, and it starts up OBS. But then I learned, yeah, exactly, Falconer. But I learned over the weekend while researching some stuff for Whatnot that you can set up your streaming software, then show make that into a what do you call that? Hold on. The virtual camera. You can turn that into the virtual camera and send that to Whatnot, and that will work. And that's what I need to do, because I want to use Whatnot I keep doing that. I want to use Meld Studio instead of OBS. I want to completely wipe OBS out of my life. I haven't liked it in years. Meld is just solid, and it's getting better all the time, and they're showing support to their users, and they're doing they're teaching us as users how to be better streamers. And that ultimately, wow. Yeah, tell me how it works for you, Shock House. I'm excited. Have a good evening. Hear the Revenge, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful night. Chunks, I did not post the petition yet, and I'll tell you why. I have no problem with signing it, but I am a little bit concerned that we still don't have a definitive answer from Droppp. I know that sounds like I'm straddling a weird line. I did talk a lot today about but it was always the what ifs. What ifs. This is always an if. I'm talking about this and hoping it's all wrong and that we were bamboozled by a couple of anonymous sources. Yeah, I don't want to lean into it just yet, but I fully believe that Funko. Well, I more believe Funko won't change their mind, but fully believe they should revisit the situation and keep an eye on it. Hold on. Somebody just shared this on Discord. I called this from day one. That looks like the box. It is the box, right? We've already received that. But somebody was just now seeing the box and was complaining about it. I always thought that was such an interesting choice to make it so big in the corner. Tell us about this week's logo. So yeah, you got a free NFT from me, as I do every Tuesday and will for however long I can continue with this. Based on my love for the series Peacemaker, I made this free NFT that I'll be giving out to everyone. All you have to do is fill out the form. Sorry, my nose is dry. All you have to do is fill out the form. We've made that available on YouTube, and I didn't put it on Twitter because I've seen no one commenting. YouTube, if you didn't see it before, I've pinned it now, and it's pinned to Twitch thanks to Misty. Get your free NFT. One per person. Break the rules, ban forever, never get a free one. It's very simple. It's one per person. If you run into a problem like Punk did, just let me know. We solved the problem. She didn't break any rules. But I send it out tomorrow because this one's done. I'll send it out tomorrow. You'll get it in your wallet. Right now, there is utility for my NFTs. I believe still with Wombat Dungeon Master. I don't know if anybody's still playing, but if you are, a lot of my NFTs have mining power there. God bless Sasha. My NFTs have a use in utility in Twitchy Tides to get you a bonus on your Tide earned, or is it Aqua? It's Aqua earned. Shep, thank you for the Prime sub, 35 months. And then they have I forgot the name of the card game, and I feel bad because those guys are so sweet and so nice. They included me as a partner. Who can tell me the name of the game where you import your NFTs and it gives them? I feel horrible for not remembering. I think the Pupper Dupper needs to go potty. Not Una. Randy C. Meta Battler, thank you. I'm going to go let the dog out real quick as we switch gears. But let's do a Twitchy Tides. Meta Battler, yeah. I've been liking Peacemaker too. I wonder if your mascot, Hoot the Duck, would be upset by the bird blindness. Oh my God, so good. Let's get a game of Twitchy Tides going, and you guys enter in, and I'm just gonna make sure somebody can enter in first. When I come back, we'll run it, and then when this is over, we're gonna switch over and talk about Fanable and Disney Pinnacle. We can still talk about this if you guys want. Somebody's gonna come in with the "Hey, what happened?" question. We'll speak to that when the time comes. She's like, "Stop petting me and get that door open. I need to go potty. Do you need to go potty?" She's like, "Yeah, but now I'm torn because you're petting me so nicely." Come on, Twitchy. I just need to make sure somebody can get in. Okay, it's working. All right, I'm gonna take her out. I'll be right back. We're gonna run this game within 2 minutes, so just hold steady, please. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, wow. We got an audience. I'm still good? I'm still good. Where's my audio, though? Oh, there it is. It was just between songs. Uh-oh. I had to say something. The VRAM's still doing good, but my camera just got jittery. Why? CPU is completely maxed out right now, but the GPU is fine. How would the CPU be maxed? Let me close some tabs. Could very well just be a Twitchy Tides thing, I guess. It just drops some when I close those tabs. Let me close more. Let me close Discord. That's weird. That's never been the problem. Poppin' stock. Oh, Dadbloke, you've never played Twitchy Tides before. Okay, I'm sorry. I forget that we had some new people in the audience. So, if you have ever participated in anything on the Wax blockchain before, this could be for you, right? This is a game created by our friend Pop Paragon, where you can, and you don't have to have anything right now. You can just play if you have a Wax wallet. That's the only thing. It's a game we play on screen, and you can win prizes from it. So if you have a Wax wallet already, but you've never played before, you'll just type in the chat !play, leave a space, and put in your Wax wallet. No .dp wallets, that won't work, because your winnings can't be sent to there. But !play, space, and then your Wax wallet, which for most people is like something .wham, right? If you don't have one, you can go sign up one for free at My Cloud Wallet. Swim Dodge Vince, Poppin' Stock Wax Team wants you to power up instead. What's up, Swim Dodge Vince? How you doing? But we're going to play this game, and you can see how it goes. Basically, each person's represented by a fish on screen. That fish can be the default fish that's provided for you, or if you have participated in buying some NFTs, you can choose the skin, much like we talk about a lot of times with like playing a Fortnite game and choosing your skin. What's up, Savage? I'm going to jump in on this one. We're going to queue it up. We got 40 people, and we're going to give prizes to 1st through 5th. So if you place 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, I will give you a bug pack from Twitchy Tides. All right. This may run slow. Maybe Twitchy Tides has been the thing that's causing a little bit of issues with my Chrome. We're going to find out in 3, 2, 1. Best of luck, everybody. Oh, it is definitely something with Twitchy Tides. I got to figure this out. Let me close more tabs and see if I can get us back some usable CPU. I don't need this open. I don't need this open. I don't need that open. Is it coming down at all? It's not even budging. All these others are necessary windows. It's really strange. Yeah, CPU is completely maxed. This has never been the issue before. It's so interesting. Really, Poppin' Stock. That's interesting. So normally, it would run smoothly. You can type in commands in the chat. You might have special abilities with the fish that you've earned or purchased or blended or breeded or whatever. And that will give you a little bit of a competitive advantage, but ultimately still luck could win you this whole thing. So you don't have to purchase if you don't want to. Yeah, Nadu, have we not seen a single enemy yet? We haven't. Oh, that's so funny. As soon as I clicked on the screen, something appeared and took some people out. Yeah, very weird. I don't know what's going on here. We've played so many games here and I've never had problems. Why all of a sudden today? Or the last few streams, I should say. But I've got the VRAM fixed. That issue is doesn't seem to be climbing much at all. Good. I was gonna say we gotta get some enemies in here at some point or else it's gonna last forever. There we go. Nadu, no, that's not how it works. Come on, just make it through the game. Right, Clink Rocket? You want me to make the loud screechy noise into the mic? Will that help? I gotta figure this out. Maybe this runs better on Firefox than Chrome. Maybe this is the answer, is only use Firefox for that. I don't know. I mean, I got a pretty powerful computer. I'm not quite sure. The noise couldn't hurt. Ooh, ee, ee. Nailed it. Wow, 6 months later. 6 hours later. Juno, huh, Professor Josh? Really? Is that a real thing, or is there sarcasm there? I can't tell. I don't know anything about Juno. Living on a prayer, Nadu. We were counting on that walking miracle. Oh, I'll say this too while I have the platform and the opportunity. It seems there's some people out there that are concerned with stuff in my wallet I should not have and I'm using for personal gain. I don't know what those rumors are about. If you know something, please tell me so I can remedy it. I'm not trying to take advantage of anything. I've been gifted stuff to give away as prizes. I've given away a ton. I've forgotten about some stuff. I ain't trying to play games with anybody except these kind. I would love to give away it all. So if you think that you know something and would rather talk about me with the community than just tell me, well, then please just tell someone to tell me. I would love to know. I find it, I get it. If somebody looked and they didn't know me and then they go, oh, well, look at him. I would love to know so I could fix it. I can't fix it unless you tell me. I tried looking through my wallet and I was just like, I don't know. Hey, Skylar, what's happening? How are you now? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We did talk a lot about Droppp early. I hope everything I said was fair and with love. And to anybody that might have been let go from Droppp or re-jiggered within the company, I prayers going to you and any coworkers or friends. I hope everything's cool. We're hoping it's all rumors, but you know, we don't know until we know. So that's basically the approach to today, was just like, we're hoping for the best. Hoping for the best. You don't have to speak on it for sure. I appreciate you coming by. 2 people left. Who will be our winner? Looks like our winners are Shock's House, Fawny T, Nadu6, Misty, and Comics Zombie. Let's get those prizes delivered, and then we'll get this tab closed, so maybe my CPU can calm down a bit. Shock's House, it didn't seem to capture your Wax wallet, so if you could give that to me, please, in the chat, I'll get your prize sent over to you. Fawny T, yours came up. Dial up Twitchy Tides. Basically, we're not going to open these packs today on screen. I'm just going to get them sent to you. So for Fawny T, there you go. There's yours. She said to send it to me. I'll send you a bug pack, Skylar. Drop a wallet. You came in late. You didn't get to play in the game. Shock's House, did you drop it? There it is. Thank you so much. You just have to promise to go play Twitchy Tides if you're not already. Oh, I closed it. Dang it. Arcade 333 should only allow 1 wallet winners. We've had this discussion before, Bad Bloke, and I'm kind of on the fence about it, to be fair, to be honest. I think I lean more towards that side of it. Like, even if you had, you know, 1 million points, is it fair to create 3 wallets and jump in? I don't know if fair is the word, but it definitely has taken place. We know it. It would be nice to open up for more people, but at the same time, you have all those points, you spent a lot of money, you earned a lot. Like, shouldn't you be able to spend it? Shouldn't be able to use it how you want? I don't know. I'm on the fence with a lot of things on purpose because I don't think everything's black and white. The world is just not straight black and white. There's lots of gray, right? And sometimes that can be annoying, but that's how I feel. Like I was kind of talking about earlier, it would be cool if the digital stuff was used in such a manner where like your rewards points were on the blockchain and then you could use those to buy in, and maybe that could be as a way used to verify people and a good use of the blockchain. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a whole lot of extra steps for no real reason. I know a lot of people agree with Dad Bloat. But, I mean, even if you could stop it, how would you? Because just like the bots, somebody can open up another account. They can shuffle some funds through another, like back to Coinbase and then back over there. But no, they couldn't do the points that way. They could shuffle it to Wax and then back over, but that would all be on the blockchain. So maybe they couldn't hide it. That'd be interesting to see blocked. Nadu, not good. Not good. Texans they showed up with the field goals, which is more than we can say for the Browns, but they didn't show up with the touchdowns. Played a good game mostly, but lost. And so did the Browns, sadly. Okay, that last one was to Misty. And then 5th is Comic Zombie. And then we're going to close this tab and see if I can get my CPU back on track. Comic Zombie, it's not... there it goes. I'm going to go ahead and close that now and just see if that has a big impact. Yep, CPU dropped to 50% immediate. Look how smooth the camera is. So I got to figure out a better way to run Twitchy Tides through something like... wait, what did you say, Professor Josh? Yeah, right, Nadu? So far, it doesn't look like it's happening. I agree, Autumn's Toys. And go Philly. I was a Philadelphia Eagles fan for a game. Okay. Let's talk about Fanable, guys. Now, I am not at all in any way, shape, or form sponsored by Fanable, but during San Diego Comic-Con, I went to that Future of Collecting panel and sat there, and I saw the team from Droppp. Love those guys. McFarlane Toys, McFarlane Digital, DC on Candy, Pudgy Penguins, and Fanable. This guy Aaron was there, and I got to know Aaron a little bit during San Diego Comic-Con. Great guy, enjoyed talking with him a lot. Sadly, he left the company shortly after. He had a short-term contract with them that they didn't renew. There wasn't any shenanigans or bad blood between them that I can tell. But while I was there, he told me about Fanable. And there's a couple of reasons why I'm excited about it. And again, I'm not partnered with them in any way, so what I'm saying is based on my own research and chatting with them. I would like to do something with them, and I want to talk with Sergio, the leader, the CEO. But in short, Fanable is an NFT platform on the blockchain that you can purchase a mystery box, kind of like a mystery capsule from Disney Pinnacle, kind of like a pack from Droppp, where you open it up and inside will be an NFT or multiple, but typically I think it's only one NFT. And that NFT is directly linked to a graded physical collectible. So could be comics, manga, trading cards, video games, all graded, VHS home videos, which is a big deal, and toys, which includes Funko Pops. But you open that crate, and this is one of the ways to collect, by the way, and you get a random comic book out of there. In this case, if you bought this Fantastic case, or this Vault Villains, or this Up, and Away, notice they're not using the licensing, but they're leaning into it, much like I do on my Nerd Unite logos. And then inside are these graded collectible NFTs. Now, the NFT is an actual scan of the physical item that they then make in this cool 3D thing, and it spins around there. Now, if I get one of these, either by opening a mystery box or buying it on the thank you, Randy. See, I'll drop it here for everybody. Or if I drop it, if I buy the individual item, at any point, that ownership of the NFT means I own the graded item as well. That graded item is stored in a Brinks vault. A Brinks vault, like the security slash, I guess, money handling company, insured, guaranteed by Brinks, right? So at any point, I can go, you know what? I want that physical item. I'm gonna destroy, burn, submit, redeem, whatever the terminology is. I haven't learned all this yet. That physical, that NFT, and they're gonna send me the physical item. What blockchain are they on? Great question. Facts, FAQs. I'm looking. I don't see it. This is one of the questions I need to ask. Oh, wait. Here's a whole bunch of stuff down the side. Vaults, drops, blockchain integration. We use the Epic chain network with layer 2 solutions. Anybody know the Epic chain? Yeah, I see it. It's right there. It's Epic chain. What is the value behind holding the NFT rather than just burning? So here's an interesting thing, and that leads to part 2 of all this. How do they get the stuff in the first place, right? It doesn't seem that what they're doing is just going out there and buying these graded ones up and putting them in their system. Instead, they're offering a way for us, the users who have graded content, graded stuff, collectibles. We can send that in. I could take a pop, get it graded for a 10, a 9, whatever. I could send it in, submit it to them. They will scan it, make this fancy NFT, give me the NFT as proof of ownership, kind of like a receipt, and my stuff goes into the Brinks vault. Then, if I want to, I can sell that NFT. I can sell that claim ticket, if you will, that receipt, to someone else. They get the ownership of the digital item, or the physical item and the digital item. I get the money, sans a small handling fee. And then, here's a real noodle scratcher for you. As long as that NFT remains an NFT and is not redeemed, as it sells on the blockchain, every time it sells, I also reap the benefits of a small percentage fee back to me, the original owner, for submitting it to their system. Again, this is all based on my reading and conversation with them. I hope I'm not misrepresenting any of this. I'm not being paid for it. I'm learning, and I want to learn a lot more, just like we did with Funko originally. I'm sure we said some stuff in the early days that turned out not to be true. We learned the proper way. We learned together. We jumped on it, right? So right now, their system is mostly comic books. And what they do is they do these drops where they'll sell like this Fantastic case. They sell it out there. And when you open it, you're going to get one of X number of comic books out of there. And one or multiple of them in there are going to be super high-end books. Over the weekend, somebody pulled a book worth like 10 grand, right? So this one had a drop date of July 24th, and we'll just look at this one as an example. I have a case I'm going to open today, but it's not one of these, not one of the Fantastic cases. Welcome to the Fantastic case where Cosmic Keys, Family Legacies, and Marvel's First Family collide. This drop stretches beyond imagination. A bunch of... I don't want to read all that. Details. 90% FMV buyback guarantee. I don't know what the FMV stands for, but very interesting. You can open up a book, and if it's worth $10,000, they will have an offer for you to buy it back from you at a percentage of that, which I believe is 90% of its fair market value. There you go. Thank you, Dark Wacko. So if I open a $10,000 book, they offer me $9,000. I can take that immediately. And that book never changes hands. They get the NFT back, and I don't know if they burn it or put it into another drop or whatever they do. I haven't learned all that yet. I get $9 grand. Right? That's going to be on their platform. I don't know if it's only usable on their platform or if you can export it out on the blockchain. I think you can export it out and cash out. But I don't want to say that and not be 100% sure on it. Or I could parlay it into more purchases and see what else I get, right? But you could, in theory, and this is what I love about this, and I talked about being able to show off a collection. I could start acquiring comic books, pops, graded games, graded VHS that I really, really love, and I don't have to maintain them. I don't have them on a shelf to show, but I'll have them in an app to show. I could show while on the run. Hey, look at my comics. I could go onto the website here while on stream, and I could go look at my NFTs. Maybe one day wear it, like I've talked about before in my presentation. But let's continue on with this one. Vault protection. If you revealed comic is under $47, we'll buy it back for $47 guaranteed for 7 days after the reveal. So if the case costs $47 and you pulled a $45 item, they'll guarantee the $47. Kind of crazy, right? Reveal or lock. Instantly open up the mystery case to discover its comic or keep it locked to sell or store for later. I have one that I won a giveaway on their Twitter for sharing, and they do these giveaways all the time. I won one, and they messaged me over the weekend, which is why I decided to do this now, that I want to open. I don't know. I'm going to have to look up which one it even is. One case equals one graded comic. Each mystery case contains one professionally graded comic book, securely vaulted at Brinks until redeemed. And then finally, individually numbered. Each mystery capsule is uniquely numbered from number 1 to 100, adding an extra layer of exclusivity for collectors. So you could buy the Fantastic case, pull mint number 1, and elect to keep it because the case itself, much like a pack, will be worth more on the secondary market. What is the currency? Let's go back to, let's see, do I have the... FAQs, and there was a whole thing down the side here. Marketplace buying, I would assume there. Payment options include debit or credit cards with a 3.3% fee, Apple Pay, Google Pay with a 3.3% fee, Klarna with a 6.3% fee, or Link, no additional fee. I don't know about Link, maybe you guys do. Confirm your payment and buy it. Let's see about taking money out. Selling offers, transferring out your collectible, transferring in your collectible. So this is one of the questions I have that I would like to chat with the CEO about. One is that I don't get my money out. Can I? Is that cool? That was one of my issues with Vivi in the early days, was that there was not an easy way to take out your funds. You just had to keep it in their gyms. That was a closed system. I got to know I can get my money out if I decide to, right? Because I don't want to send let's take $1,000 pop. I don't want to send it to them, have the whole process done, sell it, get about $1,200, and then I can't export the money. I wouldn't do that, right? The other thing is, if I send in my own item, how it's protected, right? That's great. I love that, and I'm not trying to talk smack about it. I'm just asking the questions. It goes into Fanable, goes to Brinks. They take it there, they put it. It's guaranteed, but to whom? It's guaranteed to Fanable. God forbid, I would hate this to ever happen to anybody. What happens if Fanable goes out of business tomorrow? Is there like a handoff of ownership that then goes from Brinks to Fanable, from then Brinks to me? I don't know. I need to know these answers before I'm going to submit anything to them. But in this first test case, if you will, research of owning a comic, I'm fine with that. If I got the comic and it's worth $700, I'd probably sell it. If I opened the comic and it's worth $100, I'd probably keep it. Don't know, right? So they've been selling a lot lately. A lot of people are in on this and having a blast with it. In fact, before we open anything, let's jump back over and let's look at Fanable Twitter. They're very active on here, which, by the way, I like. They only have 4,000 followers right now, but this is a fairly new platform that's really just starting to gain momentum. Here you go. Here's an example. Legendary Kiosk has been restocked. So the kiosks are like where you buy from, just like a real kiosk. You go in and you buy. There is an X-Men #1 CGC 3, estimated value $5,555 in that. Somebody might pull that one. Out of 100 cases. No, this one doesn't necessarily have 100. This is the kiosk. There's also a Fantastic Four #5, fair market value $5,500. Oh, there were 250 cases. They were $250 per case. The lowest thing on there is worth $125. So you could be out $125, but not necessarily. You could pull something that's worth $250. You could pull something that's worth $500. Whatever. There are two giant pulls there, though, possibly. Very similar to opening packs from Funko. Very similar to opening a Pokemon pack or a sports card pack. So you can cry gambling if you want, and then you could just say that to yourself because, you don't need to tell everybody else. We all understand how it works. But here's some other examples. They do the like and retweet for a chance to win. That's what I did. I don't know which one I won exactly. We're going to find out more in a minute, hopefully. Here's Sidekick Kiosk, got reloaded recently. There's a Hulk CGC 4 worth $1,800, a Fantastic Four CGC 4.5 worth $1,000, Justice League of America #1 worth $944, And that one was 500 cases at only $49 a shot. So a little less of a gamble, but a little less of a payoff if you hit the big one, right? I got a Sidekick case. I need a tweet just like this person did to say thank you. In fact, let me do that real quick. I'm gonna go into my account. Oh crap, I did that on. Let's see. I can't close all of Chrome, but I can open Firefox. Oh no, don't reopen everything. You're gonna crash me out. Oh no, I closed the wrong tab. 1 second. I thought it opened up a whole new set of tabs. But what I did was I need to open Pixel Chat again. Check. Okay, there it goes. So now I need to get back to Firefox. Good lord, I butchered that. I was logged in over here, so it's going to make it easier, hopefully. Oh, the RAM, the dedicated VRAM is climbing. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Why are you here? Go away. All right, let me go here for a minute while I log in. Oh, this is another one of those, you put in your email and they send you a code, which can be a little frustrating if the code is slow, but it also is a nice, like, built-in two-factor authentication. Boba James, I don't know. I have to look. You know, ultimately it'd be great if everybody here got a discount or I got some sort of kickback for you signing up. But I haven't talked with the ownership about doing that yet, so I might be jumping the gun and giving away some money here, but that's okay. We're gonna figure this thing out. Okay, look, so there's some Sidekick mystery case up for sale for $49. That's what they sent me, was a Sidekick mystery case. I can go into my account, I can look at my unopened, and there is a Sidekick mystery case. Now, one thing I wanted to do was click on this and see if it would tell me like what I might pull out of there, but I was interested to see that's not listed. Let's see. In the profile, which would be like looking at the attributes of a single NFT you own on the Wax blockchain, who's the current owner. It doesn't just say a wallet, it has my name on there, which I like. Edition number, category, type is a case. The drop originally went out August 7th. There were 7,619 of these. Currently only 343 unopened. 7,276 are open. Would be very interesting to see if this one still had some of the big pulls in it, right? 6 people own the 343 unopened. So I'm guessing a lot of those are put aside for promotional stuff. Are there any offers? Unlike the Wax blockchain. Oh, no, not at all, Bad Blue. No, or Bad Blue. Well, doesn't tie in with Funko's and Funko Drop. It does tie into Funko in a way that they are eventually going to be carrying graded pops. You'll open a mystery case that has a graded pop inside, or you can submit your graded pop to be used to sell your stuff on the secondary market. I'm excited about that part of it, because when I have like some super high-end stuff, it's sometimes very hard to move it. I would love to be able to get it to them, encased, graded, become an NFT, have it in my wallet. I don't have to worry about this place burning down or theft or any of that. And then hopefully somebody buys it for me on the secondary market. That'd be dope. Activity transferred to me. You can see all the activity. What it doesn't say is, like, I hit reveal, right? What it doesn't say is what are the possibilities of pulling out of this case. And I don't know if that's they just didn't think to do that, or if these mystery cases work a little different. Let's go back to home. Let's look at one of these. If we click on one of these, does it tell us that? Or is this going to take us to the same page, probably. I still remember doing this with Atomic Hub in the first places. So that's somebody who's remained anonymous. They haven't put in their information. Or could we look at the drops? Are the Sidekick cases listed here? Let's try. No, they're not here. So that maybe Sidekick case may be something they only do as like giveaways for promotional items. I don't know. I don't know the full story on this, but look at this. All of their drops are sold out. All of these drops are sold out. That's pretty cool. Kiosk, on the other hand, I don't know about... Okay, the kiosk is where you get the Sidekick. There's Sidekick, Hero, and Legendary. And that was the difference on the things we were looking at just a second ago. The $49 buy-in is the Sidekick with a chance to pull a comic up to value in like, you know, $1,800 I think was the max. The Legendary had one that went up to $5,500. Well, I answered that, but James, sorry you missed it. I don't have anything at the moment. I don't know. There might be... I don't see referrals or anything like that. Share, transfer, level. I don't see anything. So I don't think so just yet. Hopefully soon. Expected pull value. Okay, this is interesting. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Sidekick. Okay, I like this. I like this. Expected pull value. Or let's read this at the top. $49 per case, floor buyback, $25 minimum. So no matter what, I can buy this for $49, go, I got something in there I don't really care about, give me the 25 bucks. I'll take it. Anything else over $49, they guarantee me 90% of the value. I pull a $100 book, I can take 90 bucks instead. I pull a $1,000 book, I can take 900 bucks instead. Those are the options, which is pretty cool. Then it says expected pull value. I've clicked on Sidekick here to change this. In the $25 to $36 range, 35% of the pulls are that, so roughly 1/3. Another 1/3 is valued $37 to $49. 30% is ranged $50 to $99. 0.62% ranged $100 to $199. 0.93%, actually a little higher, valued $200 to $649, and then 0.93% valued $650 and up. Sounds actually better than the odds of pulling a Grail from a pack of Droppp. That's usually what, 0.2, 0.1? I don't remember the numbers that we used to look at way back when, but find this very interesting. This is pretty cool. So there's a real chance. At the very worst, I get something worth $25 and can cash out for $25. So we're looking at a $25. If you bought this outright, you're looking at a $25 gamble. That's less than a premium pack. So this could be kind of a fun Tuesday thing to start doing, right? If I buy in on those. What if I pull a $1,000 item and I got a little money to play with the Hero and the Legendaries or their next big drop that they do? We'll find out. Recent reveals. So is this relate? Hold on, let's click on this and see if this changes. It does. So the recent reveals at the bottom are related to people who open sidekicks. And here's some of the comics they pulled out. A 9/8 Spider-Man, 9/8 Venom number 18 Alex Ross variant, 9/6 Amazing Spider-Man number 66, etc., etc., etc. Sidekick kiosk chases. Ooh, look at that. Hulk number 181 worth $1,800. If we click on it, Darth Wacko on this one, I didn't read the date. I read it on the other one. This one says it's still live, so technically you can still add one to your cart and buy it. There were 300 and something left of the original 4,100 or whatever it was. But they have stated on their social channels multiple times, we've restocked the kiosk, meaning they're putting some more in there. This one doesn't end like the other ones do. They're just constantly adding in. One of my big concerns is, how do I know what's left in there to possibly pull? And I think this might speak to it a little bit down here. If I click on the Hulk, did somebody already get this? Can I not see? No, this just shows me all those. Can I click? Doesn't look like I can do that. I was expecting that to show me the page where that Hulk is on there. I wonder if we could do that. Can we search? What was that? Hulk number 181. Takuma says, I just got my Ghost Proto from Droppp in the mail now. Oh no, how crazy. What timing. Professor Josh reminds me of what Grail Games was trying to do with Virtual Mystery Box. I remember that. I didn't get into it, but I remember that. Key is showing what someone pulled from the run and what's still possible. I agree. So what did this search do? Oh, here we go. Facsimile, the real deal. That's a 9.4. I forget what the rating on that was. A 4? Can I just hit enter and have you show me all of them? No. So I don't know if it's in the setup of the site on purpose or if it's something they're still working on, or I don't know. Maybe they're trying to do this on purpose. I don't know. I've heard of Courtyard. Yeah, some other people have said Courtyard's doing this. I haven't looked into it. Reminds me of what Grail... Oh, yeah, I read that. So there's possibilities in here. I'm not just going to sit on this case. I want to open it. I want to see what the experience is all about. So let's do it. And let's see what we get. I received my mystery case. Go back to my unopened. Click on that. Let's open this bad boy and see what it's all about. Oh, I want to take a screenshot of this first, because I want to share this out. That was what I was intending to do. Let me catch this thing centered. There we go. Perfect. I'll take a screenshot here like this and just do a quick tweet and tag Fanable in it. All right, posting that. I wanted to make sure to thank them for that. All right, we're gonna open it up. Let's see what we get. I could sell it, but I'm not gonna. Reveal. Let's make sure audio's good. Let me turn that off just in case I want to capture a video of this and put the Nerds Unite logo back up. In case I want to clip this, and probably should sit just a little lower. I got my head chopped off here. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck, everybody. Let's try it. I'm revealing. I'll see what this experience is like. Keep it locked to reveal. Basically, are you sure? I'm sure. We're going to reveal it. Sound seems to be on. Probably not routed correctly. That always happens to me. Oh, that's a cool experience. Look at all of them lined up in there. It's choosing which one it's going to give me. And... ooh, a Johnny Quest. That looks like some sort of sketch variant. That's cool. Let's go look at it now. Harley Quinn, a Frank Cho variant. Graded 9.8. Oh, very nice. By Sam Humphries and Otto Schmidt. Johnny Quest is just the ad on the back, but that's a cool Year of the Villain Harley Quinn number 63 variant. Yeah. There's close-ups so you can see. Looks a little bit closer maybe, or the back. Yeah, just still images. But then that's the video with the rotation. So we could, let's see if there's any offers on this one. Someone's got an offer out there for $33.50. I could immediately take that. That is from Fanable. So that is the 90% buyback value. It's already showing right there above me. I could just accept it right now and probably get the funds immediately. Activity. Oh, look at this. You can see, oh. Interesting. Going back, you can see 4 weeks ago, revealed by somebody. They sold it back, took the $32.40. It was then put back in. Somebody else, they took the $32.40, etc., 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 all the way to eventually landing in my wallet. It does not say the fair market value, but based on the fact that they're offering 90% of fair market value and that comes to $33.50, we could reverse math that, and that's what, like a $40, $37 book, somewhere like that. Yeah, transparency, I do like that a lot. Look at all the data we have on it here. This is a graded book by CGC. There's the serial number, so you could use that to research further. Oh, look, I clicked on it, and it took me to CGC Comics. That's cool. You can see, do they have a population report on there? I don't know much about CGC. Harley Quinn, page quality white, blah, 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 blah. Oh, total graded by CGC in 9.8 or higher, only 19 in the world. So this is one of 19 graded at that level. Is it a highly sought after book right now? Don't know. Could I check on eBay? Exactly what I was going to do next. So let's do that. And we will just take our Harley Quinn number 63. 63 CGC. Let's just see what we got. Oh, here's one signed. Asking $75. Asking $125. Mine's not signed, but you could put signed books in there. Let's go down to sold, and let's see if any of these have changed hands. $23 at auction. I always say auctions are for buyers. In fact, I've been buying a few things lately to turn around and make some money off of. That's pretty low, but if there was a buy it now, we could further refine this by putting in JC10. Is that for the variant? Because it was John Cho, right? Or oh, it was Frank Cho. What's the JC? See if any of these others have sold. Well, there's some very adult covers in there I didn't know existed. If it was worth $200, you would have been sucked in and spent $500 more. I mean, maybe, or I would have just taken the $180 and then had that to spend on other stuff. What's up, Mindy? So let's go back out of here, sold, and let's see. Good Lord, I didn't know there were some of those adult covers. Sorry, gang. I would never show that normally. Buy it now, $39.99. So it seems in line, right? Really interesting. So now I own this. I can go back out to my collectibles. I can see it here on this page. I can log into the app. I can see it on there. I can list this at any time. Let's see. Sell now. I can enter the price I want to sell it for. Let's just test this. Let's say if I put it up for $49. It would take a 9% fee if it's sold. It says market fee level 0. Learn about levels here. I assume the higher level you are, the less you pay in fees. Fanable levels are determined by your total accumulated transaction volume, which includes both purchases and sales. Lower seller fees as your volume grows. More active offers. Higher levels allow you to submit more active offers on the marketplace at any given time. Okay, interesting. So if I had, yeah, it slowly decreases down to 7% if I transaction volume of over $50,000. Very interesting. So yeah, 9%. I mean, look, you can turn your nose up at that. I won't. I don't have to build the technology to have this out there on the market. They made the NFT. The comic book is protected and safe until I want to call it up, and then I could have it delivered to me if I wanted to. Very interesting. Yeah, so per Nadu, I wonder if there's any utilities out there that have been developed so I can see what's left in a one of those kiosk items versus guessing at it. I would imagine if something like that was developed or existed or was even possible, once it was out there, you would see if there was say one of these selling for $39 and there were still 2 of the like super valuable books, all of a sudden the value goes up. The value goes up. So Misty, I own the NFT, which is basically a claim code for that comic book. So yes, I own them both. At any point, I can burn the NFT or redeem it, and they will send me the physical comic book. Now, I can also gift it to somebody. What I'm wondering is, if I go to submit it and say I want the comic book, what fee does that come with? Let's see if there's a redeem. Oh, I'm not. I just clicked on redeem. So, total value, let's just call it $37. I'd have to put in my address. I'll have to tell you guys about this part because I don't really want my address showing. But let me put in my... So I'm wondering if there are fees to, like, you know, ship it to me. I would imagine there are. Oh, city. Oh, that's interesting. City was from a drop-down list. Usually you just have to type that in. Select the collectibles you'd like to redeem. A little pricey on a small book. The value is $37. The shipping cost would be $24.89. So I would have to pay them $25.71 to have this sent to me. But that's shipping. That's the packaging. It's probably insured to get to me. So while it may seem like a lot for a $37 book, it wouldn't be a lot if I bought multiple books to be delivered to me, probably, or an expensive book. I don't know. Well, from the Brinks vault. I imagine there's service fees with Brinks getting the book and providing the shipping. So ouch, it might be fair for one $37 book, but I imagine if I stored up a few and redeemed a few at once, that the shipping would make sense. It might come down to $5, $6, $7 an item or whatever. If I got a book that was worth $1,250, maybe that shipping's still only $25, which at that point is still doesn't make a lot. It's not an impact. It's not that bad. But I'm making some assumptions. For all I know, it's a shipping cost $24.89. There could be a $19.99 fee with every single redemption automatically. So, Misty, going back, let me get out of this window so it doesn't show my personal information. So, as of right now, the way I understood it at SDCC, when I was talking to Aaron, they had, if you go back to the main page here, they had not only comics, but also trading cards, video games, home videos, and toys. And one of the key things to all of it is every single item must be graded. So it's graded in all. If you get the physical, yes, Punk. Everything is submitted, graded. That way, one, they know it's real. It's been verified by an outside source. It's got the serial number on there, so you can look up the history of it, like everything about it. So the only way a pop gets in here is if it's already graded and someone submits it. The only way a VHS gets in there is if it's already graded and submitted. Same thing for the sports cards, video games, comics, manga, etc. What they are providing is a methodology, a new secondary market that is run by the blockchain and NFTs, but they're also offering a higher level of security with this partnership with Brinks. Yeah, Misty. And so that's something I'm working on right now is like, what would I do and how would I turn this into a thing? I have roughly 40 or 50 pops of pretty good value that need to be graded. And then what was I going to do with them next? I think this might be a great opportunity to grade them and then submit them. And I think I read somewhere that if you had over $10,000 worth of stuff to submit, they would come to you with the Brinks armored car and get it, which I could probably pull off in value. So really, they don't want you to claim it. They want you to sell it back, and they can reissue it over and over again unless you maybe hit something big. It seems like that, yeah. I think it's a pretty sound model from their end. The question would be, from a user standpoint, knowing what we know already, would that make sense for us? Would you want to do that? I don't know. I'd like to experiment with it. One thing that's attractive to me is, let's say I put in a graded pop and I sell it on the market and somebody buys that kind of like stock. They don't have to house the thing. They don't have to worry about it getting damaged in shipping. They don't have to worry about any of that. It's still protected, so they can just invest in it. And then that NFT, they can turn around and sell later for an increased value. When they sell it, they're going to get their cut. But I'm also going to get a small portion. I don't know what that portion is. I want to say it was like 2%. And that's not a lot. But if I sell a pop that's $5,000, what that's $100? Every time it changes hands again at $5,000, what if it changes hand at $10,000 and then 20 and then 40 and then 100? And this all seems crazy, but yeah, right. Wouldn't that be cool? But here's an interesting thing that's happening right now. I don't know if you guys are reading the headlines. Recently, the number one, the highest sold sports card of all time just sold. It wasn't a Babe Ruth rookie. It wasn't a Mickey Mantle. It wasn't a T206 Honus Wagner. It was a Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, 1-of-1 basketball card signed by both. Only one in the world. And it sold for $12.3 million. Okay, now that's a lot. And we watch valuables go up, 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 up. Oh, really, Jess? We watch things go up, 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 up. And sure, that's great. But what's very interesting about this is that it was bought by a investment firm run by that guy, Mr. Wonderful, from Shark Tank. He has been talking about for a long time how collectibles are the next big investment strategy. And so what you could put in now worth $1,000 could easily be worth 5 or 10 here shortly. if things go the way I think they will. So you guys brought that news in here. Let's go back to talking about that. I closed Droppp. I assume that was shared on Droppp, but it sounds like Season 3 of Droppp Arcade has been canceled. That seems pretty definitive to me. Time to burn them all. I don't believe in that fully. If they come along and say we're closing the Droppp website and you got to get your NFTs out of here, then maybe. But I still think there might be a market. Maybe they realized too late that people would not want to go all in on Season 2 knowing another is coming. So Season 2 ending is going to be quite crazy. Popping stock. Yeah, it could happen pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know. It really sucks because the value of my wallet is pretty high. I wish I could cash out at an even amount right now, but I'm not going to be able to. I mean, who's buying? Somebody has to buy, right? Who's going to buy? Is anybody in here going to buy knowing what they know now? Yeah, you can sell, but who's going to buy? That's what I'm saying. Is anybody in here going to buy? Who would buy? You can put it on the market all you want. Are you going to get any money for it? This is not me bad-mouthing anybody. This is just strict facts. Like, I don't think it's going to do anything. Yeah, Miss Fancy Cherry, we just heard. Jasp was telling us. Or Jasp told us. I'm looking to see. It's not shared on Twitter yet. Punked. I talked about this earlier. There's no way to know for sure, but it's all about supply and demand. You now have a supply that's fixed, won't change unless burned, which will happen a lot at the end of Droppp Season 2, imagine here. Then you still have some supply. Would you have demand? Are there people that are going to want to buy in? That's what I was just referring to. They've clearly made it a statement that they're closing everything down. So who would buy? Oh no, Miss Fancy Cherry, that stinks. I did buy a If Bad Wolf over the weekend just because I had some USD in the account. When they mentioned last mini has 3 protos, I suspected that, kind of giving out the proto they had in stock. I mean, maybe. Also, I don't think that works quite like everybody thinks it does. I don't think the protos are really like Droppp doesn't get all the protos for all their pops and they have them sitting in a shelf somewhere. All the protos for pretty much everything Funko does are routed through a group, a small couple, 3 people who handle all the protos. I imagine what happened was when Droppp wanted to do some sort of giveaway or something, they went to that team and said, "Wait, we need a proto or 2. Can y'all give them to us?" And they like, "Yeah, we can find it for you." Chip, I don't think there's a reason to be concerned there. They're going to facilitate the delivery of what they owe people. Imagine if they didn't, the backlash towards Funko. It's not like that would just be towards Droppp and that would go away because the conversation ended. No, Funko would take a lot of heat for that. They're still going to facilitate that, i.e. the remaining employees. I don't think there's any reason to be concerned there. The Big Bad Wolf has gone up, right? Who has the most legendary digital pops? I've got a lot. I move for a vote of no confidence. And yet I will hodl. I mean, I've said it so many times in so many different ways, but like, even if they shut this down, as long as we still own NFTs, they're licensed digital collectibles, and you can't take that away. Yeah, BGW, we were just talking about that. As long as there's a market for these, and we could, everything that's not a Funko Droppp exclusive, we could transfer back to our wax wallets right now. There's still a market for this stuff. The question is, how much of a demand? And would people pay a premium for it? Yep, snapshot tomorrow for Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, I assume, again, that's all I can do is assume. Now we know for sure Droppp Arcade Season 3 is no longer happening. We won't have any more drops. No more pack sales. But all that stuff exists on the blockchain. And it will continue to exist on the blockchain. One of the mods in Discord, Caden, just replied to a comment kind of confirming further. What does that mean exactly? I was in it for the physicals, but really got into the digital. I haven't burned any because I wanted to keep them. Same. Couldn't they have made that announcement before all our chat at the beginning of stream? I mean, hey, it just kind of adds to the speculation. I wish it hadn't happened this way. I don't think anyone should take it upon themselves to go out and leak or share information that's not publicly been shared by a company. It impacts the company. And if you call yourself a fan of that company, bashing them constantly and finding ways to put info out when they specifically didn't want it out is not doing that company any favors. So call yourself a fan all you want. You're not. You're destroying the thing you say you love. All the leaks, like I know they can fight me all they want. I know I'm not naming the accounts, but you guys know the accounts. If this whole thing comes to an end, they will be one of the contributing factors. They are one of the reasons it didn't work, because they couldn't keep their mouth shut. Thankfully, I didn't go all in. I burned about 27,000 points in and have 33,700. I'm 295, but I doubt I'll have enough to get 333. Thoughts? Unless you're able to acquire more, you're kind of SOL. That will push the final arcade for sure for people to burn. And wouldn't you know, the last drop, I had to decide between a golf tournament and being here for the drop. And I chose the drop. Next Monday, which will be the final day of Drop Arcade Season 2, I have a golf tournament. 2 in 1 year that I'm invited to, and both fall on key, important drop dates. I won't be here for the final bit of Drop Arcade. I won't be here to watch it all end. I can't believe it. I mean, just so many signs. Like, walk away. Every public company has leaks on bad news. Leaks and bad news are two different things. I'm talking about leaks of, specifically I was talking about rumors, and that was referring to the Drop Arcade stuff, and leaks talking about Funko as a partnership with Fortnite. I have a whole story to go with this if you need me to tell it. I have a partnership with Fortnite that Funko was going to own the big reveal, and hours before the big reveal, one of these no-talent websites or groups shared all the molds, thus taking the wind completely out of Funko's sales, all the numbers out of our social channels, and putting our license with Fortnite at risk, because they told us specifically there's a street and date and time that you can reveal this information. But this group took it upon themselves to share and completely ruined all these plans we had. They think, oh, this is awesome. I found out about it. I'll be the first to market and I'll tell everybody about it. And they get to build their audience. Unfortunately, there's a couple of large accounts that have built their audience off the backbone of destroying Funko. And you can tell me I'm wrong, but you're wrong. I've been saying this for years, and I have the receipts to prove it. And now that I'm involved in marketing, leaks really do suck, everybody. Yep, 100%. Stop golfing, it's bad luck. It's your fault then, Sully? No. Don't watch it burn down. Won't watch it burn down. Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to. Host a Droppp funeral. Yeah, fourth curator, that I don't understand. I don't know how to speak to that. Don't know how to speak to that. Right, rare individual? I wish I had sold my 1 million points before. Justin Clayton said, wish we could go out with one more Funko Ween. That would be cool. Yeah, no matter what, I had a blast. And just like I told Skylar when Skylar came by earlier, I'm not trying to I'm not talking bad about Funko or Droppp. This was a great experiment. We had a lot of fun along the way, a lot of awesome pack openings, a lot of fun talks and conversations. We all learned about the blockchain in so many different levels that will still come and be helpful to us in the long run, I think. I think the whole thing was a great experience. I just wish it had gone down differently, just like my time with Funko as an employee. It ended so abruptly and so, like, terribly, like, for no reason. Red Ranger marking this is important. Okay, so currently 1,635 players for Season 2 Arcade. Wonder how long, or how it will spike now. Yep. Now, maybe somebody will take up Droppp to keep it going. So I talked about this earlier. They have built something, and there is value to the structure of which they have built. And while it is owned by Funko and has the licenses that they have in play, those NFTs are already created and are a permanent part of that. They could sell it all, and someone else could come in and continue to do something with it. They would probably have to go through a lot of rigmarole to get Funko to agree to it and to get licensors to agree it as a third party. But they could also sell other kinds of things on there. Would that happen? It seems a little too branded to Funko for that to work. I could be wrong. Let's see. Professor Josh says, but they can get their entire audience taken away for breaking contracts and such when social media can just close your account. Yeah, well, that's true. No, not your Skylar. Funko Photo. That's funny. Maybe somebody will take up Droppp to keep it going. Yeah, I read that. Oh, well, time to sell my royalties as others may want them. Shit, my entry into the blockchain will never forget. I know, right? I mean, I was already interested and learning a little bit. But when this hit, that was everything. Remember us getting into Garbage Pail Kids and Tops? And oh, so much fun learning. Yeah, right, Darth Wacko? Totally killed it. Let's all pitch in and buy Droppp. Yeah, RIP. Not naming names, but I already know who's unfortunately making YouTube video about these events. Oh, yeah. Yep. They'll throw in at least 2 I told you so's as well. Well, what do we do with USDC I have left? Transfer it back out of your account over to your Coinbase or your Robinhood or wherever you got it. You transfer out the same way you transferred in. You go into that same area, transfer out, put it in the wallet for your Robinhood or Coinbase or whatever, and watch it fly over there. I'm gonna keep my fave ones, but dang, it hurts. You have put more than anyone into it, so if it hurts me, I mean, I'm emotional. I've been going through this all weekend, and this morning was the roughest. Now having the confirmation is a bit freeing in a way, but it still hurts. Yeah, I feel for the Poppin' Stocks and the Digital Pop Kingdoms and all the other content creators. Poppin' Craze, at least he got a bunch of pops out of it. But he loses his main focus on his YouTube channel. There's a lot of people that put a lot of time into it, a lot of effort, but unfortunately not enough people put enough money into it, and here we are. They're already talking about it on Droppp Discord, I'm sure. And I'm sure there's a lot of level-headed, sane people in the discussion. Oh, I signed the petition, Darth Wacko. I just didn't share the petition. I wish I got first drop. I got it in 2024. My first redemption was Goofy. Oh, that was cool. I like that one. Someone told Droppp it's not April Fool's, it's Funkoween. Get their ish together. No more community packs. Yeah, Miss Fancy, I said earlier, I said that I got laid off, and this feels somewhat like it. Tarjaran Puma, apparently on Discord, they shared that it is official. There will be no Season 3 of Droppp Arcade. And that pretty much... I mean, they still haven't made a public announcement. But that's pretty much a public announcement. Pop in stock, you should totally do that. It now redirects to pop out of stock. Yeah, Digital Pop Kingdom, I signed a petition. I was, if we got a public announcement from Funko, I was willing to share. But, and I guess this is it, so I'd be willing to share. But no offense to you or anybody else, being behind the scenes on these things before, the odds of them changing their mind is slim to none, because they've already pulled the trigger and cast out employees. And I know of some people, won't name names, that have been let go from Funko and brought back, only to be let go again. And you don't earn a lot of trust from a company or dedication when you let an employee go, bring them back, and then watch other employees who were brought back be let go again. You're not building a lot of good faith in your employees that way. That was a groin kick. It sure was. I'm holding. My immediate impact is I'm holding. We'll see how the days go. I could change my mind. Legally, I'm allowed to. But as of right now, I think I'm holding. I don't know that many people would buy. Like, it'd be interesting to see if the values of anything still go up. I don't know how many people would be willing to buy something on a burning ship. It's a shame that I got like over $7,000 of NFTs. It's possible, Professor Josh. It's possible that the packs could still go up. Don't know. This might even top the heartbreak that I felt when Beat Saber VR abandoned PlayStation VR earlier this year. Yeah, Darth Michael, your journey's only been the last, like, what, 6 months to a year, really? You're still fresh to it, but... Wow, Miss Fancy Cherry, I've opened a total of 1,246 packs. Holy shnikes. You know what, Poppin' Stock? You know what we need that'd be fun? You know how at the end of the year Spotify does that, put in your account information and you get that little image with all the stats? It'd be something fun to have something like that. Like, I paid this much, I opened this many packs, I redeemed this many legendaries and this many grails, and this is the end. This is all in the graphic of a tombstone. If anyone is still holding out hope, no, we aren't. Read the Discord chats. Mods essentially are saying it's over without saying it's over. Remember the 9th of September, the day the drop was dropped. Do one last community pack? We might still. I still have packs that need to be open. We'll see. I'm going to see what they do here. They've already made up their mind and didn't think to see if someone else would be interested in picking it up. I mean, they might have. We don't know that they didn't shop it. Nadu. I mean, you're making an assumption there. We don't know. Again, companies like Funko do plenty without ever telling us they researched it or thought about it or looked into it. They're not required to share that. No Back to the Future Series 2. Professor Josh, don't trust companies unless you own them, and I still might not trust myself. Fair Walking Miracle, I don't want to know how much I've paid for this stuff. Yeah, probably good call. Comic Zombie 278 redeemables. Per Plum solved. Next drop is Droppp. Yeah, Weasel, I don't see how Funko could not deliver on the redeemables in the time frames that have already been designated without taking, like, lawsuits. They couldn't do it. They promised that you have a legendary, you'll get that pop delivered to you if you follow the instructions. They kept a skeleton crew to finish that out. Or kept somebody on that understands enough to see that out. We bought all those packs with the guarantee that we would get the physical pops if we got the NFT, etc., etc. If they just didn't do that, mass turmoil. Dogs and cats, living in sin. The whole thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zilla, thank you for the follow! Well, technically, I've been around since TT Go Series 1, but I didn't get heavy into it or find you guys here until about a year ago. Okay, that makes sense. Villain Snapshot in December. The remaining redeemables line up with the end of the year almost, so that should be finished out. What does this mean? Packs? Question mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zilla, what you asking about? They did mention it in the cord that everything that is going to arrive to us. Yep. You will all absolutely receive redeem pack pops per Caden a mod in Discord. The number 4 Funko Pops. Hugo's, why do you need packs for physical toys? Honestly, I could get into a whole description of this whole thing, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zilla, but unfortunately it's shutting down. So I'll ask you a question. And I don't want this to come across too mean. But a lot of people come in here with intentions to just shit on things, right? Yeah, I'm going to use a curse word there. I don't normally. If you really want to know, if you're curious, I would happily explain it. But if you're coming in to just say, well, that's stupid, and I don't want any part of it, and why would anyone ever want a digital collectible? It's just a downloadable JPEG, etc., etc. Let's just end this right here. It's a lot easier on both of us. And I'm sorry if I read the room wrong. I'm sure that Nessus will be Messus on the box. Oh, God. My 2 questions are, what about packs? Will I still be able to open? I don't know the answer, but my gut tells me yes, because you've spent real money on them. And again, the negative backlash they would take as a company would be way too big. And what about my Droppp exclusives? No, nothing to tell you there. The only thing I think is that they're going to keep the site up for a long time, and you're still going to have your stuff there, and you'll still be able to buy and sell because they do get a percentage of that. But if the overhead costs on that are too expensive, maybe anything that's not a Droppp exclusive, you could move over to Wax. That, at least for now, that's still there. Universal Ghost, with 148,000 points, I wonder if it'll be enough to get into the 333. That was the color variant I wanted. Things just changed drastically. I was gonna 4 hours ago. Okay, good. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zil. I'm sorry I misread the room. I'll happily explain it. I'm sorry. I've just been burned a number of times, and I apologize for coming across snarky and defensive. Universal Ghost, I would have told you the number would have been 50, 60,000 points 4 hours ago. Now it's going to be like 200, 300,000 points. So I don't know. That's possible, Nadu6. Watch the market. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Zilla. Again, I apologize. It's come up a number of times like this. So the long and short of it is, Funko was selling NFTs. They came in the form of digital packs that you could buy. You could either get 5 NFTs in a pack for $9.99 or 17 NFTs in a pack for $29.99. They would have a drop about every 2 to 3 weeks. They've done it for the last 4.5 years with licenses like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teen Titans Go, Marvel, Disney, Star Wars, tons, 100+ drops. Every one of those netted them hundreds of thousands of dollars. And when you open the packs, you could get different variants of NFTs in there. And if you were lucky enough to pull a legendary, a grail, sometimes an ultra or a mythic, depended on the drop, that would guarantee you the delivery of a physical pop, of which I have hundreds back here on this shelf and in other areas, delivered to you, but with a delayed time frame, right? There was a time frame to collect, a time frame to turn in what you collected that was eligible for physical pops, and then a time frame for them to produce them and deliver them to you, which unfortunately with most collectors didn't sit too well. But it was a ton of fun. The people who crapped on it, who talked bad about it, probably in most cases did it out of they didn't understand, they weren't willing to understand, they didn't like getting into the crypto world, and or they just planted their feet in the ground and were unwilling to move into the future. Most people couldn't come to me with a good explanation of like, well, I really love Funko, but I can't get into it for this reason. That represented a very small amount of people. Most people just came in with a real negative attitude and weren't willing to learn, right? There were some exceptions. But it was a lot of fun. And by virtue of that, or a byproduct of that, many of us own, I have 17,000, I think, 16,000 something, digital collectibles from Funko. And I love them. I have loved them. I don't understand why some people get so bent out of shape about it. It's just a different way to collect. As of right now, I have 16,540 of these. I'm keeping them, I think. Unless something drastically changes in the next 48 hours, I'm gonna sit on them because I think they're really cool. They are still something was captured in a moment in time with a license or just Funko and a digital collectible. And while digital collectibles may not be all the rage right now for the majority of people, they are still a thing that you can hold on to. Remember, most of you won't remember the stories of the 1960s and 1970s. No, I was not born in the 60s. Mickey Mantle baseball cards that now go for millions of dollars were once put into the spokes of your bicycle wheels to make a cool click, 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 click noise when you rolled your bike down the road. And every one of those adults now that had one of those when they were a kid is crying because they gave up possibly millions of dollars by putting a little piece of cardboard in their spokes of their bicycle. This could be that moment. People could burn these, walk away from their account, sell them away, and they could be $0 in 2 months. We have no guarantee. Or in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, people could look back and go, dang, man, those were the beginning. We're now living in this world with lots of digital collectibles, and people love it, and like it's so fun. And remember the OG? Remember the Funko stuff? Man, imagine keeping those, what they'd be worth now. It's a gamble I think I'm willing to take. I miss Fancy Cherry. Don't send me stuff. Come on now. Oh, the cost of RAM and CPU on my Wax wallet is going to be... Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's huge. That is huge. For cards we want to keep, I think it is safer to bring them back to our Wax wallet. Yeah, that's maybe pinpoint the top ones first and bring them back. That's a good point, Pop and Stock. I don't know about way too big, said Fourth Curator. If it was way too big, they wouldn't be axing the drop. But what do I know? I forget how I use that terminology. But definitely talking about like when something gets a large following. I remember saying this earlier. When something gets a large following, unfortunately, there's this negative side of it that often takes over the conversation. It's like the Marvel movies. Once upon a time, they could do no wrong. And then some people will tell you the quality's gone down real bad and the latest movies are horrible. I don't feel that way. But it's like it got so big that it became the cool thing to poop on it. Professor Josh, I mean, until Disney Redemption closes January 16th, so buying, selling will happen until that time, I'm guessing. And I would hope, not assume, I would hope far past that, but we don't know. We'll always have your Discords that the community sent over. Marvel, I had so many, and it won't be any good for Season 2. Oh, that's right. Some of those aren't eligible yet. Really, Miss... You don't have to do that, Miss Fancy Cherry, but, I mean, if you want... Well, Comic Zombie, that was an example. Mickey Mantle. KT Madoob, I think they should have just slowed down and released them every month or every... See, I don't ever think that was a solution. I'm pretty sure you or other people have made that comment in here before, and I'll stick with what I said before. Doing one drop a month was not going to cover their overhead. When you have a business, and I'm sorry to sound like a mansplaining here, but I'm just going to say it for my own edification. When you have a business, you have set overhead costs every month, and I would imagine for Funko with labor, overhead, production costs, art, any computers, software, whatever, they probably $250,000 to $500,000 a month in overhead. And if you only do one drop and you only sell $420,000 worth of packs in that drop, you're not covering your overhead, and thus that's a bad move. I always felt like they needed to do at least 2 drops a month, or they might have been able to get away with one every 3 weeks in order to make it profitable. And even then, is it profitable enough? Because on paper, spending $125 million and netting 140, not that attractive to a big company that does $1 billion a year. You want to put your efforts somewhere else. That's just business. I was going to go for 333 in Season 3. No chance. 0 will hit in Season 2 now, says Chuck. Jumps to Frog, trying to figure out how to put NFTs into my bike spokes. If you figure it out, that'd be great. This is true too, Misty. This is true. I thought about it as I was speaking. If millions of kids didn't destroy those Mickey Mantle baseballs, it wouldn't be worth millions of dollars. This is true. To a point. I mean, how many kids really did it? I was using the example that they were devalued. They had no value at the time. Maybe thousands of kids did it with the Mickey Mantle specifically. Maybe even just hundreds. And if they hadn't, those cards still might have been destroyed in other ways. Or there might have been a little bit more in circulation now that would grade a 9.6, a 9.8, and that might have an impact on the market, might not. It's going to be sad when we receive our Disney Pops in the mail close to the end of 2026. Yeah, it is. Financial advice for Sully. Here's the first from Red Ranger. Keep what you want, but burn enough to secure a Freddy. You should be able to easily attain, and it gets you some value, if not a memento back. I'll consider it. I'm so nervous about what's going to happen with my drop exclusives. You know, Star Wars is my favorite set, and I was so proud to collect the Master set. I mean, I imagine they'll be answering a lot of questions here soon, and one they're going to have to determine is, will they shut down the Droppp website, and if so, when will that happen? I would pray, and they didn't come out and just be open with us on this thing up front. They took some time to think about it, and we got the rumors and this conversation today, unfortunately, that probably, I wish it hadn't had to happen. I hope they're upfront with this and give us plenty of time. Hey, it's January 1st of 2026. We're going to close the site down 3 months. And even better than that would be, hey, we hear you. We understand the concern. We will give you a 3 months notice when we're going to shut down Droppp. I would love to hear that. Yeah, same, Laney Lane. I'm emotional today. I'm emotional. I'll be honest, I almost cried earlier thinking about it. It's not just the Droppp thing either. Like, for me, it's my love of Funko has been so strong for so long and has impacted me in positive ways that I'm glad I had, and in some negative ways that I wish I had never had to live through. Like, and then that question I asked earlier to myself, am I okay? Why do I allow that to be so serious in my life? It's not a human being. It's not a person I love. It's not a pet. It's a thing. Why would I let it impact me in the way it has? But my emotions are my emotions. Hey, Rare. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not done with this. I was just talking about. I may have to be done with Droppp. We'll be talking about it for a long time still. But I'm looking at other projects, and I have been for a while. I talked about like diversification a little bit, and I think there's some other really strong projects out there that will pick up the mantle, you might say. Think about all the people that were willing to invest in the Funko NFTs. One of my first thought was, what are Tuesdays now? I don't want to give up on NFTuesdays. So I'm looking at projects like Fanable and like Disney Pinnacle, and I'm going in on those. I'm just going to siphon my funds over there and see what happens. I think Disney Pinnacle is the win, personally. I think that's the place to go. I told you guys about it the second I found out about it. I have not been able to put a lot into it because I was still putting a lot into Funko. If I could take my $7,000 in Funko NFTs right now, take a portion of those and convert it to Pinnacle, I would do that because I think there's a good future there. But, I mean, I thought there was a good future here. The thing is that is Nadu. People in Funko don't have people that understand the digital space, and because they had in their head, why do we have this since we don't see what return we're getting? I mean, this you could apply that to so many things, Nadu. Companies like Funko, I've said this at least 1,000 times, they've got to sacrifice for the bottom line. Had they never gone public, this day might not have come. We might not have ever had the end of this. But they're public, and they have to answer to the shareholders, to the board and the shareholders. And that often turns into simply a math game. Let's look at a spreadsheet. We're going to cut this because it's not making the kind of money we need to focus on. We can take that same labor, instead of making $25 million over the course of a year, we can make $250 million with this other cool thing. We're going to focus there. And it may turn out that some of you guys were right. This new limited edition tier system was the test, and it went really well, and they're like, we don't need both. Drops out, digital tier, limited, we charge more for the pop, and it ships immediately is a better play for us. Rare individual, really going to miss this community. Just thinking about the computer and tablet setup every Tuesday drops. I'll never forget winning that Back to the Future Grail. Rare individual, man, I am so happy for you, and you always have that pop. So you have unless you sold it, hopefully you didn't. You always have that cool memory, that trophy, that thing that commemorates that amazing day. I couldn't believe it. That was so cool. Too many people were unwilling to learn. They only judged. That hurt. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I could break down the reasons we're sitting here talking about this today. And the main ones are the negativity from people when their option was to just shut their dumb face. If you don't like something, you do not need to go to the internet and tell everybody you don't like it. It's pretty simple. If you're unwilling to learn, just say that. I'm unwilling to learn. And then walk away. You're done. You don't need to constantly come back in and make it heard again and again and again and again. What'd you get? You got a division of a company shut down. You cost people their jobs. You cost a lot of people who enjoyed collecting the end of something they love collecting. You wouldn't want that done to you. So why would you do it to somebody else? But hurt people hurt people. And just being unwilling to learn something is a pretty sad reason for just, again, pooping on it. Holy cow, Miss Fancy Cherry, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that. But they did it all this year. Didn't seem to help them. Yeah, Professor Josh made a good video talking about the very things we've been talking about today. The comparison of the tier system and this and NFTs and stuff. And they made a lot of changes. They listened to fans. They answered those fair concerns and complaints. They took it into 2.0 version of the Droppp digital Funko business, and they poised themselves for wins. But the pack sales weren't there, and I think ultimately just wasn't enough, right? At least 2 a month, but then they went overboard for a while. There were some weird times, Walking Miracle. Yeah, I think those were simply tests, but tests can have a negative long-standing impact. Professor Josh, I called it a month ago that I was concerned with limited edition pops selling out and no extra. Yeah, you made a whole video on it. And you made some really valid points there. I thought the two could run simultaneously and it would all be great, but maybe they watched my video. It's all my fault. Oh no, Professor Josh. Oh, he said, it's a question. Is it all my fault? Well, the answer is yes. I'm kidding. How much was your collection dropped in value in the last 30 minutes? Mine's not too far down. Let's see. 73.66. 73.64. $1 and change. That's not bad. The moms would have given your Mickey Mantles to your cousins if you didn't put them in your bike spokes. I would have sold them at a garage sale. Then there's the conversation about what this does to wax. I worry things are just going to get worse. Fair concern, I think. Yeah, me too, Red Rain. I wish it happened Friday. Well, kinda, yes and no. I hate when stuff just comes out of the blue and takes over the stream when I'm not ready. But it's good that we had today. I agree. They would have to open it up to let us transfer the Droppp exclusive somehow. They could. I think with coding, they could. But the question is, legally, are they allowed to? They would probably have to go back to Disney, who is the main perpetrator of this it can't be on wax also thing, we assume. We've guessed. And Disney would have to sign off on it. And I don't know if they'll be willing to do that. That basically means restructuring an existing contract, which lawyers can do. They can write an addendum, amendum, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think they'll do it. Well, it sucks because you had passion and community built around. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty used to getting involved in something, getting excited about it, building it up, and then having it dropped. I've gone through it 4 or 5 times in my life with very significant things. Not to mention relationships, but the drop-off from SDCC panel to today was quick. Yeah. I still think the new CEO... And I'm not pointing fingers and complaining and calling this guy names. That's not what I'm doing here. Again, business decisions. The same reason I was let go. Business decisions. Didn't have to do with my performance. I wasn't a bad employee. At least no one ever told me that. If anything, I feel like I was a really good one. And I worked really hard to represent the fans and sit in between the fans and make that Funko family the thing that it was. And then gone. Misty says to Sully, it's a part of how you see yourself. You are a Funko collector like most of us here. Yeah. Universal Ghost, it's all the investment you put into Funko. Working for them, creating memories, collecting, it all just comes full circle at times like this. Yeah, well worded. Well worded. My emotions sit up here anyway. And then with something like this, it's too much. If they hadn't gone public, we might not have had NFTs to begin with. Possible. It's very, very true. Walking Miracle, you get it. I've said this many times before. You have a very good business marketing brain. I hope you are getting to use that in life or get to use it someday, other than our wonderful conversations here. You get it. You understand. Miss Fancy Cherry, how sweet. This community will always be here, y'all. I love that. We just got to find a new thing to focus on a little bit, right? It's good to have a focus. Remember the early days of the repeated sellouts? Wow, we had some fun, didn't we? I wish I had videos of those first Turtles days streams. I didn't keep those. How much would it take for someone investment firm to buy out Funko and make them private? Restructure and adjust as Red Lobster. So that's a great question. Talking bigger than Droppp, I still think there is a very real chance that Funko will sell to another company that is already public and or another company that is private. I still think the two choices on that board right now, the big ones that make sense, are Disney and Fanable. Disney's public, Fanable's not. Fanable is worth a lot more than Funko. Both those companies are. If Disney bought Funko, you'd get a stock exchange of the current stock, and then you're just beholden to a new board of directors and a company that has shut down a lot bigger things than Droppp on a whim. I'm scared of that one. If Fanable buys it, go ahead and make all your comments about, horrible production value and MLB uniforms and blah, 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 blah. But Fanable makes a lot of sense. They're a private company that might go public. They're worth trillions of dollars or hundreds of billions of dollars. A lot. They're worth a lot. And Fanable could do some really good things with it, including bring back digital collectibles. I think that one makes a lot of sense. I just received an offer on Fanable. Interesting. I got to go look at that. Professor Josh, that's a fair question. The biggest Funko ever got was $1 trillion in sales in a year. I don't know what that puts their valuation at exactly, because you have all the debt, and now recently you have the months, the quarters where they didn't make a profit. My guess is, there's two parts to this. There's some very tricky parts to this. One, just because it's public doesn't mean that every percentage of the company is represented in stock. Only a portion is. Another portion is owned by a private investment firm, and the third portion used to be majority Brian Mariotti. I don't know who owns that now. It's not Brian. So it could be that really only 25-30% of the company is in the stock, and the other 75% is owned by investment firms. If they see the writing on the wall, they'd be happy to sell. And then I don't know how the stock works exactly, but you'd either get paid for it or it'd roll over into another stock. Something that really rubs me the wrong way, says Shep, those rumor-spreading YouTubers' most successful YouTube video was a Funko NFT tutorial. Just absurd. I missed the boat there. I really dropped the ball. I really thought being here to help people in live videos was the way to go. And I experimented with a couple of recorded videos like the how to transfer USDC with Droppp. That only got a few thousand views. I really thought we would build a giant community here and a lot of people would come over, but it didn't work that way. And it's a shame because I saw people in Discord yesterday, and there were a couple of nice comments that brought up my name, but most of them were like, man, if only they'd made a tutorial video. I've said that a bunch of times. I should have done it. I love my NFT pops even more now, says Miss Fancy Chair. That's amazing. Molly Wop says, hopefully no future pops arrive damaged. Wonder if they will replace boxes. I wouldn't count on it. But it's possible. I mean, I think pretty guaranteed they order a percentage of replacement boxes. So if they make 1,800, they probably order 100 replacement boxes or 200. That's a minimal cost for them. They get shipped with the pops. So they could facilitate that, but they don't have to. Tuesdays can be Meld Tuesday. You can show people how to set up Meld and talk about the various features. I mean, yeah, could. I like the collecting aspect more. I think, and specifically, I still believe in the blockchain and NFTs. We may be on a downturn. I just think we're all early still. I've been saying it for a long time, and I still believe it. So I'd like to continue to stay focused there. I think things like Disney Pinnacle, NBA Top Shot, Established, even Pudgy Penguins. I don't know hardly anything about Pudgy Penguins, but it keeps coming up, and I've seen a lot of really big numbers associated with it. I thought sports cards had seen their day in the 90s and early 2000s. And then I thought they peaked in the 2010s. And then I thought they peaked at the beginning of COVID. And now they're having the biggest surge ever. Sports cards have been around since the technically early 1900s, but really since the 1950s and 60s. I don't have the life in me to wait out NFTs for that long, but there's still plenty of chance to see this thing take off and be the it thing. Gary V has been right all along, and I think he's still going to be right. KT Madib, we did it with all them damn 9,500 piece figures that be selling out in a minute when the NFTs were more limited. Yeah, yeah. Happy Kiosk Tuesday. We gotta workshop that a little, Nadu. Of course, Miss Fancy. I mean, I think it's so fitting. I dreaded / was looking forward to it all weekend. I didn't know what I'd say. I didn't know how far to take it. I mean, I don't want to come in here and talk smack about Funko. I don't think there's anybody there that has ill will towards the fans and the community. They have to do what they think from a business perspective makes sense. But I'm hurt. And I just wish they would have taken the time to understand the situation better, and to, both with my firing and with this, and understand the long-term impact this will have, not only with who is currently your fans, but also the trust they have in you as a company. Like, a lot of us, we're burned again, and do we want to commit to future anything? Like, is it enough to go, I don't know if I really want to do this anymore. My heart can't take it. Yeah, Professor Josh, I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about it. It's going to be interesting. Tanner. Tanner's been here for the long haul too, and he gets it. I was holding out hope that the rumors weren't true, or they were just scaling back. By the way, Tanner was the first person to tell me about this, and I think that was pretty fitting. But the arcade news seems like the nail in the coffin. That's exactly how I worded it. Such a bummer. This has been my favorite part of Funko for years. Funko never truly advertised it correctly, and a lot of people never took the 10 minutes it takes to learn how it works. They wrote it off immediately and called it a scam. It's a shame, too, because this program is so much better than the new LE program people are losing their minds over. Well worded, signed, sealed, delivered. I agree wholeheartedly. Professor Josh, I like how Discord lets you only have a check mark on post and announcements. I'm sure we all want to post something else. I don't know what that means. Oh, like only a check mark in React? Oh, gotcha. In reaction. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Like you want a different emoji. Yeah. Yeah, Tide Tuesday. I love what Tide Tuesdays is. I think it's a lot of fun. And I love what Pop Paragon has designed and facilitated and continues to provide the Wax blockchain, and we'll keep playing for sure. But I think my focus, I want it to be a little different. No offense to him whatsoever. I think he's doing a great thing, and I'm participating. I play every day. I set up battle bowls every day that it'll let me. Every day that I remember. Nadu said they could have chosen today to say the cancellation season 3 today, so everyone can burn everything now, so they can't say I was holding to burn for season 3. Could have, possibly. No, I said Fanatics, not Fanable. Fanatics, yeah. Fanable is not in the same exact realm. Well, neither is Fanatics for that matter. But Fanable's new. I don't think they have the capital. I could be wrong. I mean, could be some sheik that's sitting on a gazillion dollars. I don't know. But I think Fanable makes sense from they already have a working relationship with Funko. They clearly they're tops. They own tops. They own sports cards. They get it. They could take Funko and make it even bigger than what it is now, and get into other things like actual clothing. I mean, I've always wanted like a real Funko Flex Fit hat, and there's not been one. Like polo shirts, sports cards, but now collectible Funko cards like Upper Deck tried to do, and I honestly wasn't big of a fan of those. Like, there's so many things they could do. They have the capital, they have the production, they have the, like, everything. And honestly, sports figure pops have started to really take off over the last year and a half, 2 years. Jumps the Frog, I still appreciate how much time and effort the artists put into the NFTs. Yes. There are some really cool graphics on them. I hope I can keep them indefinitely. I hope so too. And I think you probably can, at least the majority of them. Those drop exclusives are a little concerning, but. Fanatics sold their share they owned in candy, so I wouldn't trust Fanatics to be high on NFTs. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that, Digital Pop Kingdom. But also, you got to remember that tastes change, and so does leadership. And like somebody mentioned earlier, maybe the reason the Funko NFTs are going away is because leadership at Funko now is not keen on them. Fanatics leadership could change. and come along and be like, this is dope. All it's going to take is another big Bored Ape type situation to change everyone's opinion. If another NFT sells for $1 million and then something behind it close to that, the whole thing, the boat turns. The whole thing turns. So from day to day, poppin' craze, Harry, one of the first people I thought of too. I'm sorry, bro. I watched your video last night and I did comment on it. I don't know if you saw it. I'm emotional, man. I know you are too. I had such fun, man. I had such fun. I hate to see it end. It sucks. Yeah, I'm broken, man. I'm near tears. Professor Walking Miracle. People will look back on Funko NFTs and think, darn, they were early. Yep, I'm hoping not. Professor Josh, sometimes companies get ahead of their time and have to wait until the right time to launch technology and innovation. I mean, Topps has tried with digital. They did e-tops. They did wax. They did candy. It's not for lack of trying. We'll see more iterations of this. We'll see more people trying. There's going to be a whole generation of kids, I've talked about this before, that are perfectly fine with digital collectibles, and they may have gotten a little taste of this. They may have gotten a little taste of NBA Top Shot, and they may be brewing the next big idea in their little noggins, and they're going to go off and they're going to make it happen, or they're going to go to a company and make it happen, or whatever. And yeah, we'll look back and go, dang it, gone too soon. Walking Miracle, Funko / Droppp tried this and were successful for a time with it. Yep. My spending on Pops will plummet. That's for... Yeah, I haven't spent much money on regular Pops at all. Will I try for the occasional limited LE tier program one? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, we had the process down, didn't we, Randy C? We were good at it. Professor Josh, submit your Y2K watch chance to win on the new Taco Bell stream today too. Feed your losses with retro. When's that go live? Did you put a time in there? It's already 2:30. Dang. Poppin' Craze, I'm gonna put it at number 2 behind Letting Me Go. But I understand why that wouldn't be number 1 on your chart. Yeah, it hurts. I really wish that wasn't the decision. I really wish they'd find a way to keep it around, but I think it's too late now. I'm at 323 and was at 295. Everyone is burning now. Let's see. Did I lose more value? 7364. Yep. Dropped another 15 bucks in that time. Hey, what's up, Chris VKC? Don't judge, guys, but no lie. I'm not judging. I'm not judging at all. Somebody, was it Universal Ghost or Misty or both earlier, said it's become a part of us. We've done this for so long, and we enjoyed it so much, and we fought for it. I mean, you did a great job of keeping the positive sentiment in the Droppp Discord against all odds. You were the one guy swimming upriver. Well, not the one guy, but one of few. I'm not even willing to talk in there because I can't stand the toxicity so much. But we fought for it, man. We fought for it stronger than anybody except Droppp. We wanted to see it succeed. We wanted to help people. We wanted everyone to have fun with it. We never wavered. No judgments here, says Elizabeth Kesey. Glad I'm not. Absolutely not. Professor Josh says it's live now. Digital Pal. Play game. Oh, okay. So this is... Here we go. If anybody's interested, this Y2K thing from Taco Bell. They were giving away the hats last week. And now if we can get our little crunchkins and keep them alive to the end and level them up enough, I think we get prizes possibly. But I'm pretty sure you have to spend money at Taco Bell, which I don't normally do. Fun graphics, though. Look at that bag opening. I'm watching your shelf light up and down. I need it to be red. Okay. You asked for it. I got you. I got you. Oh, tell me it's not connecting. Service not running. Hold on. I'm watching your... Oh, yeah, I read that. It's even worse here. It's 4:30. We've gotten so used to drop day Tuesday. Yeah, I really want something to fill the space. I like the idea of having a theme Tuesday every week, and the discussions we've had have been wonderful, and we've helped so many people learn and just have fun with it. How do I just pick a solid color? This app is color. Red. There we go. There you go. Professor Josh, community of people that enjoyed it. I think Funko Sodas is a similar community that loved the product. They have the Y2K entry form for the watch, too. Oh, okay. I gotta look for that. Plus the fun in opening packs together. Oh, for sure. Black for morning. I don't think I could do... Black light would just be off. I could go the opposite and go to white, but I don't think black is an option. There's no black on that color wheel. That's it. Those are the only options I have. Black lights. That's different. A black light is a different light. I missed some comments. Laney Lane, yes, rare. I would have played things very differently and spent a lot less money picking up items for Season 3. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Rare said, what stings more is the communication. We only found out because of a former Droppp employee decided to send that email. Droppp quiet all weekend and then bang, no Season 3. Yep, I would have rather heard directly from them. Johnny Sachs, me too, Laney. I really wanted to Season 3 pop, and I've been spending USDs. So the question is, what are they going to do with the Season 3 pop? Because my gut tells me that they've already ordered them all. Or else they lose the benefit of using the same mold, which was why they did 3 paint variants on the same thing. So my gut tells me they've been ordered for production. Or maybe they were able to get to it in time to just order Season 1 and 2, but I kind of doubt that. No, Comic Zombie, stop it. I'm really upset. Total gut punch. Me too. Feels like I lost a part of me. We did. We lost our Tuesdays. Tuesdays is dead now. Tuesdays are gone. Back to Taco Bell for me. It's going to take some time to really come around on this thing and reconcile it in my heart. Where's the watch thing? I don't see it. Pickup, delivery, rewards. Got to go to rewards. That's right. Tuesday drops. Learn more. The watch. That's so cool. I wouldn't wear it, but it's cool. The Taco Bell Escape to the 2000s watch. Access drop. Submit. Fill in my info. Sorry, gotta do this. Digital Pop Kingdom. Yeah, doesn't make sense. It's the same mold. Why would the full run be made at the same time? It's just paint. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah. Totally. Yeah, they run it all at once. That makes sense. So somewhere, I'm pretty sure those will exist. Tanner said, I'll admit I sold a lot of my Legendaries, royalties, and grails when that video came out on Friday. They're going down now, sadly. Yeah, I'm watching my value drop. Who's going to buy? Are there people buying? Yes, another $6 down. Professor Josh, Season 2 wouldn't be delivered until Q1, so they're ending all the deliveries in Q1 with villains at the same time, too. I doubt they had Season 3 made yet. I bet they are. People are buying? Maybe I should sell some stuff. I was working and lurking a bit, so not sure all the details, but I hope anyone who may have been laid off from this finds new and fulfilling work. I said the same thing. I wish there was something I could do to help them. People first, man. Like, that's something these big companies never get. They don't care. You're a number. You're a means to an end. Not all companies, but most. And that's how I felt, for sure, when I was let go. Like, all the overtime worked for free and the living it, even when I wasn't at Funko. I worked that job 24 hours a day. And that'd be one of the things that's impacted me most in this life. That being laid off was one of the worst moments of my life. Especially in the way they did it. Yeah, here, let's get 8 of you on a phone call, a Zoom, and tell you all how you're no longer relevant or needed and you're not getting a severance package. Professor Josh, sell legendaries. That's what people are buying for protos, I'm sure. Monster Pete, next payday, I will have to go Coinbase and add more money to whatever I miss. So you're going in to buy more, Pedro. Glad to hear it. Rare Individual, for the Season 3 pop, they may plan on doing something similar to what Hot Wheels did. Below is a copy of the announcement they did. Okay, Rare Individual posted that. Hi, everyone. Please look out for an email from us this morning on how you can redeem a special 2025 bonus blind pack as a thank you for all your support during the Hot Wheels Virtual Garage program. I remember that vaguely. We hope you enjoy this token of our appreciation. 5,000 lucky collectors will find one last redeemable inside. I doubt Funko would do that, but it's possible. Yeah, I talked about that, Tanner. I feel like last season it was like 105 per Poppin' Craze's video that came out a couple days ago. The floor this season was, I mean, 20, 30,000, whatever. Probably wouldn't have broken 40 or 50. Now it's probably going to be 200-300. And I can't stream Monday. I'm in a golf tournament. Second time in a row this has come up, but I'm not missing the golf tournament this time. I'm going. I got a chance to meet Kyle McLaughlin and get a pop sign, so I'm going. I want to be here. I want to be here to talk about it and you know, be here for the end of it and maybe even participate, but I won't. I've been there. I came back from 4-month sabbatical, and they said we were getting rid of your job in 3 months. Go find something, and we are going to kick you out of your office. Rest of my team got moved into other roles. Just mine gone fully. Gut punch, man. Digital Pop Kingdom. Being a stable, long-term commitment guy is great for marriage, not so much for investing in collectibles. Yep. I'm good at marriage, though. Who's filling the gap in streaming instead of Sully? Yeah, somebody please do. Please do. Stream on Monday and be there with everybody, and I'll try to tune in if I can. But somebody should be covering it and talking about it and seeing where the numbers are and how they're rising. Like, I mean, definitely do it. You have 170,000? Right now I have potential 660,000 points. I don't think I will burn enough, but I'll take a peek and see. ADZB, what's up? They moved it up on Monday. If I remember, Professor Josh knows for sure, but they moved the time up to like closing it down at like 3 or 4 p.m., something like that. Pacific time, maybe. 2 p.m. Pacific. Yep. No, Randy, in fact, I was saying just the opposite. I mean, we'll still talk about this. We'll still talk about Droppp, but like, I want a focal point. I want something to go and do on Tuesdays, and there's some really good things going down on Disney Pinnacle and Fanable, and there's others, and I'll keep looking. And I'm open to any kind of thoughts you guys may have on what we can focus on. I want to stay in the Web3 space, specifically around something that I believe in, and like what Fanable's doing that I really love is graded collectibles. Like that market is blowing up, and I don't think that's going anywhere. People will, no matter where we go with the digital, the physical collectibles will always have a space in some way, shape, and form. And so something that straddles the line between both is pretty exciting and fun, right? I never pulled a 101. That's right, Pedro. Son of a biscuit. I wanted that day. I wanted that day for y'all and me. Digital Pop Kingdom, kind of like when I put money into Grubhub during COVID, went up like 50%, and now it's like 50% under because I just held it. Yeah, on my tombstone, it's going to say loyal to a fault because I'm the guy that holds on too long. But with the Pops, at least I've been selling lately, so maybe I'm not that guy. We'll see. Fishing at the pond. No. Outdoor stuff, forget it. Unless it's like a concert or Disney. May I give you all of the extra stuff I have? It's just going to go to waste if not. I mean, my advice still to everyone at Trail is hold. If you can't make the top 333 for this season, and you don't want, if you can't sell right now and make some actual money that you'd be okay with, still hold. There is still the Mickey Mantle in the spokes scenario here. I have leftover packs for different drops. I might. Not yet. I was sitting pretty before the announcement. Now I'm worried I have to burn more. Yeah, you will. Oof, down another $14. Oh, really, Tanner? So maybe. I figured your tombstone would say more pepperoni. Well, that'll be right below loyal to a fault. Also, more pepperoni. Oh, yeah. I thought Rare had another comment over there, but that was just about the Hot Wheels stuff. Let's look at something else. For those of you who don't know, and honestly, if you haven't heard me say this before and you haven't gotten into it, oh, nice, Funko Photo Lady. You need to listen and do this. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. If you're not listening to me and you don't do this, you're stupid. I'm gonna say it. Disney Pinnacle. And you don't have to spend a dime. You don't have to spend a dime if you don't want to. Disney Plus perks. Disney Plus perks. If you have Disney Plus, if your grandma has Disney Plus, if your sister has Disney Plus and they're not using it, get on it. Once a month on Disney Plus perks, you can go log in with your Disney Plus profile, username and password, and you can look at all their featured perks. And if you dig, you have to dig a little bit. You get all the way over. Where's the... Oh, I can't see more unless I'm logged in. 1 second while I log in. Yeah, Darth Wago, we're going to see an impact. Will it hold? Probably. But let's see. Let me see if I can remember. This is Kelly's login. And that is that password. I think. I wish it would just stay logged in. Okay. Let's go back to this. You need to do this. Here's the link. Nadu, you can still benefit from getting the code. One thing I've wondered, and I don't know this. Can you get the code and just sell it? Like, I would give you $5 for your code. You could just give it to me, you know? Or you could get more. The average selling price of one of the mystery capsules is like $6.95, I think, that they give away for free. But they have all kinds of giveaways, like a chance to the Tron Ares premiere, 6 months of Dash Pash. Here's a new one. A trip to New York Comic Con 2025. I'm going to go ahead and enter that again. Or that's new. They just put that up. Discover more. Oh, that's all sweepstakes. Oh, no, it's not all sweepstakes. You can get into D23 Gold membership, complimentary, early access to the Throwback Collection, Clear Plus, 3 months free for your travel, Funko Pop, Funko.com, 15% off your purchase, which Chuck found out worked on the Box of Fun during Fun Days, or during Box of Fun. And then this, Disney Pinnacle, one mystery capsule every month. I don't know how many months they'll do it, but take advantage. That's like $6.95 on average of something in the Disney Pinnacle app. You get it, and then you're getting a mystery. There are variants. There are rarities. You can get the rare items. Now, you're going to go like, well, why do I care, right? Like, are these things actually worth anything? That's the kind of comments I get. And I don't know why anybody would word a question that way in 2025. Yes, things are worth money all the time. You have to do the research and find out. That sounds like a very snarky side. Are these things actually worth anything? Like, don't ask questions like that. Disney Pinnacle has some bots that follow the sales. And then post. So they're a fun bot, not a bad bot. I think it's just called Pinnacle Pin Bot. Here we go. I've shown this before. Any sale on the secondary market, which, by the way, the secondary market's very interesting. They haven't had it open for a long time, and they only open it every other weekend. And then on the opposite weekends, it's trades only. But in the weekend, the 3-4 days that it's open each time, the sales have been really good and will probably continue that way. So this account only shares sales of $200 and above. There's plenty that are smaller than that. But like on each one too, it shares this one of one. That's a big deal. That's not going to happen all the time. We went through the one-of-one thing with the keys. The Star Wars one sold for $30,000. I think we'll look back when this sells for 6 figures later and go, wow, that person, they gave it up too soon. But maybe they didn't. Here's a $200 sale. This one minted 141 pieces. It's an open edition. There were 141 of them, and one of them sold for $200. Imagine a 141 piece pop. What's that go for? A lot more, right? But this, someone acquired, I don't know how much they spent to get it. Not that much. Not that much. Did I get the Angry AI Twitchy Tides NFT from here? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know where you won that. I've been giving away mostly bug packs lately. $800 for this Ray. There were 333 pieces. This is serial number 1, though. Some are serial numbered, some are not. This is serial number 1, so it went for a prettier penny. $299 for a serial number 3 that there were 333 pieces of. $459 for the one that there was 266 pieces of, not a serial number. And you can scroll on and on and on and on. 250, 300, 225, 625, 230, 600, 350. Now, not every sale is going to be like that. There's going to be $10 sales, there's going to be $5 sales. But they're going to be the big sales. And the only way you're going to have anything to sell in a big sale is to acquire it. Some people are on the webs talking it up, thinking they know everything and saying, hey, and, well, I think I know everything too, so to be fair. And they're like, that was sarcasm. They're like, hey, they're making too many of these things. 333 is not rare enough. What? 333 items and a population of how many in the U.S. alone? A bill? People all over the world might be collecting. Right now, it's tens of thousands of collectors. It's still technically in beta. People are onboarding slowly. They're ramping this up slowly. In 5, 10, 50 years, we probably won't be here, but what are these selling for? Well, it doesn't, you don't have to guarantee the win, but you do have to play the game, and you should be taking advantage of at least the free capsules. And then they're selling other ones all the time. So get in there and learn about it, and that's maybe what we do on Tuesdays, is I click up, connect the phone, and we start looking at it and talking about it and grabbing the latest drops, completing sets. I learned some new stuff on that yesterday. Lug said, got a gold Yoda as my free item, limited to 336 pieces. They were giving away a bunch of free items if you just did trades over the weekend. U.S. population is 341 million. There you go. So a percentage of those, probably 5 to 10% right now, maybe, probably less than 5, are interested in digital collectibles. But what does a year, 5, 10 down the road look like? It's going to change. It's Disney. It's licensed. It's limited edition. These are the exact same things I thought about when I looked at my Flocked Sully Funko Pop in 2012 and went, dang, that could be worth hundreds of dollars one day, and now it's worth like $2,000. So I was right, but I wasn't near right enough. Could a limited edition pen of Nemo that sold for $215 today, limited to 105 pieces of the world, be worth $2,000 one day? Absolutely. Could it be worth $4,000, $5,000, $10,000? Yeah, it's potential. There's potential there. How many pieces of Disney items do you know that are limited to 500 pieces or less that don't sell for a lot of money? We're just early. We're early. I'm going to keep saying it. That should be the name of any kind of collectibles podcast. We're early. They still have Funko and Loungefly discount codes too? They do. They absolutely do. 15% off either or both. Yeah, there's the website for Pinnacle. I could use that. There's the mobile app. And another thing that's interesting about this, they started opening up trades within the app, so we can start trading with one another. I imagine that with the changes brought forth by the Fortnite lawsuit and the fact that they don't have to give up 30% of every sale, that they may end up adding purchasing, person-to-person market within the app as well. So that's coming, I bet. Thank you for sharing. Been trying and can never find them, but now I got it. Nice, Miss Fancy Chair. Good. I wish you'd asked before. I'd have been happy to help. Yeah, I just entered for that Funko Fuddly. Professor Josh, you can use the Loungefly coupon with Funko Pops. Just add them to your cart, logged in, and then go log in on Loungefly. Oh, boy. That's an interesting hack. AK Shat, I thought I answered the question. Sorry, did I not answer it to your satisfaction? I did not send that to you, I don't think. And then Walking Miracle offered to help if you have your wallet. They're willing to look and see if they can tell you where it came from. Yeah, maybe I scrolled back. No, I see you asked it twice. Yeah. Respond to Walking Miracle and see if she can help you. No, there's the website too. Let me see if I don't know that I've logged in on this computer to it. Log in. Oh, I have. Okay, good. Oh, I think I had to do this one on one of the weekends when stuff was for sale. Okay, let's go back. Here we are, Disney Pinnacle. Web-based, first time in here. So backing it up just a little bit, Disney Pinnacle is owned by Dapper Labs. They're not owned by Disney. But Dapper Labs, much like Funko, is working with Disney to make limited edition digital collectibles in the form of enamel pins. They look like enamel pins. The art is fantastic on them. The interaction is fantastic on them. You have, this is my wallet, my pins. There's trading built in here. When trading is open. I don't know if it's open all the time now. Let's see. I don't know why it always does that. Yeah, I can set up trades right now. I'm friends with a few people. So unfortunately on here, there's not like a regular market for trades where you search by keyword like Sully and then go and find people and do trades. You kind of have to trade codes first or be on the Discord and share information there and then get the code. It's kind of like being friends on Wii or Nintendo Switch. It's kind of not as simple as like Xbox and PlayStation. You have your collections, your pin books, and something I'm learning, you can get these different backgrounds by completing sets. But to complete sets, it's not just getting the full set. You actually have to click some extra buttons that I didn't understand until just recently. But here are my pins that I've got, right? Let's go back to the beginning. I haven't bought a lot because I haven't been putting money into this. I'm about to start doing more. Probably missed a big chunk of the boat here, but I still want to do it. These first ones I got, starter edition, they have big numbers, 9,268. They're probably not going to go for a lot right now, but I bought the 4 of them, I believe, as a set for like $6.95. And then I added on a Donald Duck and a Mickey to complete the set. Those are minted a little lower, 7,328, 7,192. They're big numbers, but we're talking about a big world, and Disney pins are probably bigger than Pops. Maybe not, I don't know. Alien, I got out of a blind mystery capsule, but it was an open edition, meaning that those numbers could go real big. So it was cheaper. It was like $6.95 at retail versus something like a limited edition, like this Darth Vader I bought. That capsule was $29.95. But like a pre-minted pack on the Wax blockchain, very limited amount of pins, and they're serial numbered. So like I got this Darth Vader. For its number, it's out of 282 pieces. It's serial number 185, right? And it doesn't look like you can interact with them on here, can you? Let's try the full. Come on, load it up. Oh, you can. So cool. So you can interact with the pins, and they have some great details. I love this. Like, look at the little Star Wars logo that would be where the pin and the pin backer is. The little logo on the back. The writing on the pin, you can zoom in on these things really close, look at the details. Multi-layer pin, and this one actually has lights, so it flickers. It's like an enamel pin, for real. It is so freaking cool. It's asking for a promo code. Where do I find that? To redeem your free once a month mystery capsule, if that's what you're talking about, you get the promo code by going to Disney Plus Perks, logging in with your account, and then they'll give you the code there. I can show that again. I think we're early. Took your advice, Sully, claimed my code, made a Pinnacle account, and got a gold BB-8 numbered to 323. Dope. That's awesome. Congrats. AK, I give away a lot of free NFTs, but I don't give away Twitchy Tides NFTs by virtue of filling out the form. My NFTs almost always say Nerds Unite in the actual NFT. You have way more than I do. I've been too focused on Droppp. I might turn around going forward. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think we missed the boat. I think we're too early. We missed some of the early drops that are probably going to be the ones that are always the holy grail, but we only missed the initial sale. If you're willing to spend the money, you can be going in on these weekends and buying them. But to go back through more of my collection, like I bought several different kinds, right? This was a open edition that I got a Cassian Andor with the cool gold sparkly exterior. Here's a Cassian Andor that's more like a common. Here's a Jyn Erso common, a Chirrut Imwe common, I got these Pixar eggs, and through theirs, they're open edition, but I did pull a really cool limited. I love this Wall-E. You got to watch it for a minute to get the full effect, but watch there's like, when it loads. It starts off kind of like whole, solid, and then it gets these like lines in it, like a television, and then it'll eventually convert to like black and white and do that little pixelation thing, and then it'll go back to... I think it's really cool. It's very simple. It's still interactable, right? But that gold around the outside indicates that it's a rare pen. I love that. And so that's in my collection. That one might be, I mean, how many pieces? 223. That's it. 223 in the world. Even though it's an open edition. It's not serial numbered, but it's number 223. I got the Sully egg and then the Sully rarer egg. I still need the gold, I believe. But this is limited to 446 pieces in the world. That's more limited than that pop I bought that's now worth $2,000. So what do we think this will be worth one day? Lightning McQueen was an open edition, so I got it for like $7. Boba Fett open edition, but I got the gold. I bought this as a set of ships. I still need the Millennium Falcon to complete it. But the starter edition, they have bigger numbers. I'm okay with that. Then here we got some real limited Monsters Inc. I still need the Sully, but I have a Mike limited to 276 pieces. Serial number 259. I have the Roz limited to 244 pieces. Serial number 261. How's that work? That's puzzling. How do I have serial 261 even though the supply... Were they some burned? Here's a chance to learn. People don't do burns in here? Anybody understand that? I want a water bottle from Sully. I think he wants to design it for... Yes, I need to get that done for you, Port. Sorry, we've been distracted with other things. I'm not quite sure how that one... why that one is a... That's a weird one. I need an answer on that. This Mickey Mouse and Friends was a special event thing that you got during D23 weekend just for logging into your phone to the app. Still limited to 1,369 pieces. Here's a set of Toy Story I bought. Open edition. Higher numbers. I'm still loving it. And so on and so on. One of my most prized possessions is this one now. This was an expensive purchase, $29.95 or $39.95 for a chance at one of these Pixar icons. What do they call them? I forget what they called them. But I pulled the Scream canister, and it's so freaking awesome. Look at that! It's like a 3D pen. You can see the Scream canister in there. This bottom part with the Pixar ball is like separate from the pen. I love that. It's so freaking cool. Isn't that neat? With my last Disney perk code, I got the digital display Yoda, only $210. See, people will look back one day and go, dang, we're dumb we didn't take advantage. I want to reach out to all my family members and find out who all has Disney Plus and say, send me your codes, because I could get multiple freebies. I don't know if that's against their rules. I don't know. I got to look into it. I don't want to be a bad participant. I want to play fair. But if those things are just going unclaimed because my family members aren't going to do it. They don't care, right? So think about it. This is the freebie I got this month. I got one of the open edition Star Wars alphabet ones. They do in different letters, and I got the A, Akbar, but I got the gold, silver sparkle. Look at that. Look at the edges. It should be called gold sparkle, right? Or is the silver's talking about the enamel pen exterior, and the sparkle's talking about this? I think with these though, you can also, you can scroll down. You can see all the ones that were available. So you could have got the common, you could have got the silver sparkle, you could have got the gold, which is limited to 317 pieces as of right now, or you could have got the similar to my Wall-E one I got, digital display is what they call it. Yeah, Red Ranger, once a month, you need to go into Disney Plus perks, which I think Disney Plus perks. That's if you have Disney Plus. If you don't have Disney Plus, you, of course, can't take advantage of this, but you probably have a family member you could talk to who could get you their code. You log in with your Disney Plus subscription, like you would watch your Marvel shows and movies and all that stuff. Come down to featured perks, and you have to go to Discover More. It's not on this lineup up here. Hold on, let me respond to Kelly real quick. Oh, Macy's trying to text me too. I replied to your mom. Okay. Yeah, so each month you have to go in here and do this. Log in with your credentials, your Disney Plus credentials. This is owned by Disney Plus. It's disneyplus.com up at the top, so you're safe. You're not giving it to some third party. You can take advantage of all these perks. There's a lot in there. And some of them, I think, pretty valuable to the right people, right? Scroll over. You got 15% off Funko, 15% off Loungefly. We heard the little hack from Professor Josh. And then finally, on this last page, learn more. Every month, get a capsule containing a digital pin. And I think the first time you do it, I don't know if this is still part of it, the first time you do it, you may still get a $10 credit as well. I already claimed mine, but let me see. What happens when I hit claim now? Perk already claimed. Okay. But when you hit claim now, it'll give you the code. It's like a 6, 7, 8-digit code, a hexadecimal that you then type in within the app, and you get your pin. Or I guess you could probably go in here. Maybe there's a redeem in here. I don't know. On the website, maybe. Nah, it doesn't look like it right now. This is definitely, the web experience is different than the app experience, but still pretty good, ultimately. I can't wait to see more stuff in here eventually. It's on the blockchain, technically, and I think Dapper, with NBA Top Shot, did allow where you could transfer out NFTs to be on the blockchain to buy and sell there. Don't ask me where. I didn't do the research. I don't know. Because now they provide this market. So you don't really need it, do you? Yeah, Peking, it took me a while to learn getting through there, but it's worth it. It's worth the investigation and taking your time to learn it a bit. I also have a lot of giveaways there. I've been entering some giveaways. If you win that NYCC sweepstakes too, major rig, says Justin. That would be hilarious. I've done the last 3 months in a row, says Darth Wacko. I wish I had thought about asking friends and family for codes. See, I haven't done it, and I don't know if you go to put in another code, if it's going to go, you can't do that. You've already got your freebie for the month. Because the idea behind it is not to allow existing users to abuse it. It's to increase, get more people to build the fan base, like Funko was trying, but could have used some help with. Oh, for sure, I've been using it each month. I'm just regularly turned around where to find things. Yeah, it's not the most intuitive. I agree. But you guys should be taking advantage. Like, you don't have to sell anything. Just grab them, sit on them. Grab them, sit on them. If you guys want to do trading, we can talk trades here. We can share with one another, help with one another. Of course, I'm always looking for more Sully. There's a few Sully ones I don't have. I believe, if we go into the trading area, if it is open. No, it's when the market's open. When the market is open, which is every other weekend, again, the next one coming up, we can look and see. This is another, I would love to talk to the Disney Pinnacle people and have their buy-in to work with me on sharing this stuff and maybe doing some giveaways. But, you know, so far I haven't provided the material that would convince them to come over. I do have the email for one of their executives. So if we do a couple of Tuesdays where it's NFTuesdays, but we're talking about our Disney Pinnacle, and unless there's a more fun way to name it where it's not NFT, because they may be trying to avoid it. Okay, here we go. Marketplace weekend event. This Friday, because this was posted 6 hours ago. This Friday, September 12th from 9 a.m. to September 15th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Buy and sell all edition types. So this Friday, on stream, we could go in and look at the marketplace. You can search by keyword there. You can list stuff for sale, although it does come with a fee to list it, just an FYI. You will need some Dapper, I think it's called, which you can get. I think you can even add with a credit card, maybe, to your account. Let's see, can I... my Dapper wallet, let me close this real quick. I just don't want it to show anything. I can see all transactions, deposit, enter amount, say $25, add funds. You can pay with PayPal or with Apple Pay. I could add, there's nothing shown here, right? I can add with Apple Pay to my Dapper account, $25, and I can pay with it right there. So I could do that on my phone if I wanted to. and then that's connected to a credit card. I don't know if you can do anything directly with a credit card, but Apple Pay is what came up here. So no having to buy Dapper on another blockchain or another website and then send it to a wallet here. You don't have to do that. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. But we'll be able to go in on the market. Let's see if there's a screenshot of what the market looks like. I'm in their Twitter, just scrolling through. They've been pretty good about interacting with fans, sharing stuff. Like, I think they're doing a pretty good job. What's the total following right now? Is already at 19,900. So again, I'm not casting shade, but they've done more to build it, and they're larger than Dropp's Twitter account was. A lot of trading incentives over the weekend. I wish I'd taken advantage of, but I just wasn't in a place to do it mentally. Or there's the panel at D23 where they talked about it. Yeah, I don't see. Here's some examples of backgrounds you get if you complete sets, which I think is another cool thing. I don't know if those backgrounds are somehow on the blockchain where you'd eventually be able to trade them. I don't think so, but maybe. I don't know. Oh. What is this? Disney Pinnacle. Always on events. Oh, so they're getting to where there's always trading, but then there's also market events. Collectors Unite. Interesting. Trading events. Genesis Auction. Enter the world of, and more. I'm not quite sure I understand all that. How old is this? Post. August 29th. Not that old. That's somehow still confusing, though. I'm still learning. Oh, that's a cool pin. I like that one a lot. But I don't see any images of what the market looks like. Hopefully on Friday we'll be able to spend some time on it. We'll look at it together. I want to trade my non-Star Wars stuff for Star Wars stuff, mostly Vader. We could, you know, I'm not a big fan of Discord. You guys know that. But someone here could host it, or I could facilitate it, I guess. Don't expect me to be in there. But we could put together our own Disney Pinnacle trading environment where we share all of our links and our, like, what we're looking for and all that stuff. But there's already the Disney Pinnacle trading Discord platform. And there's safety in it, I believe. Like, you literally put up a trade like you would do on Atomic Hub. I have this for your this. You both agree to it, and it switches places. It's not like I'm going to send it to your wallet and then you don't send it to me and we're all pissed off, you know. Had to open 2 more packs of Disney villains before I can't open packs. Scored a Nessa Grail. Wow! Professor Joe, you had such great luck. That's amazing. Congratulations. Sorry, I was just going through some other unread text. But I look, for all those reasons, and I'd love to hear from you guys. Does anybody feel like this is not a good play to go into? Like, I can't think of a better scenario, honestly, than the creators of NBA Top Shot, who've been around for a long time now in the space, and they know what they're doing. They're still a profitable company. Disney and Disney Pins. These are the same things I said when this launched a year and a half ago, and I probably should have trusted my gut and gone heavier on it, but I really thought Droppp was like my bread and butter, right? I'm down another $20, by the way. Had to open yeah, I read that. I'll hold these NFTs as long as I can. I'm a person that still has the Mixer app on his phone. I do too. I do too. I don't know what happens when you try to launch it, but I'm guessing it's not good. That's hilarious. I just think there's something to it. Like, is there any red flags to you guys? Is there anything that you go like, nah, this doesn't make sense. I don't see it. I don't want in on it. There's no physical redemptions, so there's that. Yet, could there be one day? Yeah. Would you want to know enough about the platform where one day it could be beneficial? Probably. As far as I know, the Disney parks have not done anything specifically to interact here, but and this goes back to the thing I was reading months ago. I'd have to really dig deep to find it. But the new Disney parks that are being built, like the one in Florida that has the Monsters, Inc. land, and overseas, they are integrating technology to make a more digital, physical, if you will, experience. And could this one day, could you get digital pins by visiting the park? Could you get special perks for owning a digital pin? Sure. They haven't done it yet, but they might. We have the new Epic, who makes who's over Fortnite and Rocket League and Fall Guys. They are building out a brand new giant, I don't know if it's an open world game or a multi-city platform. I don't know what the best words are to talk about it, but they've shared it a couple of times over the last couple of years, and that's the next generation of gaming and possibly shopping, all in a digital environment. I could really see this tying into it in some way, shape, or form. You could go in Epic and visit a digital store to purchase a collectible pin that would then tie into your Pinnacle account. That could very well be a thing. There could be events where you have to go in and play a game in a certain area to earn credits and check enough boxes and you get a collectible digital pin. The possibilities are limitless. Walking Miracle. I'm personally not as interested since it's only Disney. The appeal of Droppp was the varied licenses. Fair. Totally fair. I would still recommend, if you have Disney Plus, at least get your freebies. I don't know if you can acquire a capsule and not open it via the free method. I believe it says to get the capsule and open is the only option. But you still open it, you get the pin, and you could trade, sell, whatever. Make evil. Is that what I'm reading? I made it. I'm the guy who started the petition. Can't believe no season 3. It's Machiavelli. I see it now. Yeah. It's rough, man. It's rough. We're all a little heartbroken. Ooga, what's up? Yeah, we're all a little heartbroken. Yeah, Ooga, you'll have to go back and watch the if you can. Watch the stream. There's a lot of, we had a lot of good conversation. I'll say it again. I'm a little emotional over the whole thing. I'm also kind of a little mad at myself for buying in so much, but I did. Project Gonzo, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, ultimately business decision. That's the long and short of it. Not executed in the way that I, as a fan, am real happy with. I really wish they would reconsider. I wish they'd be willing to hear us out. You've got a lot of smart people aside from myself in Pop and Stock and Digital Pop Kingdom, and that know it, that live it, that understand it. You've got fans like Pop and Craze that have spent a ton of money. Like, take an opportunity, take a beat, talk to them, understand it. What is there something you could still do? I agree, Uga. I think those are fair words. It's a shame. Walking here, go. Oh, I'm grabbing the code when I can. Haven't started on NBA Top Shot. This is just using that work again. True. You have the knowledge. Execute with it. Yeah. People have put in serious time, effort, and money into Funko NFTs. Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much on par with, like, if Facebook or Twitter or Instagram were to shut down, though, the platform part of it. We're able to use it for free. Just this did come with some purchases. We did have to purchase packs. We did have to purchase individual items, but they provided the market for no cost, right? They facilitated it. But we spent a lot of money to be in there. And now, what's going to happen with it? What's going to happen with those NFTs? Professor Josh says Universal Studios Japan and Universal Pictures recently collaborated with Fortnite to create an in-game Halloween Horror Night Hunt event for 2025, allowing players to experience a virtual version of the park's spooky atmosphere through a hide-and-seek game. Say what? I need this. A hide-and-seek game? What? Let's see. Let me just copy and paste your first bit here. Is this in Fortnite? When was this? August 21st. Oh, this is like the the prop hide thing. I played in one of those before, but it was not like this. That's cool that it's a recreation of a park. Available August 22nd through November 3rd. So it's in there. We can play it now if we wanted to. But what about all the stuff that's not open? And the exclusive NFTs? What's going to happen to those that can't be moved to wax? See, the best I could compare it to, Uga, was the E-Tops thing I've talked about a number of times. E-Tops was Tops. digital in 2006. I bought a bunch of stuff. Up until a month ago, I could still log in and access that stuff, albeit the site was pretty broken. I could still see it. They just sent an email. This is 2006 to 2025, stating that we are officially, finally shutting down the website. Droppp can keep it alive for a while. If they're still making money on the secondary market sales, they could cover their costs, if any. There will be some, and just keep it open to allow us users to still continue to collect, buy, and sell. I don't know if they will or not. Worst case scenario, you would transfer over your most valuable or all NFTs that aren't Droppp exclusives to your Wax account. And I'm sure there's some people that are making that move right now, but my one big hope, well, I have a bunch, but the one big one as far as that goes is please, 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 make sure you give us a warning if you're going to close down Droppp.com so we know we're able to get our stuff. That's the one potential issue with the Mickey Mantle cards references. We need a platform to exist for our cards to live on. Well, we have Wax. And Wax, like even if Wax went bankrupt, I'm pretty sure Wax would live on because of the way the blockchain is structured. I don't think Wax is just going to go and gone. Oh, Priscilla sent me a text. I think it's about the Season 3 shutdown. Yeah, it is. And that was Patrick. Hopefully the explain soon, Uga. Right now we don't have an answer. I don't know if we ever will. I don't know if we're ever going to get any more of an answer from them. Reminds me of blogs and photos in MySpace. It took a while for them to shut it all down. Yeah, it's a process. Smart contracts cannot be removed. Only if the block producers stop working, I assume, would be the only way it would stop to exist. So, yeah, your non-Droppp exclusives can be transferred, and you'll be good to go for as long as that exists. Which, again, licensed, limited digital collectibles. Closing Droppp doesn't change that those exist. It's the future of the demand. The supply is now locked. It's limited. What's the demand look like going forward? I mean, it would come at great cost, Nadu. There's a lot of technology involved to do something like that. And probably the fact that it was a Droppp exclusive still wouldn't allow it to be transferred somewhere else. Now, a third party might be able to come along and buy the platform and keep it alive, but again, I don't know how that works. Who would do that and why?
Special delivery.
Oh, thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Wow. We're still chatting it up.
Still?
It's been a day. So
Hi,
Kelly had to listen to me like lose it over the weekend and this morning. I was quite emotional.
We had several discussions.
And today they finally came forward in Droppp and said that the Season 3 of Droppp Arcade is no longer happening, which we figure is the nail in the coffin.
Seems like a nail in a coffin.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Randy. Yeah. Hey, Nadu. What's up? Are they pretty bummed like you are?
Oh yeah.
I do feel bad.
There's a lot of emotions.
You guys really loved it a lot.
Yeah. Poppin' Craze, who was the leader on the board last month, came by and he goes, "Nobody make fun of me, but I'm in tears."
Aww.
No, we're not making fun of you. We all feel it.
You pour into something and then it just goes away.
Yeah. Kind of unceremoniously at that.
No tissues actually. Nadu, just a lot of chatting.
I got a little heated.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I didn't say here, but I did watch the Gasselcast video, and in the video there were some erroneous things said, flat out about the blockchain.
Yeah, like how it works.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta. Somebody emotionally damaged you.
Oh, thanks, Iron Weasel. It's new. It's brand new.
That GIF is over your face. How rude.
New hair. I always have new hair because I get bored so easily. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Hey, Allie. I used to think... Okay, I can't read that. What does it say?
I used to think all Americans liked Bose, all Canadians liked Pioneer, and all Europeans liked Kenwood. But then I realized those are just stereotypes.
That's a good one.
That's really good.
It's good. I like it. Oh, Savage, what's up?
Oh, Professor Josh never saw the new tattoo.
You? Oh, really? It's this tiger on my arm.
It's easier to
The
show
little sparkles.
when you're not in the chair.
Yeah, way easier. You little tiger. Yes, new hair. Thank you.
Callard.
You guys are so nice. They're so nice to me. Taco. It is Taco Tuesday.
I already applied to win the digital Y2K watch from Taco Bell.
I'm sure you did.
Uh-huh.
I was just telling someone that you'll enter literally any contest ever.
No, just ones I want to win. Hey, I'm going to New York Comic Con thanks to that.
Yep.
I wish you were going. She's a little bitter.
Little bit.
Fairly enough. Fairly enough.
A little bitter.
Me too, Chuck. Is the menu already back? We got to go get that 7-layer
True.
burrito.
You can't win if you don't play. Walking Miracle.
That's right.
That's so funny. Okay. Well, there's nowhere for me to sit.
I'm
so-
sorry. Do you want to pull a chair? And
No,
you're welcome
do you
to.
want me to close that?
Oh, yeah, that'd be
It's gonna
good.
go stale.
Honestly, I still
Your
eat it
favorite
stale.
snack. This is just chilling down here, like wide open.
Protein and fiber, baby.
Oh my god.
I eat it stale too. It's basically the same. I tried. We went on the
there you go.
Disney Perks website and they're giving away a New York Comic Con trip too, so I entered.
Okay.
It would be funny
I'll go on that one.
if they gave airfare and hotel and stuff. That'd be
That would be
hilarious.
crazy.
I didn't read.
Yeah, we saw that, Professor Josh.
What do you say? Oh, the menu?
Joy, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. It started today. We gotta go. We gotta go to Taco Bell.
Real case of road rage. Wait, is that Zach Bonifer with a new name?
Yeah.
Z Bonifer? What happened to Zach?
His accounts got hacked,
No!
including his wax wallet.
Oh my gosh, Zach, I'm so sorry. That's so frustrating. Oh, I feel really bad.
Also, I feel like,
But like how I knew right away it had to be you?
yeah, you knew it. I gotta read the
That was
joke
a
out
good
loud.
one.
Accidentally bumped into a lady's canoe today. She chased me for miles, yelling and screaming. Real case of road rage. ROWED.
That's awesome. So funny.
Aha! Darth Wacko. So everybody get out and find those family members that has Disney Plus and get those Disney Plus perks codes from them. Claim all your pins.
That's cool. Okay, well, I'll leave you to your eternal chatting.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here in the next 30 minutes probably.
I gotta get Mace to Ariel.
What time? She starts at 4?
And then I'm gonna run errands while she's in class.
Oh, okay.
Dinner will be a little bit later.
What do we do?
She's done at 6, so probably not till after that.
Let me know if I can help.
Tacos.
Oh, it's Taco Tuesday.
Taco
You said it.
Tuesday.
Yeah. All right. I'm down.
Okay,
Like 4 flat
I'm
tires.
out of here. Bye, friends. I'm sorry again for your loss. I know it's awful. I'm honestly not making fun of you. It's really crazy to see this giant stack of these cards sitting here.
I hope we can still redeem those.
Mostly I just feel really bad for the Droppp guys because we met them a couple times and they seem really awesome.
They did.
So that really sucks.
Yeah, they did. That's a bummer.
And you know exactly what that feels like.
Yep. Better
All
than
too
most.
well.
Better than most.
All too well.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, friends.
Taco Twitchy Tides Tuesday.
Oh, there it is.
Tremendous. Machiavelli said Funko failed Droppp. Hardly advertised it. Never taught people how to use it. Droppp was Funko's love child that got disowned and sent to a boring school and left to fend for themselves. A boarding school. I don't want to talk smack, but I pretty much I've said these things over the years. If it had been advertised more in different ways and different channels, and the audience had grown, you would have had more demand, and your supply was already a good number, I thought, and you would have just gone up, and you would have made more money. Now, I'm sure that was their vision, but you have to spend some money, and you have to go out, and people have to understand. They have to know your product exists, and you have to know how to use your product. And while it's mostly something people could figure out on their own, it was a little scary because it was in the crypto sphere, the crypto space, and people didn't want to do it without having their hand held. I offered to help in every way, shape, and possible. Every way. I would have gotten in the car and driven to Funko HQ on every Tuesday drop and gone live on their channels and helped people. But I didn't get that call. I didn't get that offer. I never got to talk to anybody. And most anybody in this audience would have been like, hey, who can we help? What do you need to know? I'll explain a royalty to you. I'll tell you where to get a wallet. We know a guy who can help you with wax. We know a guy who can help you with this. We can help you complete your royalty. Like, we would have helped each other. But they just... the community didn't grow like it needed to. Shock's out, right? Ugh. I don't want to make fun of Funko or Droppp. I'm sure everyone tried with everything that was in the spectrum, their bandwidth. That's the word I meant to use. Everything that they had available in their bandwidth, any funds that were available, time, love, passion, they put it all in, and this is where we got. Unfortunately, the decision makers didn't provide the proper mentoring or bandwidth to make it go further. Well, Uga said they needed actual experienced crypto and NFT people to work the business. You did have a number of them in Droppp, but they facilitated a certain set of required things that had to happen in order to get the launches facilitated and launched and out there and make sure everything worked correctly. You needed a marketing arm that was dedicated to it, that understood it, right? And I wasn't that on day one. But by our third and fourth drop, I think we got there as a team, and I would have loved to have helped. I said it numerous times here, and I wouldn't be shocked if this sounds, I'm full of myself, and I don't mean it that way. I'm going to say it this way. If they had ever said, we need that person, I wouldn't be shocked if my name maybe had come up. There were enough people that knew me in those early days. It's still at Funko. Now almost no one does, so it wouldn't come up now. But maybe in the early days, there was potential where they would have been like, we got the guy. We know the guy. And I emailed. I applied for jobs there a couple times to no avail. I tried. Project Gonzo got into Funko NFTs thanks to you and everything you taught us. Just let's not turn that into I blame Sully. Professor Josh says I blame Josh, just not this Josh. Their pride got in the way of accepting help. I don't know if it was pride. I think there's definitely, like, if you think about it, if you're a business owner and you lay someone off, is it easy to go, we want to bring that person back in this new role? One, they may have gone, well, he's going to want too much money. Well, they never asked. We never had the discussion, so how would anybody know that? Two, we've watched his videos. Occasionally, he can get a little snarky about all this. We don't like some of his word choices. Maybe I worked myself right out of it early on. I don't know. I tried to remain as positive and honest and direct as I could, but... Randy C. General training was really required, not straightforward enough to just pick it up on your own. So confusion ruled, which led to non-participation. Fear of the unknown and rejection, which is too bad. It wasn't difficult to navigate. You know, honestly, I just thought this for the first time. If they had launched with Droppp and never been on Wax at all, it might have been better for them in the long run. We could play games all day like this, and we'll never know. But there was maybe the consideration because people tried to learn it in the Wax days and were like, I don't get it. That's not for me. And then they maybe didn't give Droppp a chance. But Dropp's website, much like Disney Pinnacle, pretty self-explanatory and easy to use. It might have been better. I don't know. One man can only do so much. Your voice needed to be amplified more. I agree. And I think the Droppp guys were willing to give that a shot. But something or someone kept them from allowing that to happen. Yeah, Shock's House. NFTopia would have been good. I mean, I'm really proud of them and Funko, assuming Funko knew about it. They may not have, for the Droppp team accepting to be on that panel at SDCC. I think that was a way for them to go, hey, we can enter the other areas of this community and make our stuff known. And I think that was a great move. And having these at the cons, which unfortunately have a low adoption rate, a low redemption rate. Thank you, Shock's House. I tried. Wish they had launched with Droppp ready. Oh, did you type that before I said it? Maybe I saw that in the back of my, like, subconsciously. I was more excited watching you pull a grail on Drop Day than I was when I pulled a grail myself. Randy, that's amazing. Thing is, when I went with Wax, it was nearly at $1, but then it just started going down, and Droppp, I don't think, could have done their own thing and leave Wax. I mean, they could have started on Droppp and or moved and said everything is a Droppp exclusive from here on out. It would still have been built on Wax as the infrastructure, but we didn't need to know that. Like, you could have just gone and done your thing on Dropp's website, and you didn't need to know that. I liked having the option to go back and forth, but that's because we were old school and we learned wax in the first place. To us, it made a lot of sense. I had to walk so many through wax wallet creation, even had free codes for people, definitely was a barrier. Yeah, 100%. And everyone knew that. Everyone knew that. Again, for the bad players, though, all those people that were creating bot wallets, which caused them to need to charge the 5 wax deposit fee. And I was willing to pay that for anyone. I paid it for tons of people just to get their account set up. But it was confusing. People were like, why would I have to do that? Why wouldn't you just give me the account for free? We're like, well, you don't understand the bad side of things and the people that would take advantage of the system and did. Right, Darth Wacko? It's like you have another level to be able to do more with using wax. Blockchain instead of just Droppp. Okay, I got you, Walking Miracle. I thought for sure we were writing it. You were writing as I was saying it. Didn't they have to delay Arcade when that behind-the-scenes wallet platform changed? Oh, yes. Yeah. That probably didn't help. You're right. Tanner said, still amazes me just how many people still think those NFT pops aren't real pops. Yeah, right? A lot of it's still up. It still comes up. You still see comments on every post with the glam saying, I wish these were real. I wish Funko would have done more at the start and also distanced themselves from the term NFT to begin with. Sadly, I think a lot of people saw NFT and wrote it off. You're right. I fought it. I still fight it. I think people avoiding the terminology NFT is just childish and silly. But if you're a good marketer, you have to understand what works and what doesn't. And you have to be willing to just go, well, it doesn't matter if people are okay with NFT. Digital collectibles, let's go. Like, I learned a lesson there. I still think it's silly as all get out, but people are very apprehensive to change. They don't like it. They're scared of it. It freaks them out. Like, I mean, I don't know why, because the only constant is change, but it does. When I got the fun of one, I couldn't say the word NFT in my interview. Oh, that's good insight. Holy cow. Shock's house. Very interesting. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. That's very interesting. I mean, the words, those letters disappeared from their website. I'm sure you had to say, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Priscilla said, I didn't realize you were still streaming. I'm sure y'all discussed. Yeah, we as soon as it broke, Professor Josh and some others came, or Jasp came over and said, we just got the news on Discord. Which, by the way, was that ever shared on Twitter? Or Instagram? No share on Twitter. I mean, doing the same thing we've done before, right? That's thank you for sharing that, Shock's House. That's very interesting. I mean, at this point, you're not going to do any damage, right? Unlikely to be on Twitter. You know who you're dealing. I ain't trying to talk smack. And the fact is, I don't know who I'm dealing with now. Like, who's on that side? I'd be willing to bet that somebody remaining on the marketing team had to just schedule out all those tweets and Instagram posts, and they're not reading a single word of any of the stuff that's going down. You do have a couple mods. Skylar was here earlier on Droppp, who were doing their best to do their job, but they're met with a lot of just unrealistic expectations from people, which has again been the norm for months, for years. Which is so fair. It's basically insider information for those in the know, and everyone else finds out through the grapevine. I don't know about fair, but you know. Lots of Funko reporters have shared the Discord screenshot of the Season 3 cancellation, but no official word from from Droppp. I've probably all but shot any chances of doing any work with Funko. They mentioned at SDCC, the social team, hey, we'd love to work with you. And I'm like, hey, I'm ready and available. And if they see stuff like this, they're probably like, I'm not working with that guy anymore. I'd still love to. I'm still a passionate Funko collector. A passionate Funko collector with some serious wounds now. Aha, gotcha, Red Ranger. /S. Darth Wacko, we have one up here too. I can see them not announcing on social media since there might be an uproar. Oh, there would be. That's all I needed to hear was Patrick putting that post up. Yeah, that was the final nail in the coffin. Everything that we were talking about beforehand was speculation and if, but there's no if anymore, right? Oh, Tanner, Valid point. Maybe I missed the boat by not doing it earlier. maybe I missed the formula and now I've finally executed. I didn't say it. Tanner said it. It's definitely not the Tanner that ever helps and volunteers at the booth. It's a different Tanner. Just we don't want to confuse anybody. Yeah, I mean, Priscilla, it sure seems that way. I can't imagine a scenario where we're not going to do season 3, but hey, guess what? We're still doing the NFTs. I don't think so. The whole point of some people have the conspiracy theory that starting Droppp Arcade was the plan to end it all. That definitely is not true. The plan was, as we had asked about since early on, is and every NFT project has this dream: utility for your NFTs. Give reason for people to spend their hard-earned money to either buy the packs or buy the NFTs on the secondary market. And the Droppp Arcade provided exactly that and did exactly what it needed to. I don't know if it did it to the dollar amount they wanted. Probably not, considering, right? But it was to provide utility, and it did that. It did a great job with that. But now, if there's no longer going to be any more drops in any future in the NFT program, why would you need to provide utility? All right. And maybe they could cut the last 333 from production that they don't need to do anymore. Is there maybe a chance they already have some artwork and licensing locked and loaded so we could still see another drop or two before they peace out? I think possibly, but you have to have the correct technical people in place for drop day. Because what if something goes wrong, right? I've always held to, and I'd love to get this answer. Maybe we could interview one of these people after their NDA expires. Why would we close the stream and the drop in 4 or 5 hours? And I always thought it was because if you close it while they're still in the office, you run it until they're going home for the day, then you close it, and there's no chance of things going haywire while they're on the road, off in their time off, whatever. I've always thought that. And so I don't think you could run it without the proper people in place, and it sounds like those people are probably not there. I don't know. Patrick posted, so maybe Patrick's still there. Maybe there's an outside shot. Yeah, I agree, Shock's House. They worked very hard. Like I said, I met the guys for the second time in 2 years at SDCC, and the conversation we had, there was no chance they thought it was about to shut down. There might have been the little inkling, like, things aren't going well, we're reassessing, we're retrying. But nobody had told them, if you don't do something by X date, we're shutting it down. Because of the way our conversations went, they were hopeful for the future, right? If the plan to end it all, Droppp Arcade, then why would they cut Arcade short? Yeah, exactly. I just said it in different words. Did you ever mention on social media that you were discontinuing... that they were discontinuing Funkos, the cereal? I know Sully dislikes it. Yeah, and it's held by the moderator tool. I'm not allowing it, Autumn's Toys. Professor Josh says Patrick is an AI robot. Shh. To be fair, I've never met Patrick. I've only talked to him on the phone and via Discord. So, could be. Walking Mirror, if someone did post using Patrick's account without his permission, I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's okay at all. We used to post as Brian Mariotti because he didn't want to. We used to post as him on the boards. He gave us permission to. That's different. Shock's House, you think they would do one last arcade season since those drops are about 120 days? Must be Skeleton Crew to finish up the last redemptions. That's what I'm thinking. That could be true. We've never seen Patrick and an AI robot in the same place at the same time. They have to have two-factor authentication to get into that type of Discord as a mod. Okay, good to know. Good insight. Patrick did not sound like Stephen Hawking on the phone. No. In fact, I got to tell you about my one interaction with Patrick, if I haven't told you the story. The one phone call. When Priscilla started her NFTs, I had been doing mine, and it may get the timeline wrong here, so y'all let me know. I had already done mine for a little while, but Priscilla, being the good attention to detail and executor that she is of actually taking care of business, Those were weird words to pick. She went and applied. At that time, you could apply to be in the Token Head app, to have your collection featured, which would allow you to see like your collection, people to see your collection, what they had from your account, stuff like that. She paid there was a cost in Wax, and submitted the application. So like in Token Head, I don't know if you guys ever actually use it, you could go into your wallet and you could see the different collections, including, look, Sune. So I could see all the Sune NFTs. I love looking at it this way, right? I could see all the stuff I had from her. I applied shortly after her, and then we went through over and over again. I didn't hear anything from them. You recommended it to me repeatedly, and I just didn't do it because that's me, right? And finally, I messaged them so many times, and Patrick just got on Discord and was like, "Hey, can we jump on a call?" I was like, "Sure." And I didn't know what he was going to tell me, but we got in the call and he's like, "Hey man, look, I appreciate you trying and being patient with us. We're going to refund your money, the Wax, fully, but we can't add you to the app." And I thought he was going to say something like, you specifically, like we have been told no. Luckily that was not it. He said, "We're now owned by Funko, and they don't really want non-Funko projects." I don't remember if he worded it outright or if he alluded to it, so don't quote me. Somebody will, but he's like, we can't. We're not going to allow any new projects in there. I wish we could. I know you're working really hard. You're doing your thing. He was very nice, very respectful of my time. And I was like, okay, I get it. And they gave me my money back. I so badly wanted to see Nerds Unite in there right near Sune and Funko and all those projects. Still, Priscilla's is she's the number one in my... Yeah. Top of because they're organized by value. Sune, Crittercraft, Tops, Hot Wheels. I mean, she's the only active one of all those leaders. What's that one? The Horrors, Corporate World, Artist of Byron, Magic Dust, Crypto Flash, Wax. There's Neon Space. Like, so many are no longer in the realm. Could Funko sell the Token Head IP? Sure, I think so. They own it. They can do what they want with it. Is there value in it? I wouldn't think anybody's beating down their walls, tearing down their walls, trying to get to the Token Head app for values of NFTs on the Wax blockchain. Not right now. Peking, that's kind of what I had in my head. We're now owned by Funko, and they got your picture on the wall. I love that. like I wrote a bad check. Whoa, Miss Fancy Cherry. Number one spot on Droppp Arcade is at 600,415 points. Everyone's burning. Good. Burn. Meanwhile, I'm down another $17. I've lost at least $100 in value while we've been here. I tried to get my Funko NFTs, or my NFTs on there as well, and never got a reply. I would have loved to chat with Patrick. I wish I thought I'd get to talk to him more. But I messaged him after that, and I think for a while I talked about it here. It's like, I can't get a reply from them. And eventually they heard me one time, and he replied and was like, "My bad, I'm so sorry." They were nice about it. I mean, it should have been by date applied. I was after whatever their cutoff date was. It was a matter of weeks between Priscilla and me, but I was after whenever that happened. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think they played favoritism. Nobody else got in after Priscilla that I would have been concerned about, that I would have been like, well, that's unfair. Yeah, exactly, Priscilla. Yeah, sorry if I alluded to the fact they were playing favoritism. That's not how I meant to word it. Yeah, your timing was great. And to be fair, you told me if I'd have just executed, I'd have been in there. But now does it matter? Look, I hope that Wax continues to thrive or starts to thrive again and is around for many, many years to come. I think Tommy over at Wax is just an amazing guy. I love his personality. I love his positivity. I love that he constantly interacts with the community, and I'd hate to see anything happen to his role there because he is just a great guy. And there's some great projects. Twitchy Tides is amazing. I love what Pop Paragon's doing and what he's trying to build, and he's done more than a lot of people have ever done. Integrating Twitch and Wax is just amazing. Like, it was started by Captain Degen, and then him and Dan took over, and I think they're doing some amazing things, right? Like, I want to see more of that, but unless there's a potential success and profit in it, I don't see other businesses getting in right now, especially when Funko's leaving. Like, that's just a sign on the wall. Like, if I'm another company I was thinking of, I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute, Funko's leaving? Yikes. You know? Digital Pop Kingdom. I was discussing the Tokenhead IP the other day. My feeling is Funko didn't build it up enough, and outside of Funko, there's not enough value for a big corporation to spend their time selling it off. I agree, yeah. Yeah, Shock Sales, I think it may have been very much for like the same reasons. The sales weren't as big as they hoped. The negative backlash from the community was too big. The onboarding, training, education arm of it was not easy. The ability for people to get wax was getting more and more difficult and more complicated. I just think there was a number of things working against them from the very get-go. And instead of doubling down and leaning into it, I think most all these companies, Topps went through it, Droppp now, Hot Wheels, Street Fighter was on there, Godzilla. There's a bunch that I'm forgetting. Can anyone remember a single human being from any of these companies as a representative or a direct employee doing live streams and educating their fans? I got nothing. And that you can't do that. You have, when you got something this complicated, you've got to connect with fans. Boba James, I appreciate the support. I still don't have that app, and I've had it deleted from the day you said you wouldn't be on it. I'm down $11 since we started checking. I wonder if everything pre-snapshot is going up, though. Don't know. I have to do some research. They've all failed that I've been a part of, and none of them had anyone educating besides fans doing it. I don't know. With $3.33 stock, Funko doesn't have to pay too much to say as a leader right now. I mean, the stock value, again, I said this earlier, and I don't know how this sounds. I'm not talking down to anybody. I'm not trying to mansplain. But if you look at a business, the stock is not a direct reflection of the entire business, especially in this case when I know it represents, I think it's like 25 to 35% of the company is all that was made public. Now, sure, at one point it was a $30 stock and it's gone way down, but you had COVID, you had the supply chain issues, you now have the tariff issues, you got a lot of things working against you, right? I don't know if any of the toy companies that are public are doing real well right now. So they are still an industry leader, but they're going through tough times. Yeah, there you go. Shep, exactly. V-Friends. V-Friends, and Gary is constantly at cons, talking about the cards, talking about the NFTs, talking with friends, because they're the V-Friends. He's doing it all, and he gets it. If Brian and or Mike had been as integrated into the NFTs as Gary V was into his product, it'd be a different story right now. Totally different story. Only Wombat was Sasha. Sasha, R.I.P. as that role. He was Wombat Dungeon Master. Yeah, they did. I forgot about that, Priscilla. So yeah, there you go. There was a success story while Sasha was there. Build, and then not. The stock value so many look at is the short term. There's so much more to think about in longer terms. But it's the formula for all big companies. Almost all, not all, but Funko's just like the others. Huge influx of cash when you go public. Spend to acquire to try to build your business bigger and bigger and bigger. Anything goes wrong whatsoever, first instinct is to cut labor and then start to cut off arms of your business that aren't performing well or aren't performing as well. Therefore, you're never giving anyone a chance to be with the company long term and learn and continue to help grow inside the company, and you're not giving enough runway for any of your projects to take off, to stick with it. Soda started before Funko went public, pretty sure. if I remember the timeline right. And then it was doing really well, and then they're like, well, we could sell more if we took the numbers off the cans, and immediately overnight, that was cutting off that arm indirectly. And well, no, directly. And then they officially made the decision, aside from a rare appearance in the Fun Days boxes. Boba James, that's been a thing since when the stock was first issued. We were never allowed to talk about the stock. We were under strict rules to never mention it or answer any questions about stock. Apparently, it was illegal while we worked there. We couldn't even. Nobody from the entire company could talk about it for the 6 months. First 6 months it was out. But there were immediately emails coming in every single day about a class action lawsuit because of the way that Funko shared their numbers in their books. That some of it was not accurate or portrayed correctly. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but that's the basic idea. Scarlet Witch had been in the 30s and now it's 55, so at least the redeemables are on the upward trend. That's dope. Shark's House says Pinnacle even had tutorials and wanted to show how to trade items at Comic-Con. Dope. I love it. Callard, on a happier note, what do you think of the iPhone 17 and has it caught up to Android from 2022? Chuck, oh, dang it. I watched part of the video. I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I want to go back. I don't mean to keep plugging my company, LOL, but it's good to know how we're doing compared to other. Hey, Shep, no, I think plug away. I 100% stand behind what Gary V's doing. I love it. I wish, this is another thing, I wish I had more money. I would have bought V-Friends cards and stickers, but I just didn't have the funds to do it. I fully believed it. Once I saw what he was doing, I believed it. Those initial sketches, I was like, I don't get it, but then I got it. Soda didn't start until 2020. That is not right. Because I was still with the company when we got the first sodas in, the Batman, the Robin, stuff like that. And I was there at Toy Fair helping to sell it to the buyers. So it could have been as late as 2019. Or could that have gone? No, I guess you could be right. That could have been 2020. Because COVID didn't send us all home till a month or a couple months later. So you might be right. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. $1.19% is not crashing. Funko Feb, it was $14, now under $4, compared to Hasbro was $61, now $78. Mattel was $21, now $18. Yeah, that is very true. Interesting. Why is Hasbro up? I would love to know that. No, I won't be getting a new phone, Nadu. Kelly might, but I don't need one. Yo, thank you, Randy C. This was my first test of this shirt type. And I think I've never done a fade because I was afraid the printing wouldn't be good, but the fade on the Nerd Unite from a darker color or lighter color down to a darker color actually works really well. I need to update the shop with some more designs. Thank you, Randy. Yeah, that timeline then works, Professor. I stand corrected. Air gonna flop at first, but might get better if they keep it with the future versions. Add it with future versions. Soda line, January 2020, confirmed by Misty. Oh my God, I thought that was an actual WWE shirt. Love it. Shep, I think that's the beauty behind the designs, right? And then, like, if you look real close, NU, not what does it normally say? Is it just WWE? I can't remember what the original looked like. I did Instagram lives of openings of sodas and mystery boxes before I moved to YouTube. That makes sense why you know that so well. I think I have the largest collection of live AF shirts by a non-employee. Chuck 1-2. So he now has the largest collection. Oh, just WW. Okay. That's funny. Again, I think it's time. I've gone 2 hours over what I expected. I've not had lunch. I'm starving. I need more than some Catalina Crunch. Future sponsor, maybe? I'm hoping for Topo first. It's shocking I don't have a Topo bottle here. I didn't have mine today. This was a great conversation. This was great. I hope all of you will, like, seriously, I say this stuff all the time. But one, if you love something and you want it to stick around, one, don't crap on it publicly. If you have some concerns, find a way like an adult to voice it. Two, love it. Like actually love it. Heart it when you see the tweets. Follow it on the social accounts. Repost. Comment. That can be done for Priscilla, Valor and Vellum. That can be done for my stuff, Nerds Unite. That could be done for Digital Pop Kingdom, Pop and Stock, etc., etc. If you like something, don't be an idle stalker. Actually engage with it. Therefore, you can help propel it to bigger, better, more people, more fans. If you don't do anything, you're just killing it. If you talk smack about it, you're killing it. Don't think you're doing it a service. I know that's what people hide behind, and there have been times where things I've said have come across that way, and I don't want it to. I truly wanted Droppp to be successful and be around forever. I want Funko to be around, successful, and forever. I have so many avenues of how I'm invested in it. I truly want to see it get better, but I don't go out and go, oh, you're crap because you won't do this. I'm standing up for the little guy. I'm not doing that. We all need to actually help, right? So whatever you're into now, give it some more thought. And be an active participant in making it successful. You all have a voice, and you can do that in social media. And I appreciate everybody who supported me. Do that. Look at all the things you love and do that. If you're a Thrilljoy fan, start doing it now. If you're a Rocky Moto fan, start doing it now. Whatever you're into, be an active participant in making it a success. Two, whatever we do next, whatever we decide on Tuesdays, I'm open. Personally, I think it's Disney Pinnacle, but I'm open to other suggestions. Maybe it's a mixture of Disney Pinnacle and Fanable and whatever else is going on. I want to hear from you. You think Rocky Moto? I love Rocky Moto. I love what Mike is doing. I want to see more licensed stuff. I can't wait for the Godzilla stuff to land. I'm very excited about that. I think there's some good potential there. I would love to see him get into the digital side too, but that's not Mike. Mike's not going to be doing it. There's no reason for him to right now, right? Especially on the Wax blockchain. Shep, I'm excited for you. I haven't actually gotten anything yet because I'm scared about spending the money and going in too deep. I know myself. Do a combo whatnot stream with Twitch. I can do that. I did it at first. And I still could. Maybe. I'm really high on Thrilljoy. Well, quit snorting it. Man, I can't wait for the Godzilla line looks so good. That looks so good. They've had some great licenses at Thrilljoy. But those are physical things without a digital component. And I can definitely talk about this here. But I think the digital component is the space I want to be in because of what we can do. And I'm more likely to get sponsored by or partnered with a company in this space that's trying to make a name for themselves, whereas Brian's not ever going to give me the time of day. I don't think he ever really liked me. And Mike at least will be nice. And like when I reach out to him for Extra Life, chances are he's going to support us. He's going to be in on it. But I don't know that outside of that, there's much of an opportunity for like a influencer role with Rocky Moto. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. But think about the things you'd like to see. And if we do jump on board here with good question, Shep, we'll talk about that. Let's say we go in on Disney Pinnacle. Well, go in on Disney Pinnacle. Follow along. You don't have to spend any money. You can get the free capsule. You can record your videos, screenshots of you opening the capsule. You can tag Disney Pinnacle. You can tag me in the same posts, and then maybe the Disney Pinnacle people will be like, hey, who's this guy? We don't have anybody doing live Twitch streams. We probably should send him some stuff to give away. Maybe we somehow work directly with him. Invite Dan from Rocky Moto to the stream. Dan? Oh, Dave, you mean? Former Funko marketing, now Rocky Moto? I could. I feel like Dave comes with Mike being involved in something. Trying to figure out how I think about this and how to word it. I don't see Dave doing a lot of stuff solo, just because of how Mike views being the face of the company. But we could see. Maybe. Because Dave's great. He's a super nice guy. I worked with him. He's a sweetheart. Total sweetheart. I actually cared about the people. So that would be cool. We'll see, right? I definitely want to have Sergio from Fanable on. I would love to talk to somebody from Disney Pinnacle on here, although I feel that like that's probably unlikely. But you can ask. You just don't know, right? Anyway, So we'll get back to that next Tuesday. We'll still be NF Tuesday. We'll still figure it out. I plan on still giving away the Nerd Unite logos in hopes that you guys love collecting them. It doesn't cost me anything but a little bit of time, which is amazing. And I enjoy doing the art. I would like to parlay that into physical something. More shirts, more hats, more stickers, more pins, whatever, or get pins done. I'm always thinking about that and trying to figure it out. So I'm open to suggestions and ideas, right? If you have real suggestions and ideas. Yeah, Robert GP, I don't want to stop doing them. I really love doing them. Tanner said, I wonder how Rockymoto is doing. I only seem to hear about both Thrilljoy and Rockymoto during a con. Yeah, I haven't seen as much content lately from Rockymoto, but I feel like they do a pretty good job of sharing when there's new releases and stuff on their socials. I think there's some fun there. The thing with stickers, Cutie Beck, is they did really well in the beginning. When I sold them for like $3-4 a sticker and you bought them and you might get the chase, people were buying a lot, and that slowly dwindled. And I wonder how many weeks in a row can I sell stickers before you guys are like, I'm kind of done with it. I'm open to suggestions there too. If there's another brand that's doing it in a way that makes sense that you love, let me know about it. I'd love to research and see what they're doing. The last few sticker sales for me have not gone that well, so I can't put all my time into it for nothing to happen. Well, we would be asking Dapper Labs, to be fair, Peking. But yes. They all seem to have equal promoting times as being called Fun Maker name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I need a tutorial on creating a digital collectible line. Savage, I know. I need to do that, but do you still want to do it? Real answer? Real talk? Real speak? Cutie Beck, I have enough NFTs that make sense now. Yeah, that too, Nadu, right? We did not get many NFT releases with actual piece counts on sticker. We did not get many NFT releases with actual piece counts on sticker. I'm a little confused there. Can you reword that, Walking Miracle? You probably are saying it just perfectly. Oh, the Funko. Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about my stuff. Yeah, I haven't even got my first ones yet. Nothing's arrived at the door today, so I still haven't gotten any. We Savage. I love it. If you want to do it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Maybe that's something we could do. Probably not during, but around this. Hey, Bob Duck and Weave! Are you kidding me? I love Bob Duck and Weave. Man, it's been a minute. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I hope all is well. Bob Duck and Weave with the raid. Party of 28. Welcome over, everybody. Welcome. My name is Sully. I'm a not-so-variety streamer, Twitch partner, Gold Wax ambassador, and just a trainer of digital stuff. If anybody is on the Wax blockchain and wants a free NFT, there's today's free NFT designed by me, not AI. Welcome over, gang. We're just having an interesting conversation here around one of our favorite platforms, Droppp, which is Funko Pops. You guys might see behind me, I've got a whole bunch of them. I'm a big Funko collector. That's the small sampling of the stuff I actually own. But we were just having a conversation around the closing of Droppp. Unfortunately, it's ending. But we were just talking about what are the future streams going to be. On Fridays, I play video games. I give away prizes via a little contest we do called the Box Game. So you come by on a Friday, if you watch my stream, you earn some points by watching here for free. You don't have to spend any money at all. And then I give away physical prizes. I put a post-it in here representing different prizes. We give away Funko Pops, Biddy Pops, sticker prize packs, digital codes. Our friend Priscilla, who's here in the chat, we give away some of her designer toys, like this awesome little figure here. But she's got some awesome artwork, and she sends us stuff to give away. We give away all kinds of fun prizes, but mostly what we are is a community of people with similar interests. We're nerds. We come together. We talk about fun stuff. Bob Duck and Weave, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful day. Let's get a shout out going for you here. If you guys have not watched Bob Duck and Weave, please do. Incredibly talented individual. I found him in my early days of streaming, trying to figure out what I wanted to do on stream, and a lot of inspiration for the way he approaches things. You may not see it here, but it comes from him. He's really, really talented. So thank you. My next whatnot will be tomorrow. So we have two questions on the table right now. One is, when are we going to do Extra Life? Let me talk about that first, and then Randy C, remind me. Hey, all right. Hey, have a great day, Bob Duck and Weave. Thank you so much. First of all, when are we going to do Extra Life? For those of you who don't know, Extra Life is a fundraising campaign done here where all of the money raised goes to Extra Life, but then it goes immediately to Children's Miracle Network hospitals. I believe Extra Life may be a division of, right? So it helps with kids and their families who need to go in for hospital stays, surgeries, medicines, therapy, research, equipment, all kinds of stuff, right? With all the money going to the kids and their families. Over the last 5 years, we've raised over $220,000 as a team, Nerd Unite. That's just our little team. Extra Life overall, I think raises around $14 million every year, right? By gaming and sharing and doing fun stuff. So what we're going to do again for our 6th year in a row now is raise money for Extra Life. Some of our friends, like Priscilla, like Savage, have already started. They've done some fundraising on their channels, and I'm sorry if I left anybody out. We're going to be doing our big weekend push, though. I think our date, I want to get this confirmed by the community that we don't have any big conflicts, will be November 7th, 8th, and 9th. Does anybody have a big conflict that would be part of the team, or do you know of a con or something like that that won't work? If we don't have any big conflict, November 7th, 8th, and 9th. Absolutely, Nadu, thank you. That would be amazing. That would be so cool. Fair. Don't think Sully has got to the comfortable place yet. Maybe he'll put in effort fully now. Wait, what did he say before that led to this? I have a merch shop, and my experience is not that hard to load a design once you're used to the site and know which shirts you like the best. Yeah, it's not that hard. You're right. I've just struggled to get my butt over there. He might be able to talk to Hand Over the Hero during NYCC. Good point. Good point. Which is a month away. We probably want to get him started earlier than later, so maybe I should reach out. But oh, Shep, that'd be dope. You know what? I'd love to talk to Gary Vee. If I could bend his ear for even a minute while I'm there and say, hey, we do Extra Life every year, and we'd love even just to share it on your channels would be amazing. Because it is for a good cause, and I think he'd be on board with that. He didn't have to donate anything. Just spread the word. But if you wanted to, that'd be dope. Yeah, thank you, Darth Wyke. You're probably right. I struggle. I get a weird, like, deer in headlights freeze up whenever it's time to work on the next thing. Which of the 8 directions do I go? And then I always go to the thing that's easiest, and for some reason that never seems to be the thing. Exactly, Priscilla. That's a good call. Oh, awesome, Shep. I'd love that. Awesome, Nadu. Yeah, thank you. Nadu, if you don't mind, Nadu, I know I didn't respond to your last Twitter DM, and I feel bad about that now. I just remembered. If you could DM me that as a reminder. I would love to. I'd love to get on that sooner than later. But anyway, so I heard nobody with a conflict. Not the first weekend in November, because the first weekend in November is technically the first, second, third, or it's the Saturday is the first. So it's technically the second weekend, right? The 7th, 8th, and 9th. But what we'll do, we're going to pull the team together. We're going to figure out who all wants to be on board. I know Funko Photo Lady wanted in this year. I know Savage is in. I think Takuma was in. We'll see if Universal Ghost or Brian or anybody else wants to join the team again this year and do the thing. We're gonna stream for 24, 36, 48. I don't know how many hours to raise money for the kids. And we'll be doing some NFTs around it. We'll be doing stickers around it. I've got the main design of our logo ready to go for this year, which is a departure from previous years, and I think is a lot of fun. There'll be merch you can buy, which I need to get up sooner than later, so you can buy it if you want to. The proceeds from that to go to Extra Life. I'll do that again. We'll be doing a lot of the same things we've done in the past. The one big change I want to do this year is I'm going to set it up so that anyone who donates will need to also fill out a form to be eligible to win prizes. Because every year I fight and spend way too much time just trying to track people down and get their physical shipping address. They don't know what they won. They won't respond to me. The back and forth. Blah. No. Just get Gatos to keep saying, get wrecked, Sully, for 48 hours. I'm sure people will donate. Maybe he could do it until people donate, and then when people donate, they stop. And then he starts again. That makes a lot of sense, Darth Wacko. It makes a lot of sense. But anyway, that's the weekend we'll do it. I need everyone to listen to me for a moment and think about this again. I ask this every year, but I'm not sure that it really registers with a lot of people. Think about the people you know in your life, your friends, your family, business contacts, the business you work for. What we need that I think really draws attention is two things. One, we need to spread the word. Do you know some people that can help spread the word about what we do that weekend and get butts in the seats to watch, to participate, to donate, to do all the things when we're live? Two, do you know somebody that might be able to provide one or two pretty nice prizes that we could give away? Their company would be advertised here during the entirety of the streams. They would provide one or two items of decent value, 50 to 150 or more. We would give those away to people who donated as an incentive to donate more. That seems to have worked pretty well in the past. So please think about that and see who you can reach out to. Priscilla said, I may try and do one more Extra Life push, but I'll have to see how time is looking after NYCC. I mean, you've done so much already. But I mean, sure, we would appreciate, the kids would appreciate it, but you've done a lot already, and that is so appreciated, Priscilla. But you guys think on that. Chances are, by just sheer 7 degrees of separation, it can be much shorter, that you have a friend who knows somebody, or you have a family member who knows somebody. And why be scared to approach? It's for the kids. It's not, I'm not making money off of it. It's for the kids. So if you could approach that family member who knows Steve Ballmer, or LeBron James, or the guy who does marketing at Microsoft, or whatever, and go, hey, we got this thing going. We could really use some help. Is there anything you can do? Could you share the word, spread the word? Could you provide prizes? If not, could you just yourself be involved? Could you just be there? I would love to get, I don't know Nathan Powell, but I sure love Patrick Ballesteros. I think I scared him at ECCC, but still, I would love to get him involved. I don't think I could approach him directly, Priscilla. If you'd be willing to, that would be amazing. You know him well. I mean, hell, you appeared, your Sune is in one of his drawings now. Kevin Bacon would be great. I think I like him. Darth Wacko, your fundraising is in November. I think I have an idea with my buddy from MAP Media. Oh, yeah. This Kickstarter should be going live by then. Yeah, totally. That'd be awesome, Darth Wacko. Oh, those. Okay, Priscilla. Yeah, very cool. Please, if you could, that'd be amazing. I mean, ultimately a couple of pieces of art exclusive that they drew, or something from their exclusives that didn't sell at a con that they could give. That kind of stuff would be great. Or prize pack, multiple items. I worked, like Butts on Things gave us a nice prize pack last year that actually made it into 2 prize packs. I think those were pretty popular. I wanted to keep everything, but I didn't. All right, babe. I'll see you. Love you. You all right? Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm going to finally eat lunch here in about 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, that would be awesome. So you guys think about that, please. You can help in that way. But if you don't have anybody that you think you can lean on for those kind of questions or to ask for help, you being here and just like I said earlier, liking, commenting, sharing, to the point where if it's annoying to people, well then who cares? It's for the kids. I would love that, Nadu. I can reach out to Brian Cook and see. I don't know. That guy probably doesn't have much bandwidth. School just started back and he's a teacher, so probably not a lot of... Like, I know he'd donate. Sorry, don't get me wrong. But would he be able to draw Hoot with a butt? I don't think so. Is he really, Priscilla? Okay, I'll reach out to him then. I love Brian. I think he's amazing. Priscilla, I didn't want to bring this up, but you and I chatted the other day after you found out about all this news, and you asked your audience about what should I do with NFTs. So now that you put it in the chat, I'll read it. I may be backing off NFTs for a bit after all this Funko news. I feel my time could be better spent elsewhere. I brought it up in my Discord, and it seemed the community was fine with it. Yeah. So I think that's a fair move. Like, you have so many other things in your life that are successful, and you're building this brand. And if you think that's not the way to go, don't spend your time there. You could always come back. I personally will keep collecting. I keep collecting the 5s. Or maybe I can help you with those. Just a thought. I'd be willing to help with those. Because I would love to see them keep happening. will work for NFTs. Just saying. Okay, there was another question that came up. I said Extra Life, and then there was another thing that came up that I was supposed to talk about. There were two things, and I've already forgotten. What was the other thing? Somebody help me out here. Randy C, on it. Thank you. So, tomorrow will be my next whatnot. I finally figured out the wheel thing. I'm 99% sure. And so tomorrow or Thursday, I'm thinking tomorrow, I'll do a little bit different whatnot. I've been trying to find some other whatnots to watch to see how they do it. But basically, we're going to have a wheel, 30 slots maybe, 30 slices. I'll sell those at a minimum amount. Maybe bidding. We'll see. And then you'll spin when you get your slice, we immediately spin the wheel and you see what you get. There'll be 27 or 28 $10 plus pops, and you would probably buy the slice at like $10. If you win, that's what you get, right? But there'll be 2 or 3 slots on there that are more valuable, and you could win those if the spin works to your advantage. I'd love for you guys to come by and hang with me and see how it goes, and maybe jump in on the fun. You don't have to buy anything, but your presence is always appreciated. The higher the numbers are in my viewership, the more people see me because I'm at the top of the page, the more people come by. So even if you see I'm going live and you got to cook dinner or you got to take the kids somewhere, just pop it on your phone or your computer or whatever and leave it. That would be so helpful. Well, Popo James, I'd love to. I gotta do the math though, right? Like I can't give away a $200 pop and on selling the tickets and then sell a total of tickets of $200, but I gave away $400 in pops. That math doesn't really work real well, but I'm gonna try to figure it out. I started doing some initial calculations already. Since you'll be at NYCC, maybe other artists could contribute drawing hoot in their style, and you could then sell it as prints or in some. I love that idea. Yeah, I think starting with Hand Over the Hero would be a great opportunity. Right, I'm not going to write them off forever, but with how busy I am always, says Priscilla, and other projects I'd like to do, it just doesn't make sense for me at the moment. But it most definitely makes sense for others to continue, and I applaud anyone who's willing to still fight the good fight. I love it. I love it. Math the math. I love it. Unlock the prize tiers as more funds are raised. I don't think I can do that with the wheel. There are definitely some parameters that have to stay in place to keep it fair. Like I have to, if I'm going to sell 30 slices, you got to see that it's the random number generator provided by Whatnot, right, in the wheel. I can't stop after 15 sales when the 2 grails are still on there and walk away. You know, I can't do that. I don't know how I would unlock new tiers as more funds are raised, other than, like, I did a wheel today and it went pretty well, so the next wheel I'll do a little bit higher with, and then the next wheel I'll do a little higher than that. Maybe that's what you mean. I don't know. I'm figuring it out. I had a hard time finding Whatnots who were running a wheel. I don't know that a lot of them know what to do. There was that one account where they were doing the sodas, and I thought that was pretty cool. So I might do sodas. Matter of fact, that would be a good thing to do. I have a bunch of sodas, so maybe I could do that. You guys want sodas? You still interested at all? We're talking about, like, not expensive buy-ins. Yeah, I still need to do that, Chuck. I think Josh pretty much confirmed they don't have a mechanism to handle, like, people, like the donations going directly to charity, but it'd still be worth asking. Yeah, so what I found out, for anybody who needs to know, I just keep going. I can go forever. What I found out, I use OBS currently. I'm hoping to move to Meld soon, to send my stream to the Whatnot platform. The wheel is not accessible. Like it says, you have to go on your phone during a live. So I would go to my phone, but I'm already sending the stream from OBS. I'd go to my phone. I'd go to that area. The wheel doesn't exist. I don't have access. I've made sure I've turned on and followed all their instructions, and their instructions are normally spot on. And it just wouldn't work. So I was reading some forums on Saturday. I spent a lot of time doing research Saturday. I was reading the forums and finally landed on a place that said the wheel is only available on iOS and Android, which means on the phone, right? But then it clicked to me, oh duh, it's got to be where it streams from. So I got to be streaming directly from the phone. So I ran a test stream, and in the test stream I was able to access the wheel immediately. So I'm pretty sure I've nailed it. I can't use OBS or Whatnot for one of these streams with the wheel, but I can still set something up and use my phone for that purpose, and then go back to the others for later. Friends call this the Filipino goodbye, when goodbye never actually happens, but you keep saying it. Yep, that is so true. Okay, I am going to get out of here. Let's look for somebody to raid. I appreciate y'all being here. I know if it's any consolation, you know, to those of you who stuck around and loved it like we did, thank you for being here for the Droppp journey. I wish I could be saying this from Droppp. Actually, I wish I could be saying thank you for the journey. Let's get on to season 3. But here we are. There was so much potential, and it's not there anymore. That's a sad day. I will shed a few tears for sure. I hope everybody, you know, has the people to lean on in your life to make it a little better. Yeah, it just hurts. It hurts so bad. Drown sorrows in pizza. Well, Friday for sure. I'll probably still be filling this on Friday, but Friday for sure. Let's see, is Las Vegas 8 button seat? No, he's 3D printing. I have nothing against that. I just would like to send you guys to somebody who's right there doing the thing. Sitting there, streaming. Not Tim the Tap Man. I enjoy watching him, but he does not need our help. Any recommendations? Ooh, the online in? Are they live? I see Crittercraft? What? But I don't see anybody. Do they have an actual person here? Dang it. Right, Red Ranger? For sure. We were there. We were there for the whole thing. I've had a hard time finding anybody, guys. There's Quadrill's art. What's he doing? I follow too many people now. I think he's running some sort of game too. Dang. Let's see if we can find somebody new. Do we have anybody that has Funko in the title? Would be great if somebody else was talking about Droppp. Pop and Stock is live, still doing his thing. You can still win some NFTs there. I think that's it though. Channels. I need people who are live. Live channels tagged Funko 2. That's not it. How about NFT? Try it. I don't think so. Okay, Darth Wacko, give it to me. What you got? Who is it? We'll go on Darth Wacko's recommendation. If it goes wrong, it's all his fault. Kidding. I'm sure the people would love to watch some Fortnite. OK Roach. Well, this is not a good start. OK Roach. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna judge. OK Roach has 5 viewers. He's playing some Fortnite. No camera. I wish there was a camera, but I'm not gonna judge. Tell him he needs to get on camera. We're gonna raid over to OK Roach. He's in the middle of a game. He may not be real responsive, but we're gonna try it anyway. We'll see if we can make somebody's day with a larger audience. I'll be back tomorrow and Thursday on Whatnot, so please come hang out there. If you need the details on Whatnot, ! Whatnot in the chat on Twitch. I'll be back on Friday. We're going to still talk about this, I'm sure, and whatever new developments there are, but we'll also be talking a little bit about Disney Pinnacle, playing some games, giving away some prizes. So I hope you all can be there to hang out with me. Let's add some points to everybody. I'm going to give more than ever now. Not ever, but more than usual. How about 250 for everybody for hanging out during this special day? 96 people. Let's go over and make the day of OK Roach. Thank you guys so much for being here. Remember to wash your hands. Check in on somebody you love. Maybe a former Droppp employee or someone who collected Funko NFTs. Make sure they're doing okay. And above all else, most importantly, nerds unite. I will see you again soon. Bye, everybody. Raid now. Why does it say there's no? Why don't I hear any volume? Is it muted? Tab's not muted. There we go.